Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 711-720. Hobert searched around and suddenly realized that it was normal for there to be nothing here. After all, so much time had passed, and judging by the changes in the North-South continent's topography, the several divine wars in Beander history had a huge impact on the entire world's landscape. This vast continent far in the polar regions should have also experienced disasters like earthquakes, and the research station might have been buried deep underground long ago, or severely damaged in natural disasters and blown away by strong winds. Furthermore, some deities should have come to explore this place before. Other deities might not be interested, but the Evernight goddess or Old Huang would have a high probability of taking a look after becoming a high sequence. It was not mentioned in Old Huang's diary that a research station was found here. Just as Hobert was about to utilize his spirituality to sense if there was any buried space underground, he suddenly saw a corner of an artificial object in the ice and snow. The next second, he had already used the method of distortion space to arrive in front of the ice and snow. It was indeed a corner of an iron building. Hobert used his spirituality to sense it. There were no signs of life inside, but there was a considerable space. Similarly, sensing no danger, Hobert took out the sun scepter, and, using the method of alter position, entered the space inside. Under the light emitted by the sun scepter, Hobert saw that it was a slightly tilted rectangular space. As far as his eyes could see, there was a thick layer of dust, but there were no ice sculptures or any humanoid creatures here. Despite the howling sea wind outside, the sealed space inside was very quiet. Looking closely at the furnishings, Hobert found that this place was very well preserved, far exceeding his expectations. If it had experienced several major earthquakes, these buildings should have collapsed long ago. After a quick scan of the surroundings, Hobert noticed that on the largest white wall, there seemed to be some stain-like things. They looked like words, but they were too old to be clearly seen. Hobert pondered for a moment and enhanced the refractive index of these stains to light, and they indeed became clearly visible. They were two lines of bright red Chinese characters. The child's cries attracted some terrifying things. But, where are their children in the research station? Hobert scratched his head. These words should have been written in blood, and he felt that the more he investigated this matter, the more terrifying it became. But he knew that this could also very likely be some hallucinations heard by the researchers, or illusions produced by them, after the original creator began to influence the entire real world. It looked quite terrifying, but the situation did not seem to have exceeded Hobert's previous conjectures. Continuing to search inside, Hobert found several scattered documents on a desk in an archive room. These documents seemed to have been repeatedly examined by the researchers. Hobert first altered the toughness of these documents to prevent them from turning into paper scraps with a light touch. He gently waved his hand, and after the dust floated away, only a document almost like blank paper remained. Hobert looked carefully. This should have been printed text, but after a long time, the ink had almost disappeared. This did not stump Hobert. He altered the brightness of the dye in the ink, and soon the content of these documents reappeared. Hobert picked up the documents and quickly skimmed through them. These documents were divided into two parts. One part was the paper records of Changcheng Station's contact with the outside world, and another folder contained the records of communication between Changcheng Station and Kunlun Station. The research station's contact with the outside world was normal at first, but about a month ago, something huge seemed to have changed in the outside world. First, oil resources were depleted within a few days, and the entire world fell into panic. Oil was an indispensable thing in that world. It was hard to imagine what kind of regression the human world would experience without oil. Then the research station received an evacuation order, but the icebreaker coming to pick them up was long overdue. Finally, the outside world began to send a large amount of chaotic things here. Mythological stories, some unintelligible statements, and some descriptions that were inexplicable but sounded very terrifying. For example, the sun suddenly fell to the ground. A group of elegantly dressed mice invited me to be their food. A strange smiling face appeared in midair. The seawater didn't freeze, but suddenly turned solid. Ah, that doesn't seem to be solid, but a giant monster. The last message from the outside world was, the monsters really want to rush in here. Actually, they're not monsters, they were all humans just now. Many of us also heard some strange ravings and turned into monsters, haha, actually, I'm also a monster. Hello, I will find you. There was also a line of penmanship below. What on earth happened outside? Who made that huge roar? Why did sunrise and sunset lose their regularity? Why was there no response from the outside world? Hobert, based on some information previously released by Klein, roughly sorted out this catastrophe. First, some anomalies occurred in Chernobyl. More precisely, the Chaos Sea, which was the only one with an entrance in the real world, created some supernatural phenomena. These anomalies lasted for a period of time, at least long enough to establish a research institute there. At the same time, the two personalities, Celestial Worthy and God, created by the original creator's tendency to split during his slumber, further influenced the real world. Especially the Celestial Worthy, who began to pull people in. As the connection between the Chaos Sea and the real world deepened, oil was rapidly assimilated by the expanding Chaos Sea. The manifestation of Saphira and the powers of Celestial Worthy and God turned many people into monsters and caused huge changes in this world. Finally, the original creator awakened. The moment he awakened, this world perished. Just the awakening of his consciousness was enough to turn all living beings on this planet into monsters. Thinking of this, Hobert looked at the penmanship again. The destruction here seems to be a beat slower. At least when people outside had gone mad, received no replies, and natural laws had become a mess, there were still people here who maintained their sanity. Hobert speculated that when sunrise and sunset were disrupted, it should have been very close to the time of the original creator's awakening. At that time, there should have been no one in the entire world who could still leave a few lines of penmanship. After pondering for a while, Hobert felt he wasn't getting anywhere, so he took a deep breath and went to look at the communication records with Kunlun Station. There was only one folder for contact with Kunlun Station because Kunlun Station was in another direction in Antarctica, deep inside the Antarctic continent. That research station basically obtained supplies from Zhongshan Station, so there wasn't much contact with Changcheng Station. Most of the time, the two research stations communicated by conducting some joint observations on climate or the starry sky. After seeing some of their observations of the starry sky, Hobert instinctively felt some resistance, but then he remembered that the starry sky seemed to be safe at that time, so he continued to read. The anomaly at Kunlun Station appeared 2 months ago. At that time, the two research stations had a text message conversation, and the content in the record was as follows. Changcheng Station, why not utilize video or voice calls? Kunlun Station, can't utilize it. Changcheng Station, is there a fault in the communication system? Kunlun Station, no, something strange happened here. When we tried to report our recent discoveries to the superiors, the outside world couldn't hear or see anything. Changcheng Station, sorry, this is a bit hard to understand. Kunlun Station, for example, when I have a video call with Beijing, the video is clearly connected, and when we greet each other, the communication is confirmed to be fine. But when it comes to work content, Beijing can't hear my voice or see the samples I'm showing. Changcheng Station, there must be a problem with the communication system. Kunlun Station, we have checked it many times. This time we contacted you for an experiment. We found that describing things in text can convey some information to the outside, but it's incomplete. So we want to try if you can receive the content we need to report in text form within the Antarctic continent. Changcheng Station, suggest checking the communication system again. Kunlun Station, we found a biological tissue-like structure in the ice layer of Zone 3. The two biologists who observed it through a microscope suddenly developed severe mental problems. They kept saying, he has lived for a very, very long time, he is still alive, he is still alive. Kunlun Station, please relay the information I sent you before. Changcheng Station, brother, how long have you been in Antarctica? Isn't it time to return home and rest for a while? Kunlun Station, send it to me quickly, it's very important to me. Changcheng Station, okay, if you insist. We are in Zone 3. This was the first abnormal message sent by Kunlun Station, but unfortunately, it did not describe the results of the investigation into this matter. Hobert pinched his chin. He guessed. Could it be that anomalies were discovered in Antarctica at the same time as Chernobyl? The biological tissue structure they discovered obviously had beyonder contamination, and the scientists who observed it directly with a microscope were contaminated. But it's unknown whether the words they kept repeating were some kind of hallucination or some kind of raving. If it was the former, it was just incoherent babbling after the mental body basically collapsed. If it was the latter, in essence, those beyonder contaminations established some kind of connection between the two scientists and the source of contamination, and the scientists' spirit bodies obtained some information from the source of contamination. If it was the latter, these words could be used as a reference to a certain extent. Hobert reread the words the two scientists kept repeating. Could the biological tissue structure they discovered be the body of the original creator? Or that of celestial worthy or God? Or a shared body of theirs? They have always been on Earth, but it is difficult to determine what state they exist in. Hobert and Klein once speculated whether the original creator might have slept in the chaos sea at the Earth's core. But whether he had his own body is unknown. Celestial worthy and God should have structures similar to bodies. God's body even formed the first blasphemy slate. So the question is, did celestial worthy or God sleep in Antarctica back then? This thought made Hobert smile and say to himself, this is indeed a good place for hibernation. Another point worth noting is that any information Kunlun station sent outside Antarctica was blocked by a strange force. It's not a big deal if this kind of thing happens in the beyonder world. But if it happens in the real world, it would be quite terrifying. For example, during a work discussion, no matter how you describe one particular task, others simply can't understand or hear it. Hobert realized that this seemed a bit like the authority of secrecy. Then Hobert thought again, if it wasn't God or celestial worthy, would there be another existence on Earth before the original creator awakened? Combining the information previously discovered in the cave, Hobert felt that this was not impossible. It had been sleeping in the Antarctic, and influenced by the awakening of the original creator, it was also preparing to revive, or rather, awaken. With this question in mind, Hobert continued to read. More than a month later, the two research stations had another contact, and this time the content was very brief. Kunlun Station, we must stop him. We must stop him. If we don't succeed, you must take over our mission. Changcheng Station, stop who? What mission? Kunlun Station, we must stop him. We must stop him. Hobert withdrew his gaze. It was clear that during this communication, the abnormality of Kunlun Station was already very obvious. He boldly speculated, could it be that an existence had been sleeping in the Antarctic, and when the first was about to awaken, it only recovered a part of its consciousness, affecting the scientists at Kunlun Station. And after the research personnel at Kunlun Station were contaminated by it, they understood that if it continued to be active, it would surely be a disaster. So the scientists wanted to stop him. Or rather, it. Then, Hobert thought of another possibility. Perhaps there were some high-level beyonder characteristics near Kunlun Station at that time, and as the first gradually awakened, those beyonder characteristics began to become active, ready to merge with the first at any time, thus affecting the research personnel at Kunlun Station. Hobert continued to read, and then came the last contact between the two sides. Kunlun Station, we shouldn't have dug there. Changcheng Station, where? Kunlun Station, Area 3. The Antarctic continent is different from other continents, different. Changcheng Station, how is it different? Kunlun Station, 1 week later, if we don't contact you proactively, please come immediately. We have organized all information. To prevent electronic equipment failure, we have made paper backups, all in folder 155. Goodbye everyone, since we know the truth, we cannot stand by, cannot stand by. The last message from the other party suddenly made Hobert feel a bit tragic. How could the power of ordinary people possibly stop the awakening of the first? But Hobert re-examined this space buried under ice and snow. Except for the bloodstains on the walls, it was basically tidy, which means that after some strange things started happening here, the research personnel most likely left in an orderly manner. If everyone here had turned into monsters, then this place could not be so tidy, nor could it be as simple as just leaving 2 lines of bloodstains. Since the ship to pick them up never came, they must have gone to Kunlun Station. Apparently, the people at Kunlun Station failed, so they rushed to support them. Cannot stand by. Hobert looked at this sentence again. He felt it was necessary to go to Kunlun Station to take a look. He knew that ultimately, the first, still awakened, and the scientists at Changcheng Station naturally failed, but if their bodies were still exposed in the wilderness, Hobert felt he should bury them. Changcheng Station had a detailed map of the Antarctic. After discerning the direction and calculating the distance, Hobert directly entered the spirit world to go to Kunlun Station. Immediately after entering the spirit world, Hobert realized that the spirit world corresponding to Antarctica seemed a bit desolate. Usually, after entering the spirit world, there would be many spirit world creatures lingering around, but in the spirit world here, there was no sign of any spirit world creature activity as far as the eye could see. This made Hobert even more cautious, but he did not back down. After all, he was Sequence 1, so there was no need to be as timid as before. About 10 seconds later, Hobert arrived at the location of Kunlun Station. In the spirit world, he saw several blurry, gigantic figures around, but no matter how hard he tried to look, he couldn't see them clearly. Because his spirituality did not sense danger, he entered the real world. But to Hobert's surprise, Kunlun Station in the darkness still looked very complete. Some rectangular buildings, like containers, still stood there. On the left were some structures like large oil pipelines, and on the right were some large snowmobiles. Some of these large snowmobiles also had nameplates with words like Changcheng Station and Zhongshan Station on them. At that time, the researchers from Changcheng Station had indeed come, and not only them, but also people from other research stations had come. In front of these buildings, there was a dark stone engraved with the words, Chinese Antarctic Kunlun Station. This was indeed Kunlun Station, but the buildings here were so well preserved, which made Hobert realize that everything here was a bit off. Since it was so well preserved here, why hadn't any gods discovered it before? Or did some gods discover it, but did not release relevant intelligence to the public? Hobert's spirituality still did not sense danger, nor did it sense any signs of life in the research station. This time, Hobert did not utilize Beander power to enter the research station, but instead opened the door to first check the situation inside. Everything inside seemed like a long sealed history. After so many years, nothing inside had been damaged. Hobert cautiously entered the room and first saw a circle of teacups placed around a table in a room that resembled a combination of a common room and a conference room. This should have been left by the people from Changcheng Station. He didn't know if they had a short meeting here or were resting here. Towards the inner part, the door to the archives was open. Hobert carefully entered and first saw a thick folder on the table, while the walls of the archives were covered in grime. Hobert was very familiar with these, grime. He altered it a bit and saw some incoherent words written on it. He said he was God, haha, I told him I was an atheist. That's strange, how did their voices reach our ears? Why did they have that terrifying effect? Are they directly communicating with our brains? The things underground make one uneasy. I seem to have seen a rainbow. Their bodies are too big. Hobert took a deep breath. These words were clearly also written in blood, and the handwriting was full of rampage, but there seemed to be some rationality within the rampage. Such jumbled words basically wouldn't yield much useful information, so Hobert simply went to look at the thick folder. Just then, Hobert seemed to understand, even if a god discovered this place, they wouldn't think it was a prehistoric ruin, but rather the dwelling of some ancient god. Unless they knew Chinese characters. In that case, only Old Huang would understand what this place was if he discovered it. But thinking about it seriously, if that guy had time, he'd go play with noblewomen and witches. Would he explore deep into the Antarctic interior? Unless he coincidentally found relevant clues, it would actually be very difficult to discover this place. Thinking of this, Hobert looked at the exterior furnishings again, and the biggest question reappeared in his mind: this place was too well preserved. With this question, Hobert also altered the brightness of the dye, and he saw that the folder's number was indeed 155. The first page of the document contained only one sentence: when you finish reading the following content, your mind will be irreversibly affected. Be prepared to fight against that voice. Hobert slowly nodded, merely knowing about some unspeakable existences could lead to contamination. The detailed account of the entire incident began on the second page of the document. Initially, Kunlun Station discovered a strange ice layer in Area 3, where there seemed to be an invisible barrier. No matter how strong the wind and snow, they would be blocked by the barrier, forming a spectacle of ice and snow hitting the air. After clearing the snow, researchers found a black, perfectly regular square under the ice layer, so they began drilling down to extract ice. But unexpectedly, they had to drill down hundreds of meters to obtain the black sample that formed the square. All abnormalities began with this sample. Initially, people thought they were minerals, but after cutting, they found that they seemed to be tissue structures of living organisms. Then the incident occurred where the two biologists suffered mental problems. With such an accident, Kunlun Station immediately stopped research, awaiting further orders from higher authorities. At this stage, they made many conjectures, one of which was very close to the truth. Could the black substance be a virus that could spread through vision? A virus frozen under the Antarctic ice layer. Using the term virus to describe the contamination of Beander characteristics was actually quite apt. Just then, the two biologists rushed to Area 3 without wearing adequate equipment. It was then that people discovered that downward ice steps had appeared at the location of the black cube. And the black cube was gone at this time. Because they couldn't report everything here to the outside world for a long time, Kunlun Station had to organize an expedition team to explore down the steps. Below was a huge underground structure, and there were several photos here. It was so vast that its boundaries could not be seen. After several explorations, the general structure of the entire underground space was roughly determined. During the last exploration, people saw 6 gigantic, blurry shadows in the lower ice layer. They didn't know what those things were. The strange thing was that all cameras couldn't capture them, only human vision could see them. There were 6 hand-drawn sketches afterwards. Some of those blurry shadows seemed to have human forms, some resembled regular geometric shapes, and some were grotesque. Another strange thing was that everyone who saw these shadows went crazy after returning to the research station. At this moment, Kunlun Station was still fighting alone. They were now even more certain that they had encountered an unknown virus that could be transmitted visually. This was, of course, an unprecedented virus. In the history of humanity's fight against viruses, a virus that could be transmitted visually had never been seen before. Some scientists even speculated whether the virus was transmitted through higher dimensions. That is, the source of infection and the infected person had a certain distance in 3-dimensional space, but the distance in 4-dimensional space was difficult to ascertain. Seeing this, Hobert realized that this was a vague explanation for Beander pollution. Generally speaking, Beander pollution was mostly completed through the spirit world, and indeed, pollution occurred without physical contact in the real world. Hobert continued to read. Those mad researchers, during their lucid intervals, still retained a certain degree of sanity. It was they who provided much crucial information, including the previous drafts. A large part of the subsequent files consisted of conversations between the expedition members and the mad researchers. Hobert read some key information very carefully. By Han, one of the researchers who had seen those vague figures, a consciousness appeared in our minds. Station Chief Zhang, Chief of Kunlun Station, can you describe it in more detail? By Han, it's like another me appeared in my mind. He knows everything about me. He seems to be searching my memories in my mind, wanting to understand everything about the outside world. I tried to communicate with him, and I easily learned where he came from, why he was here, and what his purpose was. At that moment, I was him, and he was me. Station Chief Zhang, can you tell me what you learned? By Han, of course, I want to tell you everything I know while I'm still clear-headed. They came from the distant depths of the universe, and they have been in the ice for tens of thousands of years. Hobert suddenly froze when he read this. That's not right. Aren't these outer gods? The original creator only tore off the Beander characteristics from the outer gods when he awoke, and only then did the outer gods come to the solar system, wanting to retrieve their Beander characteristics. But how could outer gods be in the South Pole? How could they have been under the ice for tens of thousands of years? At this moment, Hobert suddenly had a bold conjecture. Could these individuals frozen under the ice be the ones who came to Earth before the original creator awoke? At that time, there might have been no barrier, and perhaps Earth had no strong protection. In short, they were not like the current outer gods, who could only watch from outside the atmosphere. But a new problem arose: why did these outer gods appear on Earth? Were they attracted by the Beander characteristics on Earth? And how did they end up in the South Pole? Or rather, who sealed them here? With these questions, Hobert continued to read. Station Chief Jong, you mean, they are aliens? By Han, not quite like the aliens we understand. They don't utilize spaceships, they can come to Earth using only their own power. Station Chief Jong, what kind of technology is this? By Han, it doesn't seem to be technology, but a kind of ability. It seems their own abilities can help them travel through the universe, but only a very few creatures can do this. So it cannot be called technology, because it is not universal. Station Chief Jong, why did they come to Earth? By Han, this seems to involve their creation myth. It is said that after a creator created the universe, his power scattered throughout the universe, and the creator also fell into a deep sleep. But this creator will awaken periodically, and each time he awakens, he will reclaim a part of his power. Currently, the creator has reclaimed most of his power. If his power is fully reclaimed, the universe will be destroyed, and a new cycle will begin. Hobert's eyes narrowed. Every time the original creator awakens, he will reclaim, or rather, gather a portion of the Beander characteristics that were once scattered throughout the universe. He recalled the knowledge in his mind. During the original creator's last awakening, he gathered the Beander characteristics of 6 sequences: lawyer, arbiter, mother, moon, demon, and prisoner. These are the 6 sequences that Hobert could confirm. He didn't know when the other sequences were gathered. Hobert became even more convinced of his previous conjecture. Could those 6 individuals under Area 3 be the 6 outer gods gathered by the original creator? The original creator tore out their Beander characteristics and sealed their physical bodies in the South Pole. This is another 6, it's not necessarily 6 complete sequences. Outer gods are not equivalent to old ones. The 9 outer gods Hobert was familiar with were 9 old ones. Besides Saphira, they also had some high-sequence Beander characteristics. Perhaps some outer gods are not at the old one level, or even at the true god level. Most sequence 2s can travel through the universe. They are also outer gods. If they happen to encounter the original creator awakening, they might also be gathered. In short, the original creator's last awakening, which was the beginning of ancient times, gathered the Beander characteristics of 6 sequences. During the awakening before that, he must have also gathered many characteristics. Hobert was unsure how many sequences of Beander characteristics there were in the entire universe, but if its total amount remained constant, it would eventually all be gathered together. If all the Beander characteristics were gathered, it would be somewhat similar to the concept of a singularity, where all characteristics are concentrated at one point. Just thinking about it makes one feel that it would be the end of the universe. The good news is that there are still many Beander characteristics that have not been gathered. The bad news is that the speed of gathering will only become faster and faster. Hobert took a deep breath. He suddenly thought of a question: is there any temporal pattern to the original creator's periodic awakenings? This made him think that during ancient times, 2 individuals who had obtained multiple Saphiras fought, and they both fell. But during the battle, their Beander characteristics and Saphira did not gather. Either they were both avoiding mutual gathering, or some force was preventing them from gathering. In short, the initial awakening seemed to have no temporal pattern, and God and Celestial Venerable had no control over it. Hobert shook his head again and continued to read. By Han, that creator seems to be about to awaken again. The spiritual fluctuations of Earth have created an opportunity for them. The 6 individuals under the ice layer jointly created the square to attract our attention. This is their last chance. If they are released, they can reclaim their power before that creator awakens, and then they can escape Earth, and even have a chance to become the new masters of Earth. If the creator awakens first, then they will never be able to reclaim their power. Station Chief Jong, how to release them? By Han, just dig out their bodies. He said, just a little bit more and they can come out. He also said that if we let him out, he will make us the most powerful people on this planet. This record ends here. From Bai Han's final answer, Hobert estimated that this researcher named Bai Han had fallen into madness again. Obviously, the outer gods' conspiracy did not succeed. The original creator still awoke, and they were unable to reclaim their Beander characteristics. To be precise, they couldn't possibly succeed. God and Celestial Venerable would kill them. Even for a true God, without the support of Beander characteristics and under a strong seal, the spiritual body will eventually dissipate. Hobert estimated that these outer gods might not live to see the next awakening of the original creator. As he flipped through the documents page by page, Hobert also found some other useful clues. Zhang Xiaojun. According to my conversation with him, I learned that the South Pole is a very special continent. This continent was not originally here, it was moved to this cold place to seal those 6 individuals. Station Chief Zhang, who moved this continent. Zhang Xiaojun. According to the other party, it was the creator. Station Chief Zhang. Why seal those 6 individuals? This question was obviously to confirm whether the information Bai Han obtained was credible. Zhang Xiaojun. To prevent them from reclaiming their power. Station Chief Zhang. How were they sealed? Zhang Xiaojun. The ice layer of the South Pole. According to him, the creator endowed the ice layer of the South Pole with abstract meaning, which can seal some very powerful things. This makes this continent very stable, even distinctly different from other continents. Without external influence, it is closer to eternity here. Hobert recalled a sentence he had seen in Sun Jilin's notebook. That voice said, "The ice and snow of Antarctica have abstract meaning." This information should also be credible. After the original creator sealed these 6 outer gods in the South Pole, his powerful sealing power transformed the ice and snow here. Hobert realized that this was also the reason why information about the outer gods could not be reported outside the South Pole, because the original creator's blockade also included an abstract blockade, which was an all-encompassing blockade. So information about the outer gods could be sent to Changcheng Station, but it could not leave the South Pole. The fact that Kunlun Station was preserved so completely was also related to the seal of the South Continent. The matter here was also strengthened by this seal, so even after thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the main structure of the expedition station was still intact. Continuing to read, the other clues mostly describe the strange biological characteristics of these outer gods, but this information was not as crucial for Hobert. There was also an investigation summary later. At this time, Kunlun Station could not rule out whether the information provided by the mad researchers was unreliable nonsense. Assuming this was fabricated, why did several people who had no time to communicate have many descriptions that were connected? For example, their descriptions of the creator were basically consistent. Assuming this was true, it was still difficult to accept, as the appearance of the universe completely exceeded their cognition. After multiple unsuccessful reports to higher authorities, the researchers decided to temporarily leave here and send their mad colleagues back to the country first. Just then, Kunlun Station also received some obviously abnormal news from the outside world, and it seemed that this world was really about to undergo some changes. This made them concerned. If all this information about the outer gods was true, then they could not ignore the guys underground. But how to solve the problem? Everyone was at a loss. It wasn't until that mad staff member killed the guard and took tools to the underground space to dig up the bodies of those 6-inch aliens that the situation completely spiraled out of control. Many people entered that underground space to pursue them. Although the first batch of mad staff members were successfully killed, soon more than half of Kunlun Station's staff went mad. Even those who didn't go mad suffered extreme mental shock. In the subsequent documents, there was a material written by Station Chief Zhang, but from the handwriting and content, Station Chief Yang's mental state at this time was already somewhat abnormal. At this moment, my consciousness seems to be connected with theirs. This feeling is very strange. Their knowledge is like books laid out before me, ready to be read at any time. Haha, I guess my current thoughts are also like this to them. They are altering some of my thoughts, making me believe that they are supreme and that I should obey them. This makes me very clear how malicious their influence is. I'm getting off topic. My mind is a mess right now. I mainly wanted to write down some key intelligence I had read. The more I read, the deeper their influence on me would be, and I might even go crazy at some point. I'm getting off topic again. I can sense him trying to influence me, to stop me from saying these things, but I insist on saying them. Don't let them awaken. The 6 of them come from different civilizations, but without exception, those civilizations are full of coldness, madness, and distortion. This is the price of power. For humans, such a price is not worth it, sacrificing the creativity of an entire civilization just to give a very, very small number of people twisted, strange power. If they regain their power, Earth will become a replica of such a cold and distorted civilization. Moreover, they are extremely cunning. I don't believe a single word of their promises. After they retrieve their power, they will most likely completely destroy Earth. No, it seems they can't destroy it. In their concept, Earth and humans are very special. Earth is where their so-called creator sleeps, and it is now a collection of Sephira. Sephira, a strange word. In short, they can't destroy Earth, but humans will also become mad and distorted, turning into another kind of creature that only worships power. Yes, I know, you don't need to remind me. After the Creator awakens, it will also be a great disaster for humanity. However, the relevant information you provided shows that every time the Creator awakens, humanity does not perish. After a long period of time, humanity will regain its sanity and restart its civilization. What? You ask, what's the difference? There's a big difference. One who sees alone is enlightened, one who hears alone is wise. What does that mean? Figure it out yourself. Remember, don't be swayed by them, and even more so, don't let them escape from the ice, otherwise humanity will lose its most precious essence. Hobert looked at this material for a long time without speaking. Station Chief Zhang knew that his power was very weak compared to those outer gods, but this Station Chief Zhang was despising the outer gods mentally. Hobert suddenly laughed. Yes, what's there to be afraid of with these guys? Their power is a bit strong, but their spirit is terrifyingly lacking. Perhaps it is precisely because of their spiritual deficiency that they can only utilize Beander pollution to influence others, and those influenced by them can further highlight their spiritual emptiness. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath, put away the handwritten document from Station Chief Zhang, and felt that the words written on the manuscript paper were very powerful. Then he continued to flip through the material in his hand. More and more people at the research station went crazy, and more strange things happened, such as someone suddenly committing suicide, or a colleague's corpse suddenly reanimating, some attacking other colleagues, and some bringing tools to excavate Area 3. Those who hadn't completely gone mad tried to burn these corpses with gasoline, but the ignited corpses would rush into snowdrifts and extinguish the flames on themselves. Fortunately, by a stroke of luck, they found a way to subdue these corpses. During the struggle with the corpses, a colleague with a poor mental state mistakenly poured water on a corpse instead of gasoline. In the extreme cold, the water quickly froze into ice, and the corpse actually stopped moving. It was then that the people at the research station suddenly realized, the ice and snow of Antarctica symbolize a seal. In other words, here, all strangeness can be sealed in this way. After sealing the corpses, the research station encountered another problem. People from other international research stations around them were also successively affected by the 6 aliens, and they all rushed to Area 3, wanting to dig the aliens out of the ice. As time passed, those aliens gradually risked breaking free from the seal on their own. If they broke free from the seal before the so-called Creator awakened, the process of them regaining their power could cause irreparable harm to human civilization. They must be stopped. Because in the minds of the staff, the human world has no way to resist these aliens. Hobert, on the other hand, felt that God and the Celestial Venerable would definitely not let these outer gods succeed, but the researchers here did not know this. They still thought they were humanity's last line of defense. So the staff thought of using the method of sealing those corpses to reseal those aliens, making them miss this opportunity and be forever buried in the ice. This was a mission of no return. So, after Kunlun Station made its final contact with Changcheng Station, Zhongshan Station, Taishan Station, and Qinling Station, all personnel carried water and entered Area 3. On the last page of the document, there was a reminder: always fill your thermos with water. If you find yourself having uncontrollable thoughts and behaviors, you can strip naked and pour water over yourself. In this way, you can seal the guy who wants to utilize you to revive. Hobert suddenly recalled Sun Jilin's thermos and finally understood that he had poured himself into an ice sculpture. And the reason Sun Jilin still shows signs of life is likely due to the outer god's influence on him, causing him to mutate, or a wisp of the outer god's consciousness is sealed within him. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath, closed the folder, and then silently went outside Kunlun Station. After looking at the entire Kunlun Station again, Hobert distorted the surrounding snow, allowing it to cover Kunlun Station, forming a small hill. Inside the small hill, there was a hollow structure that neatly avoided Kunlun Station, as if a layer of snow shell protected it. After being covered by ice and snow, Hobert indeed felt the sealing power of the ice and snow. His spirituality surprisingly could not sense Kunlun Station beneath the ice and snow. This was a very peculiar feeling. When manipulating these ice and snow with Beyonder power, he didn't feel their difference, but once the ice and snow formed a pile, they created a sealing power. Hobert did this to prevent people from discovering this place when exploring Antarctica in the future, and from going crazy after reading those documents, or even for the outer god's consciousness to revive to some extent through such a method. He noted the location here, then came to Area 3, and saw the downward ice steps. Around here, Hobert saw many corpses frozen to the ground by ice, among them Caucasians, people with South American facial features, and Asians. Entering the underground structure, one could gradually see more and more people holding thermoses and pouring themselves into ice sculptures. Some were moving inward, some were walking outward, and without exception, at their feet were expedition jackets of the same style as the Chinese scientific expedition team. Following the guidance of his spirituality, Hobert finally found the place underground with huge, blurry figures. Far from these figures, large water barrels were placed, and directly above those blurry figures, many people had also frozen themselves into the ice. Around them, many people who had been wrestling were also poured with water and turned into ice sculptures. Apparently, under the influence of the outer gods, the process of sealing with water and ice was extremely arduous. Some people preferred to become part of the seal rather than compromise with the outer gods. And some people were affected, wrestling with others, trying to stop the sealing process. Looking at the irregular ice mountains before him, Hobert could no longer feel any spiritual fluctuations from those outer gods. Even if they weren't completely dead, they were sealed by these man-made small ice mountains. Hobert was about to bury the exposed corpses when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. There were only 5 huge, blurry figures underground. This immediately made Hobert's scalp tingle. One of the outer gods had escaped. He quickly went to examine it carefully, and found a few lines of text on another side of the ice wall. These characters were carved, so they remained to this day. Hobert didn't recognize one type of character, but for some reason, after a single glance, he understood the meaning of those characters. The first line was in the unfamiliar script, "Your spirit is moving, it makes me feel the vitality of life again." The second line was Chinese characters carved with a sharp tool, "You can't escape." Unfamiliar characters, "I am not the one who just ran away. My seal is not limited to this. He indeed cannot escape Antarctica. Only creatures and Beyonder beings from Earth can come and go freely here. Outer gods will be trapped here forever." Chinese characters, "You are the creator." Unfamiliar characters, "Someone once called me that. The spirit you have shown has helped me greatly. I can feel the fear of those outer gods, they have always been the ones to make others fear." Chinese characters, "What kind of existence are you?" Unfamiliar characters, "I often feel confused about this too. I am searching for the meaning of the universe, I am searching for the meaning of life. I am about to awaken. You can merge your consciousness into the consciousness I have split, which should also be of great help to them." Upon seeing this, Hobert choked on his own saliva. It really is the original creator. He quickly continued reading. Chinese characters, "Sorry, none of us have such intentions. I am who I am." Unfamiliar characters, "Do you have any last words?" Chinese characters, "Please continue human civilization." Unfamiliar characters, "No problem, they will exist until the end of the universe." Chinese characters, "Please protect Earth." Unfamiliar characters, "No problem, I also realize that the Antarctic blockade alone can no longer resist these outer gods. I will form a barrier to protect Earth." Chinese characters, "Thank you." Unfamiliar characters, What are your plans for the last few days? Chinese characters. We hope to return to Changcheng Station and die quietly. Unfamiliar characters. In your state, you might not be able to return to your destination, and there's an outer god still wandering outside. Chinese characters. Walk to the end of the water, sit and watch the clouds rise. Seeing the last poem, Hobert suddenly smiled. I wonder if, first, understands the meaning of this line. Then he thought, Changcheng Station was the farthest from here, so they arrived the latest. In the end, a few people, including Sun Jilin, survived and had a conversation with the original creator. Sun Jilin and the others must have been severely contaminated here, so they couldn't return to Changcheng Station. It's unknown what happened on the way back. Sun Jilin got separated from everyone, and the voice he was recording at the last moment of his life might have been the voice of the outer god who escaped. Until now, that outer god might still be wandering in Antarctica, but Hobert didn't take it too seriously. That outer god had never been able to escape the bondage of the seal and had not regained his Beander characteristic. An outer god who has lost most of his Beander characteristic should be the one to fear, the one to hide. Hobert looked again at the characters used by the original creator. Rather than characters, they were more like mental imprints. As long as there was visual contact, or even just proximity to a certain distance, the meaning of these characters could be understood. He guessed that the characters on the blasphemy slate should be similar to this. Hobert then carefully savored the words of the original creator. The original creator itself had some characteristics of a life form and would be attracted by some low probability events. However, the human aspect of him was not very complete. He did not send Sun Jilin and others back to Changcheng Station, which showed his mechanical coldness. At the same time, Hobert realized, the original creator also cared deeply about the human part of himself, or rather, he cared very much about the Beander emotions displayed by life. Why was this? And why did he ponder the meaning of the universe? The meaning of life. In Hobert's previous conjectures, divinity should be the inner rule of the universe's operation, very cold, and the original creator was the collection of this rule, so he should also be very cold. But unexpectedly, he also had things to think about. To be precise, he also had a confused side. Hobert suddenly had a bold guess. Does the divine part of the original creator also represent the consciousness of the universe? If so, could his confusion be the confusion of this cosmic consciousness? Hobert had thought about this question before. Is the original creator a kind of activation of this universe? Thinking of this, Hobert smiled and shook his head, not continuing to ponder this problem that was clearly becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Currently, Hobert moved all the ice sculptures on the ice surface outside. The underground ice layer felt different from the ice and snow outside. The ice and snow outside could be manipulated with Beander power, but the ice layer inside isolated all Beander power. The bodies frozen under the ice layer could not be dug out with Beander power. So, he took out as many as he could. Hobert brought them to the snow outside, and after confirming that they were all dead and had no spiritual body parts remaining, he buried them in the snow. He also found a stone from a nearby mountain, placed it in front of the graves, and carved the words, Martyrs Cemetery, with his Beander ability. Then, Hobert began to stroll through the icy world of Antarctica. He prepared to associate with the escaped outer god to see if he could find her. At the sequence 1 level, merely knowing the target's existence allows for association, but whether the target can be found depends entirely on luck. If he encountered a sequence 2 or higher target, they would have many ways to evade this ability, and the probability of success would be almost zero. However, considering that the outer god had been tormented by the original creator on Earth for tens of thousands of years, she should be very weak. With good luck, she might be associated. After strolling in the snow for 20 to 30 minutes, Hobert indeed sensed a trace of unusual spirituality. He searched for the weak clue and suddenly, a giant wall reaching into the clouds appeared in his sight. At first, Hobert thought it was a snow wall blown up by the wind, but the closer he got, the more he realized something was not right. It was truly a tall wall, and both sides extended into endless darkness, with no end to the high wall visible. Hobert was a bit strange. Why would there be such a wall here? His spirituality did not sense danger, so he cautiously approached the wall. When he reached the base of the wall that reached into the clouds, the surrounding cold wind slammed against the wall, emitting a mournful, humming sound. These walls remained completely unmoved, standing steadily there. Hobert looked up for a while, feeling somewhat shocked inside. He reached out and touched the wall in front of him. It was an ice wall, composed entirely of ice. These ice walls were clearly man-made. Who would create such a place here? Could it be that outer god? Hobert smiled and shook his head. That fellow probably didn't have such an ability anymore. Then, Hobert used the method of distortion, space to stand on top of the ice wall. Hobert wasn't sure how high it was, but the strong winds here felt like they could blow a person away at any moment. Standing on top, Hobert saw that the enormous ice wall formed a circle, enclosing a large area of land. In the mid-air in the middle of the ice wall, there was a small light sphere, emitting dazzling light, illuminating the land within the ice wall like sunlight. The ground was actually full of flower fields. Green grass grew wildly there, and many insects flew around. Although it was so far away, Hobert felt as if he could hear the buzzing of bees when he saw this scene. This, Hobert smiled, this is Antarctica. Immediately after, he saw a humanoid statue on the ground with tentacles and goat-like horns. The statue was covered in vegetation, as if it had been there for a long time. Hobert was slightly stunned. His spiritual perception told him that was the escaped outer god. Just then, a voice that made Hobert's entire body go numb suddenly appeared in his ear. It's so cold outside, come down and warm up. I have sweet delicacies here, and a warm and soft embrace. Hobert immediately felt his blood rush, and he really wanted to go down and find out which young lady was talking to him. After taking a deep breath of cold air, Hobert calmed down a little. He smiled and said, "Cheek. So you've been hiding here all along." Responding to his guess was the frost spreading across his feet. Hobert immediately jumped up. He knew very well that he absolutely could not be frozen by the ice and snow here, otherwise he would be sealed here. He plunged down from the high ice wall, then used the method of distortion, position to leave this place. But after a distortion, Hobert found that he hadn't moved far. It turned out that the primordial demoness had already used the ice and snow outside to form a huge snow layer, which already essentially had the characteristics of a seal. Hobert intended to immediately enter the spirit world, but when distortion, the boundary between the spirit world and the real world, his spirituality frantically warned him. Hobert realized that the primordial demoness was waiting for him in the spirit world. Hobert immediately abandoned the idea of escaping through the spirit world. He took out the Black Emperor, Path's uniqueness from the Country of Disorder, and placed it on his head. After becoming Sequence 1, Hobert could safely utilize the uniqueness in the real world for about 20 seconds. Before the ice and snow barrier in front of him had fully formed, he used the ability of chaos to make a section of the space chaotic. For others, that was a chaotic space, to be avoided as much as possible, but for Hobert, it was an escape route. Successfully passing through the ice and snow barrier, a forest of ice appeared before him. Huge ice pillars instantly rose from the ground, bending at times, and fluctuating in height, surrounding Hobert. Hobert used the method of alter his position, appearing in mid-air one moment and returning to the ground the next, trying his best to avoid these ice pillars and doing his utmost not to be trapped by the space formed by these ice pillars. However, as more and more ice pillars appeared, eventually only one narrow gap remained in front of Hobert for escape. He struggled to leap towards it. Just as he was about to escape the ice pillar's blockade, a young girl's upper arm made of ice, with slender, delicate hands, suddenly appeared from outside and covered the only gap. But there was no complete seal between the palm and the ice pillars. In the critical moment, Hobert summoned the power of the Country of Disorder, forming a black barrier to resist the incoming hand. Then, Hobert quickly escaped through the gap in the palm, using the uniqueness to make the surrounding 1 to 200 kilometers of area chaos. He left in the chaos. He used the method of distortion, position in one breath to reach the edge of Antarctica. After confirming that the primordial demoness had not caught up, Hobert took off the uniqueness, resealed it, and put it back into the Country of Disorder. With his back to the sea, Hobert looked once more at the Antarctic continent in the darkness. This place was truly a perfect match for the primordial demoness. The primordial demoness could freely create ice layers here and utilize the ice layers with exits to achieve a certain degree of self-sealing, in order to maintain her own state. Due to the special nature of the Antarctic continent, external deities could not sense the exact location of the primordial demoness, which was a very good protection for her. The only drawback might be that the signal was poor here, and the primordial demoness had no way to project too much power to the outside world. Hobert recalled his previous experience of the primordial demoness's descent. The descent process was indeed very slow and difficult. At that time, Hobert had thought it was because the primordial demoness was in a very poor state, but now it seemed that her state was not as bad as imagined. At least now, she still had the mood to create her own garden in Antarctica. But the primordial demoness seemed to want everyone to think that her condition was still very bad, so she had never truly descended upon the North-South continent. Hobert planned to report everything he saw today to the Earth Mother and the Evernight Goddess. The situation in the North Continent was so tense right now, and he didn't expect the deities to come and encircle the primordial demoness. It would be enough if they were simply aware of it. Moreover, the 7 deities should know more or less about Antarctica, so whether they were willing to come was uncertain. After all, the ice layers here could even seal true gods, and they also had to consider whether this might be a trap set by other deities. When leaving Antarctica, Hobert still used the method of distortion, space, rather than entering the spirit world. It was only after returning to the South Continent that Hobert, through the spirit world, changed his appearance, restrained his aura, and entered the Earth Mother Church on Longtail Island. He reported through prayer about his encounter with the primordial demoness in Antarctica and briefly stated his conjecture that the primordial demoness had recovered to a certain extent. Soon, Hobert's surroundings were replaced by vast fields of wheat, and in the wheat fields appeared a benevolent and sacred figure. I know. The primordial demoness dares not leave that place now. For you, the most important thing at present is to find a suitable opportunity to intervene in the war on the North Continent. Hobert bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Mother, I will consider it carefully." The benevolent and sacred figure nodded with satisfaction, and the surrounding wheat fields disappeared one by one. Hobert returned to the church. After resting briefly in the church, Hobert went to the Black Knight Goddess Church and also reported the matter. However, Hobert did not receive any reply. After a moment's thought, Hobert understood. At this time, the Evernight Goddess was pretending to be at the critical moment of accommodating the Death God uniqueness. Except for prayers that could be automatically responded to, the Evernight Goddess would not make any replies. Returning to Anjou, Hobert reviewed his Antarctic exploration in his study. Recalling the actions of the scientific researchers, he still felt a sense of tragedy. After all, they were ordinary people. Immediately after, he thought of the escaped outer god, feeling that this fellow was quite unlucky. Sealed by the original creator for tens of thousands of years, he finally escaped, but could only move around in the snowy Antarctica. And who knows how many years ago, he was turned into a sculpture by the primordial demoness. It was as if the character for miserable was written large on this fellow's forehead. Smiling and shaking his head, Hobert recalled the purpose of his trip and came to a conclusion: Antarctica was not suitable for building a mausoleum. Aside from the sealing properties of the place, which might not allow for a good connection with himself, that continent also had a covetous primordial demoness, making it not a good place for constructing a mausoleum. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. While Hobert was presiding over a meeting about the progress of immigration, his vision was suddenly covered by a gray fog. Then, a tall young man dressed in classical clothing appeared before him. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, please help me inform Mr. Emperor that we will depart tomorrow to explore the giant court again. Please Mr. Emperor, be prepared. We expect to reach our destination in 6 days. In 7 days, I will summon Mr. Emperor to join us." Immediately after, the figure in front of him vanished, and Hobert once again heard Conrad reporting on the immigration progress. Because he was still in the meeting, Hobert did not respond immediately. Conrad's report detailed the immigration situation since November of last year. As of August, a cumulative total of 700,000 people had immigrated from the North Continent, basically completing the previously set plan. After the national land reform was completed, new statistics showed that the entire country still had a population deficit of about 1 million people. These deficits mainly came from Highland County and Corran County, as well as the newly occupied Salto area. Assynt City alone needed at least 150,000 people to fill, and the Highland Kingdom had previously exploited its own citizens quite severely, greatly limiting the population size. The Salto area had a smaller population due to its harsher conditions. However, according to investigations, the Salto area is rich in mineral resources and has many fertile lands that can be cultivated. Local nobles knew that mining was profitable, so they basically used all their manpower for mining. The indigenous people, on the other hand, were unwilling to reclaim land, as most fertile areas were not their territory. It was easy for them to reclaim and cultivate land for several years until it became fertile, only to have it seized by colonists or local nobles. Even if it was fertile land, it could only grow one crop per year. For colonists, the initial development cost was too high, so they would not build manors there. This left a large amount of arable land undeveloped. The mere fact that cultivable land remained undeveloped made Hobert very uncomfortable. In his eyes, leaving such places idle was an unforgivable waste. Thus, Hobert presided over this meeting, preparing to launch the second round of immigration. Currently, the war in the North Continent is in a stalemate, and a large number of people have lost their jobs or land due to the war. Many refugees have flocked to Backland, placing a considerable burden on this international metropolis. In such an environment, there are plenty of people willing to immigrate, which can completely fill the population deficit of the South Balam Duchy. Hobert demanded that the Duchy government accelerate the immigration process, preferably completing the second phase of immigration within half a year. Because, in his view, after the war in the North Continent ends this winter, the diplomatic relations between the LotM Kingdom and the South Balam Duchy will be full of uncertainties. During a break in the meeting, Hobert took the opportunity to go to the restroom and pray to Fool, telling little son that he would adjust his time. At the same time, Hobert realized that City of Silver's second exploration of the giant court had been moved up. In his impression, this exploration was roughly at the same time as the War of the Gods in the North Continent. But it was only August now, and LotM, which had shrunk its defense lines, could still hold on for some time with supplies from the eastern part of the kingdom. Hobert recalled that Klein's hunt for the Nightmare Wolf also seemed to have been moved up, which meant that the residents of City of Silver and Month City would arrive earlier. So, after the new round of meetings began, Hobert inquired about the construction progress of New Larnaca City. After Anjou was completed, all construction workers, without any pause, went to Lanagua Port to begin the construction of the new city. According to the plan, it would be largely completed by October. Hobert nodded, saying there was plenty of time. At that time, the weather would be relatively hot, so living in unfinished buildings would be fine. The specific decoration work could be left to little son and his companions to complete themselves. The meeting agenda continued, and everyone discussed the issue of this year's great grain harvest. This year, the South Balam Duchy could be said to have enjoyed favorable weather. Any needs for rainfall or wind reduction, Hobert directly handed over to Medici and Raymond. With two weather warlocks here, they certainly couldn't be wasted. Although Medici always looked impatient when receiving such tasks, officials from the needy areas said that Medici looked delighted when facing the gratitude of the common people. Raymond, on the other hand, was usually very obedient, letting it rain exactly as much as requested, almost to the point of asking for the number of raindrops. It was because of Beander power that no part of the South Balam Duchy suffered natural disasters this year. A great harvest with twice the usual yield was certain. With so much grain produced at once, the Duchy government needed to coordinate storage efforts, as it had to be enough to feed the entire country for a year. The last topic of this meeting was the issue of internal conflicts among the populace. Currently, the South Balam Duchy has Runis, East Balamese, West Balanders, Highland Kingdom people, Longtail Island natives, Feniportians, and many smaller ethnic groups with low populations. They have different beliefs and living habits. Currently, during their interactions, many conflicts have already emerged among them, and these conflicts are tending to become more numerous and more intense. Hobert immediately identified the root of the conflict: this country did not have a dominant ethnic group. This was clearly a big problem. In Hobert's impression, a basic condition for a large, powerful nation was to have a dominant ethnic group with a population of at least 70%. This would be more conducive to unifying the country's values and greatly reducing internal conflicts. The immigration plan had not yet ended, but the drawbacks of an immigrant nation were about to begin to show. Hobert recalled the methods of self-stabilization of various immigrant countries in the AD era, and after a moment of thought, he realized, what was there to recall? In the Beander world, this was an opportunity. So, after the meeting, Hobert immediately instructed the Duchy government to invite professors of sociology, folklore, and linguistics to establish a department that would integrate the characteristics of domestic customs, clothing, and other aspects. Hobert was going to unify the entire country's clothing, language, weights and measures, and other standards. The first step was to conduct some surveys, combine the clothing styles from all sides, and keep the parts that were more practical, more beautiful, and not too difficult to make. Then, when the nationwide grand construction begins in the second half of the year, taking advantage of the semi-military control at that time, while unifying architectural styles, also unify clothing and weights and measures, and promote a single language. As long as they dressed the same, used the same things, and lived in the same way, most conflicts would not be so intense within a short time. As for some local customs and hairstyles, they could be retained, only requiring them to speak the same language. In at most 20 years, when the new generation, receiving new education, grew up, the entire country would no longer have such sharp conflicts. 60 or 70 years later, when all this became everyone's habit, a brand new nation with unified values would be born. However, Hobert was not concerned with such distant matters for now. At the very beginning of the unification of all things, it would inevitably be met with public resentment and resistance. And all of this would precisely become the foundation for Hobert to digest his potion, and also the key to the Black Emperor's ritual of advancement. The only thing to note was that if public resentment led to mass incidents, they must be resolved quickly. Reasoning with them generally wouldn't work. The solutions were nothing more than coercion and enticement. Conrad and others, with their experience in governing Longtail Island, were not unfamiliar with this, so Hobert asked Conrad to prepare several contingency plans. Even if they couldn't be resolved, it didn't matter. He would go himself, and with incitement, ability, everything would be fine. Amidst the meticulous planning and strategizing for this matter, time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was time for the appointment with Little Son. Hobert briefly told Audrey and Furs about his upcoming actions, then once again shut himself in his study. After building the spiritual wall, Hobert, as he did last time, sacrificed himself to Fool. However, this time, Fool responded after more than half a minute. Upon arriving at the Misty Castle again, Hobert felt that the figure deep within the castle seemed to be filled with distortion and chaos. He immediately recalled that Klein had explored the Giant King residence earlier, and his shadow had been taken by the Dark Angel Saucerer, while his marionette had also been taken again, so his state was very abnormal. Hobert really wanted to step forward and ask, "Are you all right? If not, I might as well have the Creator send me to the forsaken land of the gods." As he was lost in thought, Hobert's vision darkened, and he had already appeared in the forsaken land of the gods. Rising from the simple altar, in the dim light, Hobert first saw Derek Berg, who had brown-yellow hair and was tall. Derek was a little excited when he saw Hobert. How should I address you?" He suddenly remembered that he didn't know Mr. Emperor's name yet. Hobert smiled slightly. "My name is Hobert." Little Son also introduced himself. "My name is Derek." Hobert hummed, then turned to look at Chief Colin Iliad, who was also tall and had graying hair, and Lovia Tiffany, who wore a black robe and was beautiful and generous. Both of them were carefully observing Hobert. Derek had already reported that he would bring 2 helpers. Initially, Colin only intended for Derek to call 1 helper, in which case things would still be within controllable limits. To be precise, if Derek and his helper had problems, Colin and Lovia could still work together to control the situation. If there were 2 helpers, it would be easy to lose balance. But when Derek told Colin that the second helper was an angel and could relatively freely enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods, Colin had no more objections. The reason was simple: if this angel-level helper had problems, City of Silver would have been gone long ago. Colin knew that this angel's voluntary participation in this exploration must have his purpose, but this was also City of Silver's opportunity. Elder Lovia, however, was very worried about this, because in her opinion, City of Silver's power had lost its balance. Lost in thought, Colin and Lovia placed their left hands on their chests and bowed to Hobert. This was the minimum respect for an angel walking on the earth. Standing before you, I finally understand what it means to have giant bloodline. Hobert, who was much shorter than the three of them, waved at Colin and Lovia, acknowledging their bows. Then, he smiled and asked, "My giant language isn't very good. Can you understand me?" Derek replied, "It sounds a bit awkward, but we can understand what you mean." Hobert nodded. "How far is the giant court from here?" Derek pointed behind Hobert. "It's on the mountain over there." Hobert turned to look, and a bright light illuminated a magnificent castle built into the mountain. The castle's style was very ancient, different from any architecture on the north-south continent. It was incredibly grand, even exuding a strong sense of epic history, and a feeling of history coming to life. Hobert sighed with emotion. This is what they call a divine kingdom. Even after being abandoned for so long, it still gives off a sense of sanctity. He turned back. "I thought there wouldn't be any light here." "That bright light just appeared suddenly," Derek said. "We don't know what's going on either." Hobert nodded. "Then, can we begin our exploration? Do you mind if I speed things up a bit?" Before anyone else could answer, Hobert had already used the method of distortion, space to bring them to the gate of the giant court. Derek praised, "Mr. Hobert, is this ability a collective flash?" "That's distortion of space," Hobert said without hiding anything. A hint of worry appeared in Colin and Lovia's eyes. When Hobert sped up, just now, they had no ability to resist whatsoever. Hobert looked at the castle in front of him, which had many collapsed sections. "Gehrman is late. Gehrman Sparrow is never late." Just as Hobert finished speaking, a figure emerged from behind a collapsed tall tower. He was wearing a black trench coat and a silk top hat. His right face was cold and rigid, while his left face was composed of transparent, twisting, constantly crawling worms. Nor is he early. He arrives exactly on time. He grinned as he spoke, his smile incredibly exaggerated. The three demigods from City of Silver immediately adopted a vigilant stance. In their eyes, the man in the strange hat and coat looked more like a monster. Hobert chuckled. "That line sounds familiar. It's like a quote from somewhere." He paused, then added, "My friend, your condition is really poor. Let me help you out." As he spoke, Hobert distorted Klein's spirit body, making his originally incomplete spirit body temporarily complete. This was equivalent to Klein's spirit body, which was originally 0.5, being distorted into 1. Klein let out a long sigh of relief, and the half of his face composed of worms returned to normal. He regained his usual coldness. "With your addition, it seems this operation will be quite easy." Derek and the others listened intently to the conversation between their two helpers. Seeing Hobert easily resolve the problem, Derek was very happy, while Colin felt that City of Silver's power seemed to be marginalized in this operation. "Not necessarily," Hobert said. "Isn't Dark Angel sitting in the Giant King residence?" "That doesn't seem to be the complete Dark Angel," Klein said. "I've already opened the door to the Giant King residence, which brought some unexpected changes, causing the Divine Kingdom to shift. What's sitting inside is more like a shadow portion of Dark Angel. In short, it doesn't feel like the complete Dark Angel." As he spoke, he gave Hobert a meaningful look, and Hobert understood, nodding slightly. Earlier, they had exchanged information about Dark Angel at the Tarot Club. In Hobert's description, Dark Angel was a clone formed from the ancient sun god's humanity. During the ancient sun god's process of killing himself, he allowed his humanity to return, which meant Dark Angel lost his primary consciousness. Later, the ancient sun god's plan failed, and his humanity immediately reclaimed the sequence 1 Beander characteristic and the uniqueness of the Hanged Man pathway, forming the true creator. Therefore, Dark Angel also lost his primary Beander characteristic. Klein was just using his eyes to tell Hobert that his information was basically accurate. At the same time, Klein perceived that the Dark Angel sitting in the main hall was more like a symbolic meaning, or an embodiment of some divinity. But this was only his spiritual intuition, he hadn't clearly seen what it specifically was. Hobert clapped his hands. All right, everyone's here. We should set off. Oh, right, the three from City of Silver. I think Derek has already told you my conditions, right? Colin nodded. Yes. Hobert said pointedly, as long as I receive my reward, I will protect your safety and let you see the sun of the outside world. As he spoke, he stepped towards the gate. Hurry up, I'm very eager to see the current state of Dark Angel. Klein realized, Hobert might also be here on a mission, just like the true creator and Aemon. The creator might also want to know the current state of Dark Angel Saucerer. Ahead were double doors, dozens of meters high, with a grayish-blue hue, their surfaces inlaid with golden nails. Hobert really wanted to go up and see if those nails were made of real gold, but then he felt that such an action would not befit an angel's status and would make him seem cheap, so he could only pretend not to see them. On either side inside the gate stood a 5 to 6 meter tall, extremely imposing guard. They were clad in exquisite, sturdy silver full-body armor. One held a greatsword, the other a giant axe, and a cluster of orange-red light emanated from behind their masks. Colin and the others stopped their advance at a safe distance. Only Hobert was still walking forward unhurriedly by himself. Derek was about to call out to Hobert to discuss a strategy, but Klein stopped him. He can handle it himself. He knew that Hobert had already advanced to Sequence 1, and he had acted with Hobert not long ago. At this point, Hobert could kill a miracle invoker as if it were a game. 2 Sequence 3s were no match at all. Hobert advanced step by step. The huge steps, about a man's height, in front of the gate seemed to suddenly shrink, becoming the size of normal steps under his feet. After reaching a certain distance, the 2 silver knights reacted, their necks turning stiffly to look at the intruder, Hobert. Hobert snapped his fingers elegantly, altering the weight of the 2 silver knights' armor. Their hands trembled as if struggling to lift their weapons, but the greatsword and giant axe gradually sank into the mud beneath their feet. At the same time, because their armor was too heavy, the silver knights were pressed down onto one knee, as if kneeling in welcome to Hobert. Hobert came before the 2 silver knights and curiously examined them. So you've been able to guard this place until now because your spirit bodies are so special. Was it the influence from fighting the undying bird? But none of that matters anymore. You have become history. Rest in peace. Hobert took out 0 to 73, death domain from the country of disorder and stuffed their spirit bodies into the underworld. Thud. The great sword fell to the ground, and the 2 silver knights remained kneeling there motionless. Hobert snapped his fingers again, and 2 portions of silver knight Beander characteristic immediately precipitated. After putting away his spoils, Hobert waved to the back, let's continue forward. After 1 or 2 seconds, Derek finally reacted. The 2 silver knights who had been troubling them were actually dealt with just like that. He looked at his 2 companions with excitement. Colin seemed to have figured it out and no longer had any doubts about it. The chief was now very certain that the other party's strength was easily enough to destroy City of Silver, and there was no need for complex methods to achieve this. But the other party did not do so, which indicated that, at least for now, the other party had no ill intentions. Luvia's expression was very solemn, her eyes still filled with worry. But she also knew very well that her worries were useless. Upon seeing the reactions of his 2 companions, Derek also reined in his excited expression, though his heart was still very happy. I've known Mr. Emperor for 2 years now, and I understand him, know him quite well. Otherwise, if such a powerful helper had suddenly appeared before me, I would also have had doubts. The group continued forward. Not long after they started walking, a black lake blocked their path. These lakes looked very unusual. Beneath the surface, there seemed to be invisible whirlpools, capable of absorbing even spirituality. Hobert pointed at a brick on the ground, then waved his hand slightly. The brick shot towards the opposite bank like a cannonball leaving a barrel. However, this incredibly fast brick suddenly began to plummet in the center of the lake, falling into the lake in a parabola that defied the laws of mechanics, almost at a right angle. Then, Hobert raised his hand and pushed forward, and a large area of space in front became chaos, but the chaotic space also fell into the lake. Klein said, even Beander abilities can fall. Hobert smiled slightly. It seems Dark Angel's influence on this castle is not small. He pondered for a moment and said, get ready, we need to pass through here quickly. As he spoke, he grabbed the Black Emperor, uniqueness from the country of disorder and held it above his head, then made a downward chopping gesture. Whoosh! The black, lake water, parted in the middle, revealing a road that had turned black. Hobert used the ability to alter position, altering from this side of the lake to the other. He put away the uniqueness and smiled slightly. Fortunately, the one sitting inside is not the complete dark angel. Derek, beside him, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, we invited Mr. Emperor to help, otherwise, how could this lake have trapped us? Continuing forward, they saw a path made of steps extending all the way to the most magnificent Giant King residence. Appearing before everyone was a path made of countless gigantic steps, leading directly to the Giant King residence. On both sides of the path, palaces and tall towers were densely packed, and silver-armored giant statues, each holding a long halberd, were arrayed along both sides of the path, guarding the way to the dwelling of the gods. They seemed to sense unfamiliar beings intruding here, and the silver-white light on their bodies became very bright, as they all turned to look at Klein and his group. Hobert turned back to Derek and the other two, saying, I think you should also have some sense of participation. Derek nodded, summoning the no-dark spear, while Colin's body was covered in the light of dawn, a dawn sword appearing in his hand, and Luvia released the several-meter-tall, full-armored illusory figure she had herded. The three of them led the way, while Hobert distorted the propagation path of his voice, asking in a voice only he and Klein could hear, how do you plan to deal with this female elder? Klein was slightly taken aback. He hadn't considered this issue before, but it was different now. As long as this operation opened the passage between the god-forsaken land and the real world, Luvia's problem would be right in front of him. Killing her might make the City of Silver, already full of doubts, even more wary, but if a true creator-believer was placed among the City of Silver's forces, he would definitely be very uneasy. Seeing this, Hobert smiled and said, if you haven't thought it through, I can handle it for you. Klein immediately said, thank you. The battle between the three people in front and the statues was fierce, while Hobert and Klein behind them were as leisurely as if they were visiting a historical site. Hobert then said, the missionaries you sent to South Balam Duchy are a bit, how should I put it? It feels like their method of proselytizing is even more cautious than the Rose School of Thought. More precisely, their method of proselytizing was somewhat clandestine. Hobert heard that the Fool Church's missionary methods included, but were not limited to, secretly establishing mutual aid organizations for believers, and always preferring to hold prayers or sacrifices at night, and so on. Klein was a little exasperated, I've noticed that too, but I hope you can understand, after all, they've always proselytized this way before. The missionaries he sent to South Balam Duchy mainly came from the Sea God Church, the Abraham family, and the Temperance faction. These three organizations were all accustomed to being secretive, and it was difficult for them to change their ways for a while. Hobert then said, however, many people in Highland County and Corran County do respond to this approach. After all, the Rose School of Thought's missionary methods were previously leaning towards violence and bloodshed, so they can also accept this mysterious method of proselytizing. But when it's time to be open and above board, there must also be an open and above board side. He paused and then said, I can help you organize a missionary seminar, allowing the Fool Church's missionaries to communicate with the Earth Mother Church's missionaries. Just for communication on missionary aspects. Currently, the Earth Mother Church has already sent a large number of missionaries to South Balam Duchy. However, due to the war on the North Continent, it was impossible to send too many Beyonder forces here, with only one small Druid team in each of the two county capitals. The main Beyonder forces in South Balam Duchy were primarily official Beyonders loyal to Hobert. Hobert was not afraid that the god of war would be suspicious. After all, he had a very close cooperation with the Earth Mother Church from a very early time. Not allowing the Earth Mother Church to proselytize at this time would instead cause suspicion. But currently, the Night Goddess Church cannot be allowed to proselytize. Of course, the Night Goddess Church is also too busy with other matters right now. Klein nodded, this is a good opportunity. When we return to the real world, I will organize relevant personnel to learn. While they were discussing these matters, Derek and the other three had also cleared the way to the gate of the Giant King residence. Before everyone could see the interior of the palace, two figures flew out from within. One of them had his face covered in shadows, black hair reaching his shoulders, and a pair of illusory black wings growing from his back. The other was purely a shadow, occasionally twisting from side to side. They were Enuni, who had been affected by the Dark Angel and undergone some unknown mutation, and Klein's original shadow. Klein's shadow was the first to attack, launching a series of air cannons at the group. Enuni, on the other hand, had a head growing from each of his shoulders. When Lovia saw those 3 heads, her gaze solidified, and her body trembled, as if she felt the aura from an absolutely high-ranking being. Hobert snapped his fingers, and all the air cannons were blocked by a transparent air barrier. In mid-air, under the illumination of what seemed like light, this scene appeared very illusory. Each air cannon exploded into giant craters on the air barrier, as if exploding the normally invisible air. But Derek and the others, who were just a step away, felt no impact from the explosions. Hobert looked at the shadow and strengthened its association with Klein. Klein immediately felt that his other half of his spirit body seemed to have reconnected with him. He quickly followed these associations to control the shadow. The shadow immediately froze on the steps, as if struggling against Klein's consciousness. Immediately after, the Order sword appeared in Hobert's hand. It transformed into the shape of a spear and flew towards Enuni. Just as Enuni was about to utilize his ability, he immediately realized the threat of this black long spear. The head on his left shoulder suddenly bathed in sunlight, and his left hand projected a no-dark spear towards the Order sword. But the pure white no-dark spear did not even touch the black spear, yet it was already shattered by the Order sword. At the same time, Enuni's middle head became illusory, and a black tide surged from the main hall, blocking his front. The Order sword's momentum did not diminish, twisting a void in the black tide and pinning the affected puppet to the ground. Hobert sighed, this guy is almost at sequence 2 strength. Enuni tried hard to pull out the spear-shaped Order sword stuck in his chest, but before he could even touch the Order sword, his hands had already turned into powder. Hobert turned to the shadow again, using the utilize ability, prematurely ending the basis of the ability and power that allowed it to exist. The shadow finally stopped struggling and returned to Klein's feet. Klein shivered all over. Although this shadow became extremely cold and had a hint of fallen aura, his spirit body became complete again. Hobert came before Enuni and asked Klein, he should be a historical void you summoned, right? Klein came back to his senses and nodded, yes. Hobert pulled out the Order sword, altering Enuni's state, allowing him to return to the historical void. On the steps, only a humanoid black shadow, 2 heads growing on the shadow's shoulders, and black illusory wings remained. He raised a hand, severing the association between the black shadow and the power within the main hall. The black shadow, heads, and wings immediately dissolved into nothingness. In less than 10 seconds, Hobert had dealt with these 2 troublesome opponents. Derek and the others had all expected a fierce battle today, but they didn't expect that the most intense battle so far was the one just now with those statues. Although it was intense, it was effortless for them. Klein also sighed, you solved the problem so easily, making us seem a bit redundant. Hobert smiled, no, you are very good spectators. Then he looked in the direction of the main hall, his expression also becoming serious, it won't be so easy next. The group arrived in front of the main hall and saw that its interior was a mass of darkness. It was a pure darkness that could devour all light. Klein said, compared to just now, there's been some change again. Just now, I could still vaguely see a tall figure sitting inside. Hobert looked for a while and then nodded. He felt that even true sight couldn't clearly see the scene inside. I didn't expect the Dark Angel to still have such powerful strength without the support of a main consciousness and Beander characteristic. No, that's not right. He suddenly thought that in the presence of the true creator, the Dark Angel could only have some symbolic meaning. The reason the Dark Angel was currently displaying such powerful strength should be related to the Chaos Sea. In Hobert's impression, even if the ancient sun god's clone still had residual consciousness of the Dark Angel, although that wisp of consciousness was in a dormant state, for thousands of years, it was enough for him to utilize the blasphemy slate to obtain much power from the Chaos Sea. Thinking of this, Hobert said, everyone, do not utilize any abilities like clones or historical projections. He said to Lovia, you also should not herd. There is a very strong, fallen, power in here. Any clone might betray, and even companions might betray each other. When you feel a dangerous thought, immediately give a warning. Everyone nodded. Of course, the best way is for me to go in and explore by myself, but you certainly wouldn't want to just wait here. Hobert said, and was the first to step into the darkness. Colin, Derek, and Lovia followed closely with determined eyes. As Hobert said, hope was right in front of them, and they were unwilling to wait here. As for Klein's physical body, because the true creator had planted the fallen seed in him, it could only be removed after seeing the dark angel. So he walked at the very back, reaching into his pocket to pinch the potion he had prepared in advance, and followed along. Upon entering the gloomy main hall, Hobert immediately realized that it was not as dangerous inside as it appeared from the outside. This feeling was very familiar to him. He self-deprecatingly thought, it's very much like the creator, and the fool, during a certain period, just an intimidating empty shell. The group maintained a not too far, not too close distance. Their vision was not completely swallowed by the darkness, they could not see anything beyond about 5 meters. The ground was made of solidified grayish-white stone bricks, like twilight, without any beyonder power. Hobert, who was walking at the very front, suddenly let out an "oh," and a thin protective shield, composed of the power of the Nation of Disorder, immediately appeared around them. Immediately after, a part of the darkness in everyone's field of vision seemed to become even denser. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be hard to notice. The darkness also seemed to sense that the shield was unbreakable, so it disappeared again in front of everyone, and the darkness returned to its original concentration. Hobert pondered for a moment, but said nothing, continuing to walk deeper into the hall. After more than 10 minutes of exploration, they arrived at the depths of the hall, where there was a high platform composed of layers of huge steps. The throne on the high platform was empty, with nothing on it. This made everyone's eyes narrow. The Dark Angel had awakened, and left. Hobert always felt that something was wrong. He pondered for a moment before saying, to see the most crucial Dark Angel here, one must first weaken oneself. As he spoke, he used his weakening ability on himself, making himself only at sequence 3 level for the next few seconds. Immediately after, Hobert removed the shield formed by the power of order. That Black Knight was indeed the first one. Derek and the others were stunned, but they suddenly found that Lovia, who had been so close, was gone. The most surprised was Klein. He was clearly at the back, but he didn't even notice when Lovia disappeared. Everyone hadn't understood what was going on and were carefully observing their surroundings when Hobert continued, "I'll help it out." As he spoke, he amplified the surrounding darkness. At this moment, everyone found that the surrounding darkness, like the patch of darkness that had suddenly become dense just now, had deepened in color considerably. The seemingly thick darkness surged towards everyone. Before they could dodge, everything in front of them had changed. The surroundings were no longer dark, but had become hazy. The surrounding walls and huge stone pillars were clearly visible, but they seemed to be covered by a layer of not too thick, not too thin shadow. Outside the windows, there was no sun, no moon, and no stars, but a faint light shone in. Lovia, who had disappeared first, was already observing the surroundings here. Everyone's spirituality almost simultaneously sensed something and turned their heads to look at the depths of the palace, at the black iron throne located at the top of the layers of steps. Upon the throne sat a black-haired man with shoulder-length hair whose face was obscured. Behind him were layers upon layers of black wings, and complex patterns were inscribed on his robe. At this moment, the man's left elbow rested on the armrest of the throne, his palm supporting the side of his face, seemingly in slumber. Just a glance made thoughts like, sacred, and, not to be offended, flash through Derek and the others' minds. Only Hobert was unaffected. Immediately after, everyone understood in their hearts that this sleeping man, similar in height to a giant, was the left hand of God, the vice-monarch of heaven, Dark Angel Saucerer. Lovia once again clearly felt the pressure from a high-level being, and this time the sense of oppression was even stronger, similar to when receiving a response from praying to the true Creator, making her body tremble. Hobert had already recovered to sequence 1 level. He was trying to connect with the Nation of Disorder. Now his situation was similar to before, when he was in the Bound Gods' spiritual barrier. It seemed he was disconnected from the Nation of Disorder. But because he was now Sequence 1, he could not only mobilize the power of the Nation of Disorder, but also retrieve sealed artifacts from within it. However, the process of retrieving the sealed artifact was very slow, taking about 2 seconds to take out the Sun Scepter. Klein, who was beside him, also said, "I can't feel the existence of the historical void." Not only could he not feel the existence of the historical void, but because his sequence was relatively low, he was almost completely disconnected from Saphira Castle. "Don't panic too much. Although the power here is of a very high level, I can distort it," Hobert said. "Let's continue forward and see if we can find clues to get out." From their position, the Black Iron Throne was unclear, and Hobert also did not see the blasphemy slate he had been longing for. Klein was about to suggest that Luvia utilize a herded soul to test it first, but Hobert had already taken the lead, striding forward with the Sun Scepter in hand towards the throne. So Klein quickly followed. At this moment, Hobert suddenly realized that something was wrong. It turned out that his memory of this exploration seemed a bit blurry. He only remembered that the door to the outside was behind the throne, and he only remembered that the blasphemy slate was near the throne. This was not difficult to understand. After all, whether it was the Dark Angel or the blasphemy slate at this time, their levels were very high, so it was normal for him to lose some memories about them. Arriving in front of the huge steps designed for giants, Hobert felt a strong sense of fallen aura on the steps. The next second, a black tide spread out from under his feet. That was the power of Fallen at Sequence 1 level. The fallen aura on the steps was obscured by the fallen ability emitted by Hobert, stopping its approach to them. The black tide under Hobert and the others' feet became like a mollusk, carrying everyone forward. The surrounding fallen aura thought they were of the same kind, and never came to disturb them. When they had walked halfway, cracks appeared on the surrounding walls, giant pillars, and bricks, and brass-colored eyes grew out of them. Hobert's first thought, do these eyes represent the God of knowledge and wisdom? After all, the key to opening this hall was obtained from the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church. But then, his spirituality sensed danger, so he raised his hand and used a distortion, turning the Beander attack coming towards them towards a stone pillar. That stone pillar immediately lost its grayish-white color, then the twilight color inside also faded, turning into a stone pillar with obvious corrosion marks. Crack! The stone pillar broke in the middle and fell to the ground. This was the reader's insight ability, which could see through all Beander phenomena and invalidate Beander abilities by analyzing them. All the brass-colored eyes suddenly shook together and emitted a very ethereal voice, the aura of the Nation of Disorder. Those eyes then looked at Klein, the aura of Saphira Castle. Hearing, Saphira Castle, Colin seemed to recall something, and his eyes were somewhat dazed. At this moment, Klein suddenly understood. One must possess Saphira to get a response here, or to approach Sorcerer. No wonder the true creator, despite having Luvia, a city of silver demigod believer, still forced me to enter the palace to meet the Dark Angel. At this time, the brass-colored eyes spoke again. Your two fates are very peculiar, interacting with Ammonizes, Adam, Ammon, Medici, and of course, him. The three demigods of City of Silver were not unfamiliar with these names. They were slightly stunned, not expecting these two helpers to have interactions with so many existences beyond Sequence 1. But when they thought of Hobert's power, all of this seemed reasonable. Seeing Hobert lost in thought, Klein retorted, him. Brass-colored eyes, he is another me. Hobert suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were talking about Celestial Worthy. Klein and Derek also understood that the brass-colored eyes were referring to the true creator. Indeed, they were all connected to the true creator. Hobert and Klein had both clashed with the true creator's forces more than once. Especially Hobert, after his own power and influence became strong enough, he directly caused the Aurora Order to disappear without a trace. At this moment, Hobert said, I heard that you slept for a long time, and then awakened from Chaos Sea. The brass-colored eyes did not answer directly, but said, I can see more than you can imagine, for example, the parts of your two bodies that are out of sync with fate. Hobert and Klein were both stunned. The other party seemed to be saying, I can tell that you are transmigrators. The ethereal voice then said, as the intelligence you received, I indeed awakened after a long slumber. Hobert asked again, there's a question I'm very curious about. As a scientific researcher, why do you always wear a cross? Initially, it was for warding off evil. Hobert's mouth twitched. Ward. Never mind, please continue. Brass-colored eyes. Later, I discovered that this was the original's intention, including the crosses related to me in the second epic and third epic, all were the original, manifesting his existence. At this moment, the three demigods of City of Silver, including Derek, successively realized that they were currently conversing with the Dark Angel. Their expressions were very complex, a mixture of surprise, doubt, and confusion. Especially Derek, he knew that this was essentially like conversing with the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord. Hobert slowly nodded. So, you were influenced by the original, very early on. The brass-colored eyes seemed to show a hint of human emotion. Yes, not long after I emerged from Chaos Sea, I noticed this problem. So I fused the authority of Fallen and the Beander characteristic of the Hanged Man pathway, creating another self, whose purpose was to control Chaos Sea and isolate it from my main body. The description from this ethereal voice was similar to the intelligence Hobert had previously recounted. After describing his failed attempt to resist the original, the other party said, "You don't seem surprised by this." Colin and Lovia were obviously very surprised, but these brass-colored eyes seemed to only care about Hobert and Klein. What's there to be surprised about? Hobert smiled. I am a Beander of the lawyer pathway. It's impossible for the original to revive within my body. I just need to be careful of the beginning's consciousness. No, you have a misconception about the beginning, original, and Lord of the Mysteries. The ethereal voice said solemnly, when the beginning is in slumber, the original and Lord of the Mysteries can influence any of the 22 Beander pathways. As far as I know, Lord of the Mysteries has already left its imprint in the Black Emperor and Justiciar's advancement rituals. When you become a true god, his will begin to awaken within your body. Holy crap! Hobert finally realized that this was Celestial Worthy's arrangement. Duke Hobert noticed that when the ancient sun god mentioned the Celestial Worthy, he said that the imprint was left during the ritual of becoming the Black Emperor, not within the uniqueness or sequence 1 characteristic. This was incredibly malicious. To become a god, one had to accept the fact that the Celestial Worthy was part of their divinity. The brass-colored eyes, with the consciousness of the ancient sun god, continued in an ethereal voice, within the high-sequence Beander characteristics of every pathway, there are the initial imprints, including those of the outer gods. The primordial demoness and Lord of the Mysteries are precisely using this point to allow their wills to appear within the divinity of all high-sequence Beanders, though the pathways they focus on are different. Duke Hobert nodded. The primordial demoness leans towards combat types, so pathways like Hunter should be more easily affected. Lord of the Mysteries leans towards insidiousness, towards strong spirituality, so pathways like Prisoner and Mystery Prior are more easily affected. He pondered for a moment and then asked, why would Lord of the Mysteries send back a portion of the Son of Chaos's Beander characteristics and some of the Nation of Disorder's Sephira to the starry sky? This time, Klein was also a bit surprised. This information was very new to him. At this moment, Duke Hobert had already isolated the hearing of Colin and the others. As for them, this information already carried a certain degree of contamination. I don't know the specifics, the brass-colored eyes said. However, according to the clues I've gathered, Lord of the Mysteries is experimenting to maintain sufficient sanity for himself. The primordial demoness and Lord of the Mysteries are, to a certain extent, the creator, but they also have their own personalities. They both hope to become the creator's primary personality. Whoever can be more rational when the creator awakens will have hope of becoming the creator's primary personality. Duke Hobert nodded. This can be seen as the Celestial Worthy resisting the primordial demoness. Then he continued, I heard Medici say that Solomon was granted the surname Solomon because he became an angel of the Black Emperor pathway. Did you disrupt some of Lord of the Mysteries' schemes because of this? The ethereal voice said, yes. Lord of the Mysteries has 2 backup plans for resurrection, one in Sephira Castle. As he spoke, all eyes looked at Klein, then continued, one is in the Nation of Disorder. The main Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor and Justiciar were sealed by Lord of the Mysteries around the Nation of Disorder. But Solomon, under the influence of uncertain mist, obtained the Son of Chaos, which was sealed by Lord of the Mysteries and under the guidance of the Son of Chaos, through a complex ritual, obtained a portion of the Duke of Entropy's Beyander characteristic. I used Solomon's promotion to pull the Beyander characteristics and uniqueness sealed by Lord of the Mysteries around the nation of disorder into the real world, essentially destroying Lord of the Mysteries' plan. Duke Hobert slowly nodded. Based on this, the future Klein completely destroyed the Celestial Worthy's arrangements and defeated the Celestial Worthy who intended to cross over with me, which allows me to remain relatively pure until I become a god. But after becoming a god, it's hard to say, or rather, any god who has to contend with divinity will find that a large part of that divinity is the consciousness of those ancient existences. Klein, on the side, was thinking about something else. Obviously, Duke Hobert's experience won't be similar to mine, right? He got help from the nation of disorder and became the creator. Duke Hobert then said, "Don't you find it, Lord of the Mysteries?" Logically, Lord of the Mysteries should have realized that the Son of Chaos would disrupt his plan, but why didn't he make the seal tighter? He couldn't. The Son of Chaos was a life directly conceived by the Creator, even closer to the Creator than the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the brass-colored eyes said. As for uncertain mist, I've made many conjectures. It might be part of the Creator's will within, Lord of the Mysteries' body, or it might be part of the Son of Chaos's consciousness. But I didn't have time to verify it. Duke Hobert nodded, "Thank you for your answer." Then he asked Klein, "Do you have any other questions?" Klein paused slightly before asking, "Since Dark Angel Saucereer has returned to your main body and became the true creator after the plan failed, who is now sleeping on the throne ahead? And why would the true creator want to meet the Dark Angel?" My other self probably wanted to check the Dark Angel's state and see if the first blasphemy slate was still here, the ethereal voice said. As for the fellow on the throne, he's a product of the fusion of my other self's lingering will and the primordial demoness's will. At this moment, Duke Hobert and the other's spirituality seemed to sense something, and they all looked towards the iron-black throne. The Dark Angel's illusory wings seemed to suddenly move. The brass-colored eyes gradually closed. "Yes, he is about to awaken, but he is not your opponent. Both of you, I see hope in you, the hope of overcoming divinity. We will meet again." One by one, the eyes closed, and the Dark Angels will completely disappeared. Without time to ponder the meaning of his last words, Duke Hobert lifted the blockade on Colin and the others, and they all looked at the throne above. As the Dark Angel's black wings gently undulated, a stone of immense antiquity was revealed. Its surface was mottled and weathered, inscribed with text that Duke Hobert and the others had never seen before, yet could understand at a glance. "These are the blasphemy slate," Duke Hobert mused, while browsing some of its contents. Sequence 3 Demoness of Undying, Sequence 2 Demoness of Catastrophe, Sequence 1 Doomsday Witch, Sequence 0 Primordial Demoness. Before he could look at the other pathways, the Dark Angel Saucereer had already opened his eyes. Duke Hobert felt Luvia's body rapidly become fallen and betray her. At the moment this city of Silver Elder let out a shrill cry, Duke Hobert simultaneously dragged the Black Emperor's uniqueness out of the nation of disorder and granted the fallen and betrayal on her to the Dark Angel. Just as Duke Hobert had predicted, his grant was successful. In other words, although the Dark Angel looked very powerful at this moment, it was essentially an empty shell propped up by the Dark Angel's status and the power provided by the Chaos Sea. A Sequence 1 level attack could completely harm him. The surrounding, fallen, aura surged, and at the same time, a dark cloud appeared at the top of the hall, with streaks of bone-white lightning striking down towards everyone. Just as everyone was about to dodge, they found that these lightning bolts perfectly avoided them, and even the fallen aura didn't affect them, nor did it affect Luvia. Because Duke Hobert made the Dark Angel's attack target chaos, all of his attacks would hit the ground, hit the giant pillars, hit the walls, but they would not attack Duke Hobert or his companions. At the same time, the sun scepter in Duke Hobert's hand shone brightly, and amplified pure white light rays shot towards the Dark Angel sitting there. The Dark Angel squinted, blinded by the dazzling sunlight, and raised his arm to block it. At this point, brass-colored eyes appeared on his palm and arm. The pure white sunlight was seen through, and immediately turned dim yellow, causing very limited damage to the Dark Angel. Duke Hobert couldn't help but frown. Theoretically, the power of the sun pathway was quite effective against the Dark Angel, but there was a problem. Under the influence of the Chaos Sea, the Dark Angel was currently in a omniscient and omnipotent state. This made the Dark Angel relatively understand the power of the sun pathway, so it was easy to see through such attacks. The brass-colored eyes on the Dark Angel looked at Duke Hobert again, causing Duke Hobert's chaos power to immediately disappear. But at the same time, Duke Hobert altered the Dark Angel's attack, and all of the Dark Angel's attacks still perfectly missed Duke Hobert and the others. Klein and the others did not try to show off and all stood behind Duke Hobert. They could feel that the Dark Angel was a level higher than them at this time. Their abilities could indeed attack the Dark Angel, but the effect would not be too good, and at the same time, they would be very easily harmed by the Dark Angel. At this moment, Duke Hobert finally took out the uniqueness from the Nation of Disorder and immediately put it on his head. After putting on this crown with black gems, his aura became even more majestic, so much so that even the Dark Angel dared not look at Duke Hobert. The sun scepter in Duke Hobert's hand suddenly lengthened, becoming similar to a long spear. The next moment, Duke Hobert had already appeared in front of the Dark Angel. He amplified the essence of the sun scepter's power, causing it to emit a golden yellow light that pierced into the Dark Angel's chest, erupting with dazzling light. This caused the Dark Angel to show a pained expression, and a golden yellow flame ignited in his chest. The Dark Angel's figure and illusory feathers simultaneously became even more ethereal. At this moment, Duke Hobert felt that the Dark Angel was replenishing power from the chaos see-through the blasphemy slate. Order crystal, resembling ice crystals, appeared at Duke Hobert's feet and quickly spread to cover the blasphemy slate. However, upon reaching the blasphemy slate, the order crystal suddenly stopped. Duke Hobert was startled. This was the first time he had encountered something that the order crystal could not directly seal. A viscous black liquid swallowed Duke Hobert, and he immediately felt signs of betrayal in his body. Duke Hobert immediately used these viscous liquids. Under his control, the viscous liquids that had appeared out of thin air vanished into the surrounding space. This was an operation Duke Hobert completed using the uniqueness. If he had used a Sequence 1 status, he might not have been able to complete the utilize process, as the Dark Angel's status was not low at this time. Immediately after, Duke Hobert altered the Dark Angel, along with the chair, to the center of the hall. Since it was difficult to seal the blasphemy slate, he simply separated the Dark Angel from it. At this moment, when Duke Hobert cut off the association between the Dark Angel and the blasphemy slate, the Dark Angel's figure became even more illusory, while the golden flame on his chest suddenly enveloped the Dark Angel, burning and purifying this fallen existence. The Dark Angel successively used the abilities of Sun and Tyrant, but failed to extinguish the flames on his body. He originally wanted to continue struggling, but the golden yellow flames had already burned him to a state of either realization, and he finally returned to nothingness. Even the iron black throne he sat on was burned to ashes. Duke Hobert's sun scepter wielded the power of its essence. If the Dark Angel had the Hanged Man pathway's uniqueness within him, or even just a Sequence 1 characteristic, he would not have died so quickly. The shadows covering the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles quickly disintegrated, revealing inch by inch an orange-red glow, the original color of the Giant King residence. Just as Duke Hobert and the others were about to return to the real world, a force broke through the barrier, causing Klein's chest to bulge out and transform into a mass of pitch-black flesh and blood. This flesh and blood immediately detached from Klein's body, rapidly wriggling and growing, turning into a giant shadowy hand that reached towards the first blasphemy slate. The sun scepter, which had just returned to Duke Hobert's hand, shot out again, pinning the giant hand to the ground. The uniqueness still had about 10 seconds of utilized time, so even if the true creator descended, he would not be without the power to resist. Thank you. Aemon, wearing a monocle and a pointed soft hat, appeared silently beside the blasphemy slate. He was thanking Duke Hobert for helping him block the true creator. Immediately after, Aemon raised his hand and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. The lens, which seemed to be made of crystal, suddenly became dark, as if composed of countless mixed colors. A phantom, terrifying, slightly rippling deep ocean, appeared in front of Aemon. This blasphemer released some kind of power that he had stolen at some unknown time and from some unknown place. The blasphemy slate suddenly vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound, as if it had come alive. Duke Hobert, who was looking for an opportunity nearby, immediately realized that Aemon was currently the master of this blasphemy slate. Even if he snatched the blasphemy slate, Aemon only needed to wave his hand, and the blasphemy slate would return to him. Duke Hobert had no corresponding preparations for this, or rather, he had no means to make such preparations, as no normal person would approach the Chaos Sea for no reason. So he did not rashly try to snatch it, but instead held the sun scepter with one hand and asked, "On the day I was promoted to angel, why did you steal Erebus's thin-necked glass bottle?" Aemon said with a grin, "Of course, it was to help you deal with uncertain mist." Heh. Duke Hobert smiled, "You're lying." Immediately, he pulled out the sun scepter, and the increasingly solid shadowy giant hand immediately grabbed towards Aemon. While Klein was relieved that he had finally cut off all ties with the true creator, he took this opportunity to quietly retreat and open his eyes wide, trying to glimpse the surface of the grayish-white slate. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. As soon as the corresponding words entered his eyes, Aemon reached out and grabbed the blasphemy slate, then suddenly turned around and instantly left through the door. The shadowy giant hand had by this time expanded into a black shadow, and he chased Aemon out of the door. The next second, all shadows vanished, and an orange-red glow illuminated the palace where the giant king once resided. Colin and the others came to their senses. At this moment, they felt the entire castle once again bathed in the power of dusk. For a moment, they could hardly believe that this exploration mission was coming to an end in such a way. At this point, their gazes all turned to Duke Hobert and Klein, gratitude evident on their faces. These three demigods, of course, knew that without Duke Hobert, they would have paid a huge price to defeat the Dark Angel. Colin was the first to regain his composure. "From today onwards, everyone in City of Silver can freely convert to Mr. Fool." Klein also said solemnly, "Respected Mr. Fool will send someone to guide you to the outside world and help you integrate into it. The Creator's deer will help you prepare residences and churches. Derek no longer concealed it. Praise Fool. Praise the Creator." Then, everyone simultaneously looked at the two huge stone doors behind the high platform. Duke Hobert put away the uniqueness and said to Colin and the others, "I think you should be the ones to push open that door." The three City of Silver demigods, no longer hiding their excitement, quickly came to the gray-blue door depicting a dusk scene. Derek and Luvia's Silver Knight, which she pastored, pushed the door together. At this moment, Derek seemed to see his father and mother, and his deceased comrades such as Joshua and Antina. Two lines of tears also flowed from the corners of Luvia's eyes. She seemed to see her mentor and husband who had died in front of her, and her son whom she had personally killed. They stood beside the two people, simultaneously placing their hands on the door, pushing the gray-blue door with them. Drops of tears slid down their faces, and a heavy creaking sound echoed in their ears. A gap appeared, allowing golden sunlight to enter. The gap grew wider and wider, revealing the part of the giant court that existed in the real world. Under the twilight, although the huge castle was filled with a sense of decay, in Derek's eyes, this was still an unparalleled beautiful scene. In the distance was a boundless sea, pushing up layers of golden waves under the twilight glow. This was the real sea, not the dim and obscure sea they had seen before, which could only be seen from afar. Derek and Luvia's tears immediately disappeared, replaced by immense shock and hope for a new life. Derek, who had heard about the sea from the Tarot Club before, immediately felt his scalp tingle. At this moment, he realized that no matter how magnificent the words in books were, they could not describe the grandeur of the sea. Even the usually stern Colin's lips moved slightly, revealing a pure smile and a faint longing. Klein, who was nearby, took out the miracle invoker potion he had already prepared and drank it in one gulp. He completed his promotion very easily, not only because the promotion ritual of bringing light back to City of Silver perfectly met the promotion requirements, but also because he had already partially digested the miracle invoker potion in advance. It was only after Colin and the others had quietly looked outside for a full minute that Duke Hobert stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen, there is something you need to pay attention to." The three of them then came back to their senses and looked at Duke Hobert together. Duke Hobert said, "The statements you just heard about the ancient sun god being betrayed by the King of Angels should not be spread casually once you go outside." Colin was stunned for a moment, and seeing Derek, who knew the inside story, Tell him with his eyes that he could agree, he said, we will not spread it externally. Duke Hobert did not explain why he gave such an instruction, but instead said to Lovia, both the great the creator and the respected Mr. Fool regard the fallen creator as an enemy. Lovia's expression changed. She first adopted a defensive posture, but then thought that no matter how she defended, the other party could easily kill her. Derek, on the other hand, quickly explained, Mr. Duke Hobert, Elder Lovia she. At the moment of pushing the door, he suddenly understood this elder's difficulties. Everything she did was for City of Silver. Duke Hobert raised his hand, interrupting Derek's words, let me finish first. Derek opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to listen to what Mr. Emperor had to say first. There are two paths before you, Duke Hobert said to Lovia. The first is to agree to let me help you cut off all ties with the fallen creator. From now on, if you do not actively pray to him, he will no longer be able to influence you. But if we find that you start believing in the fallen creator again, I will kill you without mercy. The second path is to reject the previous condition I offered you, and I will turn you into an Beander characteristic. Lovia looked at the distant sea and smiled, this is not a difficult choice. Then she said seriously, I choose to convert. Duke Hobert looked at Klein. Klein, who had just been promoted, said, I will make a special report on this matter to Mr. Fool. Duke Hobert nodded, then said to Colin, additionally, I hope your 6-member council will be changed to a 7-man council, because we are more familiar with Derek, and he can handle the communication between both sides. Colin nodded, of course, no problem. Only then did Duke Hobert once again take out the Black Emperor's uniqueness and severed Lovia's association with the true creator. After completing the corresponding operation, Duke Hobert did not immediately put the uniqueness back, but instead said to Colin, a word in private. Before Colin could answer, Duke Hobert had already led him a few meters away, and very cautiously, alter the surrounding environment with the uniqueness. Not only that, but he also covered it with another layer of barrier formed by Order Crystal outside. Duke Hobert said solemnly to Colin, regarding the origin of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in City of Silver, which are divine level sealed artifacts, the highest level of secrecy must be maintained. It cannot be revealed to anyone. I suggest asking Mr. Fool for help to keep that secret, otherwise you will cause great trouble. Most of City of Silver's Beyonders are of the warrior sequence, and Duke Hobert was afraid that the god of war might exert some influence on them. Of course, such a thing would almost certainly not happen, as the god of war was quite busy at the moment, but if he did notice this group of Beyonders, it would cause huge variables in the future divine war. Seeing Duke Hobert speak so seriously, Colin immediately said, I understand. I will pray to Mr. Fool later. Duke Hobert hummed, lifted the 2 layers of seals, and once again put the uniqueness back into the Nation of Disorder. He smiled and said to everyone, well, everyone, this exploration is successfully completed, I will take my leave first. The next second, Duke Hobert disappeared in front of everyone. Klein asked Colin, do you need me to take your advanced team to the outside world? Thank you, Colin said again, but let us walk this path ourselves. You just need to prepare the ships for us. Because they couldn't build ships. All right. After agreeing, Klein tipped his hat to everyone and also disappeared from their sight. September was the last period of muggy weather in Backland. That morning, Leonard, who had just finished handling an Beander case, emerged from the cool church. Even as a Sequence 5, he could still feel the heat wave outside, damn weather. He waved to a hansom cab. Just as he was about to get in, he heard a sweating newsboy shout, Extra! Extra! The Duchy of South Balam officially declares war on the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic. The first batch of reinforcements arrives in Backland tomorrow. A newspaper, please. Leonard took a penny from his wallet and handed it to the newsboy. After getting the newspaper, Leonard boarded the carriage and read the paper while heading back to his rented residence. Leonard was not surprised by the news of the Duchy of South Balam joining the war, because at the Tarot Club 2 days ago, the Emperor had already revealed that the final negotiations between the Duchy of South Balam and the Loan Kingdom had been completed, and they would join the war in the next few days. Furthermore, the Emperor also stated that by participating in this war, the Duchy of South Balam gained many new rights and interests in the North Continent, and also acquired many territories in the South Continent. These territories included a portion ceded by the Loan Kingdom, and also what would be part of the war reparations from the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic after the war. Thinking of this, Leonard once again lamented the Duchy of South Balam's exploitation of Loan. Yes, in his opinion, it could be fully described as exploitation. Not to mention the previous negotiations, this time the Duchy of South Balam also obtained many franchises such as tobacco, alcohol, and electricity. Similarly, these franchises were not only held in Loan, but if they won, they would enjoy these privileges in Forsake and Intis as a form of war compensation. This gave Leonard a misconception: the North Continent colonized the South Continent, and the Duchy of South Balam colonized the North Continent. At the Tarot Club, Leonard had asked the Emperor, "Why are you so certain that Loan can still win?" Given the current situation, Loan had no hope of winning the war. It was already a miracle that the front line in the Balchus Mountains had held until now. The Emperor, however, smiled and replied, "I believe in the Evernight Goddess." Thinking of this, Lord of the Mysteries, answer, Leonard shook his head again. He was more willing to believe that this was a huge gamble by the South Balam Duchy. If they won the gamble, a massive amount of wealth from the North Continent would flow into the South Balam Duchy in the future. If they lost, it would only be a loss of some soldiers and beyonders. Besides, the relationship between the South Balam Duchy and Intis and Forsak had always been tense. Leonard then realized he had been distracted. He turned his gaze back to the newspaper. The latter half of the report was entirely praise for the South Balam Duchy's participation in the war. From the king to the officials and even the ordinary citizens of Backland, it seemed as if they had been anticipating this moment for a long time. Leonard sighed. Loan desperately needs assistance now, even if it's just moral support. 3 days later, in the Balchus Mountains, west of Backland, within the South Balam Duchy vanguard camp. The constant sound of gunfire in the distance reminded the people in the camp of the urgency of the battle. Currently attacking Backland's western defense line was the main force of the Intis Republic, reportedly over 500,000 strong, but limited by the terrain, they couldn't fully deploy. According to reliable intelligence provided by Military Intelligence Section 9, there were over 300,000 more troops stationed not far behind, just waiting for the Balchus Mountains to be breached to besiege Backland. And attacking the north of Backland was the main force of the Fasak Empire, also hundreds of thousands strong, similarly limited by the terrain, preventing such a large number of troops from fully deploying. Fortunately, there was the barrier of the Balchus Mountains, otherwise, the Loan army would have long been unable to withstand the offensives of these two great nations. The West Line battlefield was already extremely critical. The Intis Republic joined the war later, and its army still had a lot of momentum. The Forsake army, which had already experienced 2 large-scale battles, seemed to be showing some decline, so the North Line was not very strained at the moment. Medici, with his fiery red hair, lay on the grass under a tree, engrossed in a booklet published internally by the South Balam army, completely unaffected by the gunfire in the distance. Just as he reached the last page, a streak of flame flew towards him from the distant sky and landed steadily not far from Medici. The flame parted, and Raymond, wearing a ring-shaped jade pendant at his waist, emerged from within. "Marshal, the enemy is about to finish repairing the railway. 2 days ago, the vanguard officially joined the war. They were not subject to the Loan military's command and only needed to roughly report their battle results. This time, the South Balam Duchy sent 100,000 troops, but it would take some time for them to fully assemble in Backland. So, yesterday, Medici first led the vanguard, primarily composed of beyonders, to ambush a railway used by the enemy to transport supplies. After a day and a night of repairs, the railway was almost ready to reopen. Medici grunted and shook the booklet in his hand, asking, "Have you read this, interpreting guerrilla warfare?" Raymond, who looked very young and handsome, replied, "I've read it a few times. That kid Hobert is a genius." Medici sat up and said, "Look how well these lines are written. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue." He lamented, "I've also fought guerrilla warfare, but I've never truly regarded this tactic seriously." That's wrong. It was after reading this passage that Medici suddenly realized how to fight this war where the enemy was strong and they were weak. Then he was a bit puzzled. He can write such things, so why is he so useless when it comes to actual fighting? Raymond just smiled. Medici could say such things, but Raymond could not say similar words. Medici put away the booklet. Never mind, never mind. It's time for us to get to work. Go gather everyone. There's one more thing, Raymond said. Everyone is discussing whether we have been abandoned by the South LotM Duchy. Medici stood up. What do you mean? After everyone learned how strong the enemy is, they believe LotM will be difficult to win. Before Raymond could finish, Medici sneered. Those who haven't experienced major setbacks tend to think about such useless things. In the previous battles, we had a clear advantage. Suddenly, we no longer have a power advantage, and the battle hasn't even started, yet they're already scared to death. Raymond smiled. It's not that serious. Medici said coldly, tell them, anyone who dares to be a deserter will only find death. Anyone who dares to babble nonsense again is questioning Duke Hobert's decision. I will send him to Hobert and tell Hobert how this person questioned him. Raymond immediately said, yes. Finally, Medici said in a deep voice, Hobert is indeed not good at fighting, but his strategic thinking is 10 times better than yours. Don't overthink things either. Raymond was slightly stunned before saying, I understand. A few minutes later, everyone assembled and, through the traveler's gate, that had been established long ago, arrived in a forest in the Tacville Plain. Not far from this, Traveler's Gate, was the railway that the enemy had just repaired. Over a day and a night, 8 military trains that had been stopped on the west side slowly started moving. At this moment, Medici led his people to launch another surprise attack. The Intis Republic was afraid of being attacked again, so they dispatched a demigod to prevent any accidents. This was also why Medici came personally. The enemy would never dream that the South LotM Duchy would send 2 angels to ambush a logistics railway. The battle ended in just over half a minute. The train caught fire, and the bombs on board were detonated, destroying the railway again. Medici led the team to quickly leave, and Raymond, walking last, also left, carrying the Traveler's Gate. After this success, the vanguard returned to summarize their combat experience, then divided into 8 small teams to continuously disrupt the enemy's railway transport. For a time, the Intis Republic's frontline supply was almost cut off. Not only was Medici amazed by the guerrilla tactics proposed by Hobert, but currently, no military officers on the entire North Continent took guerrilla warfare seriously. In their impression, guerrilla warfare was a tactic used by resistance organizations composed of civilians in occupied areas. The combat power and combat thinking of these people were not much stronger than that of gangs, making it an unpresentable tactic. When high-ranking officials in the Intis Republic military heard that the Beyonders of the South LotM Duchy were actually engaging in guerrilla warfare, they initially believed the intelligence was incorrect. Only after suffering huge losses in supplies did the Intis military have to accept this fact and had no choice but to reallocate Beyonders to protect the railway. Currently, the railway was too important for them. These 3 railways from west to east across the Tacville Plain were, without exaggeration, their lifelines. The Tacville Plain was easy to occupy, but it was too vast. Currently, the Intis Republic's supplies had to traverse more than half of the North Continent from east to west to reach the front line. In ancient battlefields, such a long supply line was deadly. Now, with trains, supplies could fully reach the front line, but the premise was that there could be no major oversights. Food could still be plundered around the battlefield, but artillery shells only had a 3-day supply. If artillery shells could not be replenished, the positions taken would easily be recaptured by the LotM army. Therefore, the railway was extremely important to them and had to be protected by Beyonders along the way. However, the South LotM Duchy's teams harassing the railway disappeared after 2 skirmishes with their Beyonders. When the high-ranking officials of the Intis military learned of this news, they speculated that the enemy might have known their surprise attacks would not achieve much, so they withdrew to Backland. After all, the Tacville Plain had already been occupied by the Intis Republic, and the Beyonders of the South LotM Duchy could not achieve significant results there. However, the Beyonders protecting the railway still had to continue accompanying the trains for some time to ensure absolute safety. On the night the South LotM Duchy's Beyonders disappeared, on the South Line Railway in the Tacville Plain, an Intis Republic military train sped under the moonlight. 7 or 8 beyonders responsible for accompanying the train were in a luxurious carriage, joking about this escort mission while observing the situation along the railway. Among them, the highest ranking was a sequence 4. This demigod was somewhat disdainful of such a mission. He simply couldn't understand why the enemy's demigods would utilize such a low-level tactic as ambushing a railway. Was it true, as everyone speculated, that the current Beyonders of LotM dared not engage in head-on confrontations with the Beyonders of Intis, and thus, the Beyonders of their vassal state, the South Balam Duchy, also dared not confront the Beyonders of Intis directly? If this demigod knew that the South Balam Duchy would send angels to ambush the railway, he would surely be dumbfounded. In fact, in the initial ambush, some traces of angels participating in the battle were left behind. But Intis did not believe this intelligence, because for them, it was impossible. Which angel would be so sick as to do such sneaky things? As the sequence 4 accompanying the train was lost in thought, his spirituality suddenly issued a warning: prepare for battle. Mid-sentence, his tongue seemed to be stuck, unable to utter a single letter. Looking at the people around him, they moved slowly like wind-up toys. This demigod saw from the train window that the train was suddenly surrounded by 4 high walls. His thoughts gradually became sluggish, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what situation he had encountered. Clap. Elliot closed the 0 to 72 box of the old days. The guy on the train has quite sensitive spirituality. He looked at the grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, always feeling that such a high-level sealed artifact shouldn't be used here. But Marshal Medici had given the order, and, the creator, had also agreed to utilize the sealed artifact. What else could he say? The next morning, Hobert came to the vanguard camp to visit everyone. From a distance, he saw 6 long trains parked there. A team of South Balam soldiers was registering items, clearly the spoils of war from the previous night. Upon entering the camp, Hobert was about to enter the main tent when he heard Medici lecturing the officers inside. Utilize your pig brains. What is the core advantage of guerrilla warfare? Idiots, it's that I decide when to fight him. When to fight, how to fight, and how many people to fight with are all up to me. Second question, what are the elements of guerrilla warfare? I'm telling you, your brains are so stiff even zombies wouldn't eat them, afraid they'd get dumber. The elements are written in the book. The first is to concentrate superior forces to attack a part of the enemy. The second is to divert the enemy's attention, making them unable to understand our intentions. Hobert was stunned for a moment before thinking to himself, this guy has grasped the essence of guerrilla warfare. Under Medici's repeated attacks, the Intis Republic military realized that the South Balam Duchy was determined to attack their supply lines. Therefore, while continuing to strengthen the defense of the railway lines, Intis planned to switch entirely to Beyonder powers for material transportation within the next week. Currently, among the 4 North Continent nations, only LotM extensively utilizes teleportation arrays to transport logistical supplies. When they retreated, no matter how disheveled, they destroyed the teleportation arrays set up on the front line. The LotM military was well aware that after the enemy's battle lines were stretched, the process of transporting supplies would consume a large amount of their manpower, and if the enemy also mastered teleportation array technology, the pressure on the front line would be even greater. Intis and Fursak also had their own methods of using Beyonder powers to transport supplies to the front, but that would occupy many of their Beyonder powers, so they tried to utilize conventional methods as much as possible. But now it was no longer possible. On these 3 railway lines, whether it was materials or Beyonders, there had been considerable losses, and the military finally belatedly began to dispatch angels to protect the railway. This was to prevent the South Balam Duchy from attacking supplies again with angels or Sequence 0 sealed artifacts, and at the same time, the Intis military's combat thinking also changed. The South Balam military didn't care about using angels in such places, so they also had to not care. However, their realization was still a step too late. Upon learning that the enemy had started using angels to protect military trains, the South Balam Duchy once again ceased its attacks on the railway. That very night, weather warlock Raymond quietly arrived at a small mountain outside the Intis camp. Looking out, the foot of the mountain was a sea of tents. It was said that 300,000 Intis troops were gathered here, and it was also Intis's logistical base, with almost all supplies transported from here to the front line. Although it was late at night, there were still many lights in the camp, and many guards patrolled back and forth within the base. Raymond suddenly grinned and said, "This place has become a weak point again." A large number of Beyonders had been transferred to the railway, making the Beyonder power of this rear army base weak. At this moment, the space beside him suddenly became illusory, and Beverly, also wearing a ring-shaped jade pendant, appeared. After the siblings exchanged glances, Raymond raised a hand, and a burst of white mist suddenly appeared in the military camp, followed by a sharp drop in the temperature of the entire camp. It was still late summer, but the temperature of the entire camp suddenly dropped to late autumn. Beverly seized the opportunity to utilize her amplify ability, lowering the temperature from late autumn to deep winter. Whoosh! Flames suddenly ignited on the camp roads. Kelt, the weather warlock resting in this large camp, emerged from his tent, intending to utilize the flames to raise the temperature in the camp. Raymond raised his hand again, and hurricanes blew from all directions of the camp. Also under Beverly's amplify, the hurricane turned into a small storm. Kelt and the camp immediately used a mass of white mist with swirling vortices to counter the storm. But the storm still blew away many tents and scattered the flames Kelt had just summoned everywhere. Under Beverly's altar, the flames ignited many surrounding tents. At this moment, Kelt and the camp immediately conjured a light rain, extinguishing the large fire in the camp. This allowed Raymond to calmly turn a light rain into a snow, yes, a snow. The temperature in the camp had been very low. Keltie's flames had not had much effect. When he had just conjured this light rain, the fire was extinguished, but it immediately turned into freezing rain upon hitting the ground. So Raymond used the increasingly low temperature to make it snow in the Balchus Mountains in late summer. This temperature had no effect on Kelt, but the soldiers in the camp shivered from the cold and ran out of the camp. Beverly immediately used her incitement ability, causing a portion of the soldiers to have strong dissatisfaction with Kelt and their officers, which almost immediately escalated into a mutiny. After all, they were sleeping soundly, then suddenly woke up freezing, and critically, they had no warm clothes around them. In such a bad mood, it was easier for Beverly to utilize them. Kelt quickly used his ability to control the battle situation to appease the soldiers. At this time, Raymond summoned firewalls again, turning more than half of the camp into a sea of fire. Kelt immediately felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly conjured rain again to extinguish the fire. Unexpectedly, the rain he conjured suddenly turned into a torrential downpour under Beverly's amplify, which made the surrounding soldiers despair, equivalent to being drenched in a torrential rain in the dead of winter. Just at this moment, the spirit world in the center of the camp suddenly opened, and a young man with long chestnut hair and handsome features walked out. This was Bonneva Gustav, who had come as reinforcement. He raised his somewhat hollow eyes, and the surrounding raindrops floated up, no longer falling to the ground. Immediately after, Bonneva flipped his palm, and a revolver appeared in his hand. Without aiming, he fired a shot towards Beverly and Raymond, launching a fiery red bullet. This bullet transformed into a dense flame upon leaving the barrel, igniting the air along its trajectory. There was no need to aim, the bullet came straight for Raymond. Beverly immediately tried to alter the bullet's trajectory but found that the bullet could not be shaken by Beyonder power. A blazing white spear appeared in Raymond's hand, and he fiercely met it, piercing the bullet with the blazing white spear. Boom! The bullet and the blazing white spear exploded, causing the ground to tremble. The next second, the siblings left by distorting space. Kelt and the camp finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the entire camp had been left in a mess by this angel battle and could only be slowly tidied up. Bonneva also left after seeing the enemy depart. Kelt knew that this angel from the steam church was very aloof and didn't pay much attention to his leaving without even a greeting. Currently, he first used a strong wind to disperse the low temperature in the camp, allowing the late summer air to return to the surroundings. He also ordered the soldiers to immediately cut firewood and build fires, and commanded them to sweat while roasting to prevent a widespread cold outbreak. Tens of thousands of people cutting firewood for warmth was a spectacular sight. In the latter half of the night, bonfires ignited throughout the camp, and the soldiers finally felt alive again. After roasting by the fire, the soldiers then began to tidy up the chaotic camp, working until dawn before they had time to rest. Just as they had fallen asleep, a huge eyeball image suddenly descended upon the camp. As soon as Monarch of 100 Eyes appeared, he reproduced, a tall figure standing on the waves, and a storm fiercely attacked the camp. Celt immediately responded by reducing the wind speed to a controllable range. At this moment, a pure black female shadow appeared behind Monarch of 100 Eyes. She used Keltie's control over the storm, causing the storm, which had gradually subsided, to rage again. This storm blew a large number of tents, military supplies, and soldiers into the sky. Celt was very helpless. Why are two more angels here? If you have the ability, fight the angels on the front lines. What's the point of constantly ambushing the rear camps? In short, these two angels once again left the camp in a mess. When the Intis military's angelic reinforcements arrived, Monarch of 100 Eyes and Duke of Entropy retreated again. The camp was tidied until the afternoon. As soon as it was almost done and the soldiers were about to catch their breath, Beverly and her brother came again. This time, Intis was prepared. In addition to Celt, an angel from the steam church, Helen, was also guarding the camp. Furthermore, Celt had requested a Sequence 0 sealed artifact, which was given to a demigod. As they were all dealing with Beverly and her brother, Medici suddenly set fire from another direction of the camp. Beverly and her brother, who had not originally intended to directly engage Celt and the others, suddenly began to actively attack. These two battle-hardened angels easily held back Celt and the others. Medici took the opportunity to let the fire spread, and by the time the enemy's third angel arrived as reinforcement, about a third of the camp had already been burned down. At this point, Medici immediately retreated. Beverly and her brother, upon receiving the signal, also immediately withdrew. Celt looked at the camp, which had once again become chaotic. He already planned to unite with the Steam Church's angels that night to launch a sneak attack on the South Balam Duchy's camp, letting them also taste what it was like to be ambushed. However, before they could even set out, the South Balam Duchy's attack came again. Just as night fell, Monarch of 100 Eyes, Holy Infant King, and Duke of Entropy appeared together in the camp. They had not yet launched an attack when Celt, somewhat irritable, threw his fireball at the faces of these three angels. The three angels immediately retreated to the edge of the military camp. Celt, along with Helen and Bonneva from the Steam Church, immediately pursued them. Suddenly, a black tide surged before them. This was Holy Infant King's fallen. Many surrounding soldiers were submerged by fallen in their sleep, their bodies and spiritual bodies betraying them, leaving them forever in slumber. Helen took out an iron crossbow and shot a blue feathered arrow. As the feathered arrow struck the black tide surprisingly stopped its momentum of spreading outwards. The state of these three angels is a bit strange. Bonneva, whose eyes flickered with an unusual light, reminded their existence has a time limit. As he spoke, he took a stopwatch from his upper pocket, clicked the switch open with a snap, and then the tick-tock sound of the stopwatch moving echoed around, making the flow of time around them seem a bit faster. At this time, Monarch of 100 Eyes reproduced a giant dragon with golden vertical pupils. Its alluring vertical pupils looked at Helen and the others, causing them to immediately relax and be unwilling to offer any resistance. Duke of Entropy timely amplified the effect of hypnosis to last longer. Holy Infant King seized this opportunity and let out a string of gibberish. Celt and the other three immediately showed expressions of pain. But soon, Celt pulled a ball of black flame from his ear. That was the damage from the gibberish. Then, regardless of whether he was in the camp or not, he summoned dozens of fire crows, which flew towards the three enemy angels. After the fire crows flew close to the three angels, they suddenly transformed into blazing white spears. Monarch of 100 Eyes and the others were forced to retreat rapidly by this round of attacks. During the retreat, Duke of Entropy used his utilize ability, and these tracking blazing white spears then disappeared one after another in front of them. Bonneva and Helen also recovered from their previous states. They seemed to realize that accelerating the flow of time couldn't affect the three enemy angels. They began to utilize other sealed artifacts to launch attacks. Just as the six angels on this side were fully engaged in battle, Beverly and her brother appeared on the other side of the camp. Celt immediately realized the enemy's general offensive had begun. Actually, there were two angels ambushed in the camp, Death Consul Dick and a Knowledge Magister Dominia. Originally, Intis had gathered 5 angels tonight, planning to ambush the 2-angel assault team from South Balam, or to cross the Balchus Mountains to raid South Balam's camp. However, they ran into the enemy's general offensive. With the emergence of 2 angel battlefields, the soldiers, who had been working tirelessly for a day and a night and were extremely fatigued, were quickly evacuated in different directions under the organization of the Beyonders. At this moment, on a hillside not far from the camp, Medici, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, watched everything happening in the camp with his arms crossed. Seeing that the time was ripe, he elegantly spat out the cigarette butt and asked the demoness of despair Helen beside him, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for the enemy to send you a late-night snack? Give the signal." "Yes, yes, yes." Helen quickly took out a flare gun and fired 2 signal flares. On both sides of the Intis army's inevitable retreat path, gunfire and cannon fire immediately erupted. In this general offensive, South Balam not only had angels and Beyonders participating, but also the 30,000 regular troops that had just been assembled were sent to different positions on the battlefield by the Creator. The soldiers evacuated from around the Intis military camp were ambushed almost simultaneously. The Intis army, disheveled and many without time to grab their weapons, was instantly beaten to tears by the well-prepared South Balam army. At the same time, the Beyonders of Intis and South Balam also began to engage, but because many Beyonders from this camp had been transferred to protect railway transportation and attempt to utilize Beyonder means to transport supplies, South Balam's Beyonders had a considerable advantage. Medici watched the battle below the mountain, annoyedly putting another cigarette in his mouth, the other end lighting itself. Helen and other Poison Thorn army members, who were serving as the reserve team, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Since this afternoon, the marshal had been extremely irritable. Fortunately, at this moment, Hobert arrived from the spirit world, suddenly appearing before everyone. Helen and the others breathed a sigh of relief and saluted one after another. Hobert waved his hand at them, then smiled and threw a bundle of cigars to Medici. "Smoke these. These are special cigars supplied to the Rune royal family. I just got them from King Gowinton." Medici caught the cigars. "Haha, you don't trust me that much, you have to come supervise the battle yourself." "In this matter, I indeed don't trust you." Hobert emphasized again. "At most, you can wound the enemy's angels, but you cannot kill any of them." He said, "At least not now. Because the Creator is not yet a true God, if the enemy's angels are truly pushed to a desperate situation, the God of steam and machinery is very likely to intervene to rescue them, and at that time, South Balam would fall into a very passive situation. At this time, among the 7 gods, Evernight Goddess would absolutely not intervene. Storm of Lord and Eternal Blazing Sun were confronting each other at sea. God of Knowledge and Wisdom and Earth Mother were confronting each other on the west line. The God of War was making his final observation. Only the God of Steam and Machinery had time to help his angels in their time of crisis. To avoid an early divine war at this critical juncture, Hobert drew a red line for Medici today: do not kill the enemy's angels. This was the reason for Medici's irritation. According to his original battle plan, he had intended to eliminate 1 or 2 enemy angels tonight. "I know." Medici, of course, knew what Hobert was worried about. "I just think it's a pity. There won't be such a good opportunity in the future." The Intis people were not fools. This battle was enough to wake them up and let them know that their opponent was no longer that old gentleman Lowen. So, a victory like today would only happen now and would be very difficult to replicate in the future. It's just that there's no opportunity now. Hobert smiled. "Do you think after this world war, South Balam will still be in this corner of the world stage?" He sighed. "Even if you want to live a peaceful life, they won't let you." Medici immediately understood Hobert's meaning. "You mean? Ha ha ha." He suddenly laughed twice. "I seem to see a war sweeping across the entire continent." The two looked at each other but did not continue the topic. After Hobert's persuasion, Medici's mood improved significantly, and his cursing voice once again echoed in every corner of the battlefield. "Chase! You idiots! Look at the enemies in front of you, they've even thrown away their guns. Are your brains full of piss? Attack them from one side. Cut them in half. Those who run ahead won't care about those behind." In Medici's view, ever since the Intis royal family was overthrown, none of them knew how to fight. However, even if the royal family hadn't been overthrown and their king had come, he wouldn't have been Medici's opponent. This battle continued until the latter half of the night. On the angel battlefield, Kelt and several other angels were entangled and completely unable to break free, only able to watch their regular army and Beander forces suffer heavy losses from South Balam. When reinforcements from the Balchus Mountains front line arrived, the South Balam army, with the help of the Creator, quickly retreated, leaving behind only a field of corpses and a ruined military camp. Only then did the high-ranking officers of the Intis military realize the formidable power of their new opponent and began to seriously study South Balam's tactics. Upon studying, they discovered that the enemy's target had actually been the rear army's camp from the very beginning when they first raided the railway line. Repeated raids on the railway line were merely to disperse their own forces. When the rear army's camp had very weak Beander forces, they first harassed it multiple times and assembled superior forces, launching a general offensive while the soldiers were extremely fatigued. If one had to summarize the enemy's tactics, it initially had a clear guerrilla warfare model, but because the enemy's overall strength was not weak, it later evolved into a large-scale annihilation battle. The Intis army suffered over 20,000 casualties in this war. For the next 2 days, the entire western part of the Takval plain was filled with fleeing Intis soldiers. The Intis Republic spent a great deal of effort to stop them, reorganize them, and send them back to the battlefield. It is conceivable that the morale of these soldiers would not be very high for a long time to come. The Rune Kingdom, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Gowinton too greatly praised Hobert, almost bringing out everything that could be used as a reward. This victory not only significantly reduced the pressure on the West Line but also greatly boosted LotM's morale. In fact, before the arrival of South Balam's reinforcements, LotM's military high command had already begun to prepare for defeat. Now, they finally felt that perhaps they could still fight on. At the same time, Hobert suddenly became the most sought-after guest among the nobles of Backland, invited to balls and banquets every day. Of course, these nobles were not inviting him so frequently because Hobert had won a battle and was treating him as a hero. The nobles simply realized the strength of South Balam and felt that the South Continent might also become a retreat for them. As the war progressed, the nobles were well aware that even if the enemy was forced to the negotiating table, LotM would have to cede immense interests to reclaim its territory. In their view, the future LotM would no longer be the most powerful nation in this world. By late September, the reintegrated Intis army once again launched a fierce attack towards the Balchus Mountains, and the West Line became tense again. This time, they adjusted their tactics, no longer setting up a rear army camp. All soldiers entered the Balchus Mountains, and the frontline camp was connected to the logistics camp, so that if the enemy raided them again, the two camps could quickly support each other. But what they didn't know was that this arrangement was still within Medici's expectations. The Intis army seemed to have concentrated its forces, but there was simply not enough open space in the mountains for hundreds of thousands of people to gather together. They were inevitably divided by valleys and mountains. This again gave Medici the opportunity to concentrate superior forces and attack a specific point of the enemy. Thus, for a long time afterward, at least 2 of the Intis army's camps were attacked by the South Balam army every night. The more this war was fought, the more headaches it caused the Intis military high command. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to pursue; after pursuing, they would definitely be ambushed. The most exasperating incident occurred on a moonless night when the South Balam army, as usual, sent 1,000 or 2,000 men to conduct a sneak attack. The Intis army was well prepared, sending out 3 divisions, nearly 20,000 men, to pursue north. After more than 2 hours of pursuit, they finally caught up with the enemy. The Intis army, which had been gnashing its teeth in hatred, fought fiercely for half the night, even calling for reinforcements twice and artillery support more than 10 times. Finally, at dawn, they discovered that the Fursak Empire's military flag was planted on the opposite position. It turned out that the South Balam army, under the cover of night, had one unit lure out the Intis army and another unit lure out the Fursak Empire army, then drew them together, resulting in their 2 allies, sparring, for half the night. This forced the Intis army to also begin studying guerrilla warfare, but compared to the South Balam army's varied tactics, they always felt they couldn't grasp the essentials. Currently, the most elite armies in the entire world are concentrated on the North Continent battlefield. The colonies in the northern and central parts of the South Continent are also at war, perhaps only South Balam appears to be prosperous and harmonious. At the founding square in Anju City, a young and handsome magician arrived today. He had shoulder-length hair, wore a cape, and made the residents of Anju gasp in amazement with his exquisite magic tricks. When asked his name, he smiled and said, "My name is Merlin Hermes." The wandering magician, Merlin Hermes, or rather, Klein, who had once again created a new identity for himself, showed the audience in the square his empty top hat. Then, with a flick of his magic wand, a visibly bewildered little rabbit popped out of the hat. The children watching cheered for this magic trick. Klein gave the little rabbit to a small girl and instructed her to feed it well. The 7 or 8-year-old girl's eyes were filled with both shock and joy. "Mr. Magician, how did you know I've always wanted a little white rabbit?" "Because besides performing magic, I can also grant your wishes," Klein said with a smile to the children around him. "Do any of you have a wish?" A small boy mustered his courage and said, I want candy." "That's a very easy wish to fulfill." Klein waved his magic wand in a theatrical manner. "Child, check your pocket." The little boy put his hand into his pocket and then immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Candy." He immediately pulled out a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and put the candy into his mouth, enjoying the delicious taste with a look of satisfaction. Seeing that this wandering magician could truly grant wishes, the other children gathered around, expressing their own wishes. Children's wishes were relatively easy to fulfill. Some wanted a pretty hat, some hoped for a cream cake, and some wanted a nice hair clip. Their wishes were all granted one by one, which greatly surprised the people watching the magic show. They applauded repeatedly, marveling at the magician's performance. Finally, a small boy timidly asked, "Mr. Magician, I hope to see my father, can I?" Klein didn't immediately agree, but instead smiled and asked, "Where is your father?" "My father went to the North Continent to fight," the little boy said with some pride, but then he looked a bit dejected. "He was among the first batch of soldiers to go to Backland, and it's been over a month already. He only sent one letter home." "Let me find out where your father is," Klein said while using the little boy to sear his father's location. For Klein, as long as he wasn't dead, it would be easy. "Ah, I found him. Child, please state your wish again." The little boy quickly said, "I want to see my father." Klein snapped his right fingers, and a soldier holding a gun, with his helmet covering his face, appeared before the little boy, currently sleeping. "Oh," the surrounding adult spectators exclaimed at this. The little boy had already recognized him. "Dad." The resting soldier trembled all over, and when he took off his helmet, tears were already streaming down his face. "Oh my goodness, I must be dreaming. Blake, let me take a look, you seem to have grown taller again." The little boy named Blake threw himself into the soldier's arms and asked with a sob, "Dad, when are you coming back?" "I might have to stay a little longer," the soldier stroked his son's head, "until we defeat our enemies." Blake asked again, "Can't we fight them later? Mom and I miss you very much." The soldier's gaze suddenly became firm. "No, child. If we defeat the enemy here, we can prevent them from attacking our homeland. You and your mother will be safe." The officers repeatedly told them the significance of this battle and explained the current international situation, so they clearly understood why they were fighting. This was a war to prevent the great powers from spreading the flames of war to the South Balam Duchy again. As long as they defeated the enemy on the North Continent, they would have no power to attack the South Balam Duchy. Blake asked worriedly, "Are the Backland police still as fierce?" This family had immigrated from the East District of Backland, and Blake had a very deep impression of the ferocity of the police there. The soldier pointed to the red rectangular badge on his chest. "With this symbol of the South Balam Duchy, the police wouldn't dare approach us." At this moment, a middle-aged man among the onlookers asked, "Soldier, is the battle on the front line going smoothly?" The soldier stood up, holding his son, and said with a smile, "A while ago, we gave the Intis people a good beating. Ha 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 ha, you should have seen them flee in disarray." Another person asked, "It's daytime on the North Continent now, right? You seem to be resting." "Yes," the soldier smiled. "We just raided the Intis camp last night." "Time is almost up," Klein said with a smile at this moment. "Let this father and son say a few more words." The soldier asked about Blake's studies and his mother's work situation, and then they bid farewell reluctantly. The little boy Blake stared at the direction where his father's figure disappeared for a long time. He felt as if the experience just now was a dream. At this time, some of the adult onlookers also stepped forward and asked Klein, "Can any wish be granted?" "Only some simple wishes can be granted," Klein smiled, "and today's performance time is over." With that, Klein bowed slightly to everyone, put on his top hat, and left. The people around applauded. "You are the best magician I have ever seen." "Good luck, magician." Klein waved goodbye to them, then found a hotel to stay in, planning to go to the night market in the evening to taste the delicious snacks there. Soon after checking in, there was a knock on the door. "Police room check." Klein smiled. "Quite vigilant, aren't they?" Opening the door, outside were 3 young people in police uniforms. The sheriff leading them smiled and said, "Welcome to Anjou, may we come in and talk?" Of course, Klein invited them in. After closing the door, the young sheriff said, "All right, let's not beat around the bush. Anjou welcomes Beyonders from all over the world. But there's a prerequisite: you need to register with us, and you also need to report to us when you leave. If you plan to live here permanently, you need to report your status to us once every 2 weeks." The sheriff spread his hands. "This is for everyone's good. If you show signs of losing control, we will help you find a solution. It's better than you quietly dying in a dark corner and harming others." Klein looked at the official Beyonders who were very wary of him and suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity. He smiled and said, "Okay, I will register, and I will inform you when I leave here." The sheriff breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "I knew it, after watching your magic show, I knew you were a kind gentleman." At this point, one of the police officers stepped forward and took out a registration form. Name: Merlin Hermes. Pathway: Seer. Sequence: Sequence 7. The police officer smiled and said, "I remember now, this sequence is called Magician. No wonder your performance was so Beyander." Then the police officer told Klein the process for reporting his status to them, and both parties agreed to meet at a small warehouse in the suburbs, which was a stronghold for official Beyonders. Finally, they issued Klein a temporary residence permit and explained to him that this permit could only be used in the Anjou region. If he went to other places, he would need to apply for another temporary residence permit. And this permit only allowed him to enjoy some of the rights of a citizen. As they were leaving, the sheriff added, "Oh, by the way, the regulations on the management of unofficial Beyonders were just issued a while ago. If we need your Beyander abilities, we will ask for your help by paying a salary. Don't worry, we won't give you overly dangerous tasks. And if we cooperate more than 10 times, you can even get an opportunity to join us." Klein smiled and said, "This is truly a very humane policy. It is estimated that in the near future, many wild Beyonders will flock to the South Balam Duchy. Many wild Beyonders dream of becoming informants for official Beyonders but dare not proactively contact them. And the South Balam Duchy's policy towards wild Beyonders will surely allow official Beyander organizations to acquire a large number of temporary workers." After seeing off the official Beyonders, Klein secretly nodded in approval. He deliberately performed the wish-granting ability in the square to see the South Balam Duchy's response capabilities. Now it seemed quite good. The social atmosphere appeared very relaxed, but the police and official Beyonders were always very vigilant. In the evening, Klein went to the food street to taste delicacies. Looking at the distinctly Oriental-style architecture here, he suddenly had the illusion of traveling in a certain scenic spot in his home country. The snacks here had both the culinary style of this world and the Oriental specialty snacks Klein remembered. And Klein noticed that the public order here was very good. In Backland, when he ate at night, he could feel more than one thief and ruffian observing him from the corners, judging whether it would be easy to succeed. In the colonies, it was easy to encounter pirates cursing or fighting while eating. Here in Anjou, eating was just eating, there was almost no interference from public order issues. Klein ate from one end of the food street to the other, finally going to a nearby bar for a beer to quench his thirst. The bars here were pretty similar to those in Backland. Everyone drank and laughed loudly, but there was no smell of foot odor or sweat stains. Listening to the bar patrons chat, Klein finally understood the reason. It turned out that since the weather turned warmer, the South Balam Duchy had issued the hygiene management regulations, requiring every citizen to shower at least twice a week, and there were requirements for men's beard and hair length. If they exceeded the requirements, they had to be cut. If they did not follow the management regulations, they would lose the opportunity to work in public places. For this, Anju City was equipped with a large number of public bathrooms, where one could shower for an hour for 5 cents, except in winter when a large amount of hot water was needed. Speaking of the South Balam Duchy's currency, Klein was somewhat amused and exasperated. Hobert had completely copied the currency system of the AD era, divided into fen, mao, and yuan. The official exchange rate was that 1 fen was roughly equal to a quarter of a penny, 1 mao was roughly 2.5 pence, and 1 yuan was roughly 2 su and 1 penny. The denominations of banknotes were 2 fen, 5 fen, 2 mao, 5 mao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan, and coins were 1 fen, 1 mao, 5 mao, and 1 yuan. Because they were all decimal, they were highly praised, unlike the gold pounds, where 12 pence equaled 1 su and 20 su equaled 1 gold pound, making calculations very troublesome. Klein listened to the bar patrons lamenting that everything was good here, except for too many rules. Even urinating and defecating in city corners was not allowed anymore. If caught, one would not only have to clean the streets for a week but also be fined. Klein fully supported this point. The streets in Backland that were cleaned by sanitation workers were still acceptable, but the streets in the East District were simply unbearable, resembling a combination of a garbage dump and a public toilet. Another thing that the drinkers talked about with relish was that the South Balam Duchy had no poorhouse, only welfare homes. Because ordinary people had almost no chance of going bankrupt, even though these drinkers worked in the city, when they immigrated, the duchy government allocated land according to the family's population. However, except during busy farming seasons, the crops in the fields were managed by the elderly, wives, and children, while the young and strong men went to the cities to find opportunities to earn money. Even if they couldn't make a living in the city, they could always return to the countryside, at least having a place where they could live adequately. This made Klein sigh internally. In fact, solving the problem of the homeless is not difficult, but for Lowen, it is very difficult, because even these simple methods would harm the interests of the nobles. After drinking a glass of beer, Klein came to the bustling street. This newly built city had many job opportunities, enough for these young and strong men to earn some money. This reminded him of migrant workers who came to the city for work, the difference being that people who immigrated from Backland were accustomed to spending money immediately when they had it, while the migrant workers in Klein's impression were very frugal. From such small matters, it could be seen that the people of Backland had long lived in a life without hope or future. At night, Anju had many public entertainment facilities. Klein even saw public dance halls, billiard halls, and so on. These activities were basically exclusive to gentlemen in Backland, but here they were open to everyone, with no entry threshold and very fair charges. Regarding these constructions, Klein felt Hobert's painstaking efforts, using dancing, singing, and playing billiards for entertainment to consume people's excess energy would definitely greatly help with public order. But the premise was that citizens could basically afford these things. Klein stayed in Anju for several days. Originally, according to his plan, he also intended to visit the industrial zone in the north and see Assen City. But the delicious food here made him unwilling to leave. Just as Klein was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that there were many fewer people in the city, and after inquiring, he found out that the busy farming season had arrived. So Klein simply went to the surrounding countryside to take a look. Outside the city, golden wheat fields stretched everywhere, and people were sweating in the wheat fields, welcoming the joy of harvest. On the vast plain, a person is very small, but when the wheat fields are full of people, it looks very spectacular. Klein followed the main road. Going deeper and deeper into the countryside, he noticed that the wheat ears here were very large and full. He had heard Hobert mention this point. This year's harvest in the South Balam Duchy was twice that of previous years, but from after the harvest until the first half of next year, almost nothing would be harvested, regardless of what was planted. "Hey, you in the cloak over there." As Klein was standing by the roadside lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone seemingly calling him. Looking towards where the voice came from, Klein saw a middle-aged man dressed as a farmer. "Are you calling me?" "Of course, I'm calling you." The other party asked. "Which village are you from?" I am a wandering magician." Klein replied as he had in the past few days. Unexpectedly, the young man shook his head and said, "Poor young man." Klein was slightly stunned. Are you misunderstanding something? Help our village harvest the wheat." The middle-aged man continued, "After the wheat is harvested, I will pay you with grain. It should be finished tomorrow, and you can eat and stay at my house for these 2 days." Klein was about to explain. There's nothing to be embarrassed about," the middle-aged man said as he put a sickle into Klein's hand. "Most people in the village have been wanderers and know that wandering is not easy." Klein was thus somewhat bewilderedly pulled into the fields. At this time, the middle-aged man said again, "Your clothes are not suitable, Elena, go home and get my other clothes." "No need," Klein said. "How about this, you make a wish to me, just say you hope the grain in the field is fully harvested, and I will fulfill your wish." The middle-aged man laughed. "You're really humorous, hurry up and work, there will be plenty of bread later." Klein was just about to make a wish to himself, but seeing the smiling faces of the people in the fields and hearing their joyful laughter, he suddenly felt that if the wheat were harvested immediately at this moment, it would be more like stripping them of their happiness. So Klein picked up the sickle and silently began to cut the wheat. The middle-aged man shouted, "While the weather is good, put in more effort." At this time, the fear was rain or strong winds. Once it rained, the wheat would easily sprout, which was not conducive to storage. Once there was a strong wind, the wheat would easily fall over, which would not only increase the difficulty of harvesting but also cause some grains to scatter on the ground. Although the officials above said that it would be sunny these few days, the middle-aged man still seemed a bit uneasy. Only when the crops were stored in his own granary was the harvest considered complete. During lunch, Klein learned that this middle-aged man was the village chief, and many young people in the village had joined the army, so there was a labor shortage. Now the entire South LotM duchy was busy, and the village's labor shortage could only be solved by themselves. The wandering Klein was like a laborer who delivered himself to their doorstep. As the village chief had just said, there was plenty of bread, and also pickled cabbage. As they chatted, they talked about the past. This village chief had immigrated from Backland, and when he was young, his family also had some farmland, but the sharp drop in grain prices forced him to sell his farmland and work in the city. However, with the outbreak of war, he quickly lost his job, and his whole family became wanderers. Now he was very glad he chose to come to the South LotM duchy, otherwise he and his family would have starved to death on the streets of Backland like those other wanderers. More than half of the people in the village had similar experiences to the village chief, the difference being that the village chief had taught himself to read and write and knew a few common words. It happened that the town government opened training classes, and he went to study for more than 10 days during the slack farming season. At this time, the newly conquered Highland County needed a large number of grassroots cadres, and the former village chief was transferred to Highland County, so he became the village chief. According to him, the village chief next door was a recent university graduate and was also quite hardworking, but he didn't seem to know much about crops. However, this would not cause problems, because the town government had clear regulations on what to harvest and when to thresh, and they only needed to organize labor according to the documents issued by the town government. These highly educated village chiefs came to the grassroots to understand agricultural labor, and as soon as there was a vacancy above, they would be the first to be promoted to the town government. At this point, Klein asked, "Do you think this is fair?" "What's unfair about it?" The village chief smiled. "They studied for so many years, are they supposed to cut wheat here for a lifetime? That would be unfair." The village chief looked at his 10-year-old daughter. "Elena, it's good enough for me to have a place to spend the rest of my life. I hope she can get into university in the future." Klein smiled. "Your wish will come true. All right, time to work." The village chief stood up again and continued to harvest under the scorching sun. In the following days, Klein not only helped harvest the wheat but also helped with threshing and collecting all the grain. After the harvest was completed, everyone lit a bonfire and celebrated heartily. In front of the bonfire, Klein performed a magician trick for everyone, which drew widespread applause, and even people from neighboring villages came to watch the performance. After the celebration ended, the village chief told Klein, "You are indeed a magician, you shouldn't be buried here. Tomorrow I'll take you to the town government to see if we can find an opportunity for you there." "Thank you." Klein sincerely thanked him, but that night, he left without saying goodbye. The next day, the village chief found a note on Klein's pillow, which read, "Performance and loneliness are the destiny of a magician." At the same time, a letter from Klein appeared in the mailbox of the official Beander station in Anjou City, telling them that he had already left Anjou. He wrote in the letter, "Yesterday, I suddenly thought of something. Happiness is happiness, there's no need to deliberately create happiness through magic or by fulfilling wishes. What is truly beautiful is not the fulfillment of a wish, but facing a beautiful future while holding a wish." Bidding farewell to Anjou City, Klein traveled north, first visiting the huge industrial zone, where all factory machines were operating at full capacity, supplying the entire South Balam Duchy with various industrial products. Further north, there was also a huge agricultural base, but unlike other places, this agricultural base was operated by a government-run agricultural company. This meant that although the South Balam Duchy did not collect agricultural taxes, they were not short of grain. The grain from such a large area of land was all income for the duchy. Further north, he arrived at Assen City. This city was still very spacious, but its outskirts were very lively. The harvest here was about a week earlier than in the Saint Nassé region, and it had already entered a period of major construction. First, people were organized at the town level to build brick kilns under the guidance of professionals, followed by logging, wood drying, and so on. The next step was to renovate all buildings in the entire town. The requirement from above was that every building in the town must have the architectural style of Anjou, and those unwilling to renovate would be forced to do so. Under this semi-military management, weights and measures, clothing, language, and so on were also unified. Klein couldn't help but inwardly complain, "Is Hobert trying to be Qin Shi Huang?" After observing Assen City for a few days, Klein prepared to go to Lanagua port to see the church built for him. Just then, he received news that Bakland's outer defense line had fallen. As the war on the North Continent entered October and Bakland began to cool, the war situation suddenly underwent a tremendous change. In recent months, the Fursak army, which had not actively launched an offensive, suddenly launched a surprise attack to the southeast. They bypassed the Chester Mountains that stood in their way and directly attacked the eastern part of Bakland. Bakland's defenses in the east were very weak, and hastily constructed positions were breached after one enemy charge, so in late October, the Fursak army and a large number of War God Church's Beander forces appeared in the suburbs of Bakland. Bakland became the front line. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, not because people hadn't thought of this, but because this day seemed to have come too quickly. Ever since the support from the South Balam Duchy alleviated the pressure on the West Line, the general expectation was that the enemy would only be able to break through the Balchis Mountains defense line in the first half of next year. If the war could be delayed until the second half of next year, then this war would ultimately be settled at the negotiating table. However, what was unexpected was that the outer defense line was breached just as winter began. What followed was the collapse of the Loan soldiers on the West Line. Medici realized that the 100,000 troops he had could not withstand Intis's hundreds of thousands of troops on the front lines, so he quickly ordered a retreat south, giving up the main passage of the Balchis Mountains. South Balam retreated all the way to the southern part of the Bakland area, making a final observation of the war. At this point, everyone believed that the fall of Bakland was only a matter of time. At this time, Hobert found Medici and asked him to lead his men to guard the positions in southwestern Bakland, and told him to plant more flags of the South Balam Duchy in front of the positions. Medici pondered this, Lord of the Mysteries, order for a moment before immediately leading his men to defend Bakland. After the flags were planted, the Intis army only deployed a dozen divisions opposite them to contain the South Balam Duchy, while their main force continued to attack the Loan army, which had already lost much of its morale. The war had only been going on for 3 days, and the Loan army had inevitably seen a large number of deserters, and the entire Bakland was unwilling to continue resisting. On the last day of October, Hobert felt that the entire Bakland had reached its limit. He sat at the top of the tall tower next to Resurrection Square, gazing at the cold city. Since the war began last year, they had suffered too much sorrow and pain, and at this time, the enemy's artillery fire quickly destroyed the psychological defenses of the populace. At this moment, Hobert saw a troop of cavalry suddenly rush out from the direction of the palace. They charged recklessly, completely disregarding the lives of the people on the streets. The cavalry quickly headed to Backland Port, as if in a panicked escape. Hobert, however, smiled. A diversion. He was very certain that Gowinton II had already used a teleportation array to go to the Rorstad archipelago, and this troop of guards was merely attracting the enemy's attention. At this moment, the space around Hobert suddenly became illusory, and Furs arrived with Audrey. "You've come just in time," Hobert said with a smile. "I'll take you to see something good, but before that." Hobert took out 2 pairs of glasses made of order crystal. "Put these on, and remember, never take them off." Furs and Audrey looked at Backland, which was constantly being ravaged by artillery fire. They seemed to understand something and nodded solemnly together. Then Hobert used his distortion ability to bring the 2 ladies to a hill north of Backland, quietly watching the sky in the distance. After waiting for more than half an hour, the sky suddenly darkened. Although it was noon, the northern sky turned golden, and in a moment, it presented the scene of twilight. In the sky to their south, it gradually became profound, and in just a moment, it turned into night. Darkness and twilight wrestled, intertwined, and the entire sky was divided into 2. Just by seeing the scene in the sky, Audrey and Furs felt immense pressure. Hobert also took a deep breath, somewhat excitedly saying, "It's starting." At this time, in Byam, the city of generosity, in the Rorstad archipelago, Alger, who had just landed at the port, felt something and cast his gaze towards the northwestern sky. Where his eyes reached, the sky suddenly dimmed, layers of dark clouds piled up, and countless silvery white electric snakes leapt out. Many deep blue waves surged high, forming giant water columns that shot straight into the clouds, connecting the sky and the sea. At the boundary between sea and sky, streaks of light lit up. They suddenly lost all color, as if composed of a vast amount of illusory things. Alger, who had already become a demigod, immediately understood what was happening. God war has begun. That was precisely the battlefield of Storm of Lord and the god of steam and machinery. Near the capital of Lindbergh, Anderson Hood used Fireball to block the enemy's attack again. Looking at the corpses, weapons, and blood outside the bunker, he brushed the dust off his hands and smiled at his subordinate. "I wonder how much longer we can hold out. Do you have anything you want to leave behind? I can help write your wills." He saw the angry glances of the surrounding soldiers, as he wished, and at this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. However, the soldiers did not make a move, but instead shifted their gazes elsewhere. These soldiers were for his advancement ritual, and should be called teammates, but none of them were willing to admit it. "They didn't respond to my provocation." Anderson raised an eyebrow and said, "This means you're planning a conspiracy." Without waiting for the adjutant and soldiers to respond, the hunter smiled and continued, "You're planning to surrender, right? To protect your family and friends." Seeing gazes turn to him in unison, Anderson shook his head. "You haven't been Beyonders for long, only becoming hunter, provoker, and pyromaniac in succession because of the war, which allowed you to obtain the main ingredients for your potions from the enemy. But when it comes to conspiracy, you are still too naive. I'm very curious, why don't you try to persuade me to surrender with you? I don't think I usually act very firm, and I'm not a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom either." At this point, Anderson looked thoughtfully at his adjutant. "Is it that those high-ranking officials on the other side are completely enraged by me and have given orders not to accept my surrender?" The adjutant was silent for a few seconds before saying, "You already know, why ask?" The nearby soldiers once again raised their palms in unison, pointing them at Anderson with great tacit understanding. "If I don't ask, how can I be sure everyone thinks the same?" Anderson wasn't flustered at all. He touched his stomach with his left hand and put his right hand into his pocket, fumbling for something. At this moment, the sun high in the sky suddenly expanded, becoming extremely huge, and the scorching sunlight made it impossible for Anderson and the others to open their eyes, their minds completely blank, unable to form any thoughts. Immediately after, an illusory tall tower emerged, each layer of which was composed of thick books, and on each book there was a brass-colored eye, growing darker and more filled with madness and destruction the higher up it went. This tower extended into the sky, as if it had encompassed the entire world within itself, including that gigantic sun. Backland, inside the luxurious villa of the Audra family. All the vampires in this metropolis gathered here, preparing for the impending outcome of the war. Emlyn stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the sky outside where twilight and darkness intertwined. Suddenly, his spiritual intuition stirred, and he cast his gaze towards the garden outside the window. Clumps of withered weeds turned green again and grew rapidly, soon reaching over a person's height. In other parts of the city, trees along the roadsides frantically absorbed nutrients from unknown sources, growing section by section, quickly reaching tens of meters tall, with thick branches and leaves, and umbrella-like canopies. Giant trees connected to each other, blocking the sky over Backland. Many buildings were crushed as a result, or entangled by branches and vines, appearing as if they had been abandoned for decades. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many parts of Backland had turned into a primeval forest. On the hill outside Backland, Audrey and Furs hid in a tall tree canopy, wearing black glasses and looking at the scene in the distance. Just now, the entire northern part of the Backland area had become covered with roses, night-scented stock, and other plants symbolizing tranquility and darkness, and the surroundings had also entered night prematurely. Suddenly, streaks of orange-red light shone from the sky into this tranquil plant cluster, returning some areas to twilight and causing flowers and grasses to wither one after another. In the desolate twilight, a figure as massive as a mountain emerged. He had long limbs, wore silver armor full of a sense of decay, and his face was covered by a visor, only vaguely revealing a cluster of orange-red light. He held an exaggerated long sword, letting its tip naturally droop and touch the dark ground. As this terrifying giant walked forward step by step, the long sword continuously dragged through the darkness, splitting the ground and replacing the surrounding tranquility and darkness with twilight. In the depths of the darkness, an equally large figure floated out, dragging a long, massive scythe. She wore a layered yet uncomplex dark black long dress, adorned with countless dazzling points, like a night studded with stars. From her ribs and her waist, 2 arms each grew out, their surfaces covered with short, dark fur. In her 6 hands, 2 held the heavy black scythe, 2 held a crimson moon, 1 was empty as if supporting something, and 1 tightly gripped an ancient golden ornament. The ornament was shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames, and within its bronze eyes, light layered upon layer, as if forming one illusory door after another. The giant holding the great sword quickened his pace, gradually approaching a charge. His long sword, dragging through the darkness and twilight, rubbed against its surroundings, igniting tiny points of clear dawn. At this moment, the roses and night-scented stock on the other side suddenly grew larger, expanding wildly, and soon became as tall as trees that had lived for thousands of years in a primeval forest. Among these trees, a figure emerged, wrapped in deep green vines, adorned with various herbs and flowers. She was also as huge as a mountain, with a full figure, flowing robes, and cradling an illusory infant. As soon as this figure descended, she followed the twilight giant, half floating and half flying, approaching the humanoid demon wolf holding the pitch-black scythe. Audrey and Furs, watching the battle from afar, had already activated the Order Crystal shield due to the immense pressure of the God War. Although it would consume a lot of spiritual energy, they were truly unwilling to miss everything that was happening before their eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help but worry about the Evernight goddess. It was clearly a 2-on-1 situation. At the same time, they also didn't understand why they always felt that the illusory infant held by the Earth Mother was very familiar, or rather, gave them a very familiar feeling. Hobert first came to Longtail Island, then carefully built the spiritual wall, and covered it with a barrier made of Order Crystal. Then he entered the country of disorder. After Beverly's prayer, Hobert first sent the 100-eyed demon monarch, Holy Infant King, and Duke of Entropy, into the battlefield. Then, he turned the Death God's sword, 0-76, into a ring and wore it on his wrist, while holding 0-78, spiritual wall and wearing 0-79 inches, Lord of the Mysteries, curtain as a cloak. Finally, he wore the Black Emperor's uniqueness on his head and held the Sun Scepter in his other hand, appearing in the real world as the Creator in black armor. The Creator did not go to the main battlefield. He knew very well that the Evernight goddess did not need help, and his presence might even be a hindrance. He arrived at sea, at the battlefield of the Storm of Lord and the god of steam and machinery. During this time, Hobert had been diligently collecting intelligence and finally confirmed that the knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic, which had been extracted from Rosal, was always carried by the god of steam. Before finding other knowledge Emperor Beander characteristics, only the one in the god of steam's possession was key to helping Old Huang. And today's Battle of Gods was the only opportunity to obtain that Beander characteristic in recent times. Reaching the edge of the battlefield, the creator saw the majestic figure surrounded by lightning amidst the surging clouds. Terrifying lightning flickered between heaven and earth, scorching the sea, air, and dark clouds with bursts of electricity. Opposite him was a phantom figure enveloped in light. He clasped his hands together and then opened them, forming a phantom book in his hands. When the lightning encountered the phantom book, it immediately entered the book from the real world, becoming ethereal, and then vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a strong wind howled, and the phantom book was actually blown away, torn page by the blade-like wind, and finally returned to nothingness. The creator sighed. It seems the Storm of Lord is a bit more powerful, but it's also possible that the Storm of Lord's abilities simply appear more oppressive. At this moment, Hobert, wearing the uniqueness, joined the battle at the opportune moment. He weakened the god of steam's subsequent attack using a phantom painting, making this round of attack appear not to originate from a true god, and the Storm of Lord easily dispersed it. The lofty Storm of Lord and the god of steam, who seemed to be in a phantom space, both looked at the creator. They might not have immediately understood why this fellow was joining the fray. In the Minsk Mountains, the three archangels of the war god church were all gazing into the distance, observing the battle of gods in the direction of Backland. Suddenly, their spirituality sensed something, and on a distant mountain peak, Beverly and Raymond, siblings wearing identical circular jade pendants, appeared. Upon seeing Beverly, glorious one, Leonid's eyes immediately filled with hatred. But before he could charge towards the enemy, the hundred-eyed demon monarch and two other archangels suddenly appeared close to them, immediately engaging in a 3-on-3 archangel battle. At this moment, Beverly and her brother calmly approached, and seizing an opportunity, Beverly threw a pure black talisman towards Archbishop Larian of the War God Church, Darkness. This was the god-level, Darkness talisman, that the Evernight goddess had given to Hobert earlier. Larian, who was reaching for the Trentost bronze book, had just begun to touch the cloth bag containing the brass book, when the bottom of the cloth bag suddenly opened wide, and the brass book fell to the ground. One must know that this cloth bag was also a sealed artifact, specifically used to seal the brass book, yet it suddenly opened a large hole at such a critical moment. This happened because Larian was incredibly unlucky, encountering such a low probability event. In the northwest of the Fenaport Kingdom, on the central plateau, Philip I was gazing at the distant battle of gods. For a sequence 1, he could clearly see the general situation of the Backland battle of gods from here, and could relatively clearly observe the battle between the eternal blazing sun and the god of knowledge and wisdom occurring on the border of Intis and Loan. Just at this moment, his spirituality sensed something, and he saw a figure stepping from afar. The person appeared to be in their 20s, with brass-colored hair, and was none other than Truncest. Philip I smiled and said, "Why aren't you going to seize the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway? What are you doing here?" As he spoke, his silver-white, order sword, had already formed in his hand. "I understand, you know very well that you can't possibly snatch it from the Creator." Truncest smiled slightly, and with a slight raise of his hand, the ground beneath Philip I's feet and the surrounding environment lost all order. The earth and air simultaneously transformed into a viscous liquid that could trap Philip I. Philip I swung the order sword downwards, and the viscous liquid immediately restored order, returning to its gaseous and solid states. The next moment, Philip I had already appeared in front of Truncest, and stabbed his former loyal emperor with a sword. However, Truncest had no intention of dodging, nor did he make any defensive moves. Philip I frowned. At this moment, his order sword suddenly stopped, as if it had struck a hard object. Philip I immediately retreated. He realized that a spiritual wall had suddenly appeared in front of Truncest. Two extremely ugly-looking hands suddenly appeared, tearing open the real world and revealing an ugly figure from the spirit world, none other than God of Blasphemy, Sua. Philip I did not mock Truncest for associating with Sua. He immediately used his abilities to head towards Oak Island to the southeast. Because upon seeing Sua, his spirituality immediately had a very bad premonition. Going to William I at this time was a good choice. Although Philip I and William I had always been enemies, William I was the person in this world who least wanted to see Philip I's Beander characteristic taken by Truncest. Too late. Truncest smiled and said, stripping. Philip I found that even his Sequence 1 level abilities had been stripped. This immediately made him realize that the former, Justiciar, Truncest still had some influence over the Sequence 1 characteristics of this pathway, or that the arrangements Truncest had left in the Hand of Order back then still had some effect. So Philip I ran even faster. Just then, two enormous bronze gates with intricate mystical symbols appeared before him. Creak. The bronze gates fully opened at once, and the spirits of all living beings within dozens of kilometers were sucked into the gates. A pale-faced female figure, whose expression was as rigid as a dead person's and somewhat ethereal like a spirit, emerged from the underworld. Philip I was somewhat surprised. Pale Empress. That female figure was none other than the current Empress of the Balam Empire, Shia Palenque Aegis. On the raging sea, Hobert finally found the Knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic, a pure white crown, which, like the Death God sword, was worn on the God of Steam's wrist. The space around the God of Steam was illusory. If Hobert hadn't been wearing the uniqueness, it would have been difficult to clearly see the location of the Knowledge Emperor characteristic. Once the characteristic was found, it was easy. Hobert immediately used the ability of the Knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic, causing a portion of the God of Steam to transform into a data stream composed of symbols and numbers. A painting immediately appeared beside the God of Steam. This painting recorded the powerlessness and misery of humanity when facing Beander creatures. The data stream was introduced into the painting, immediately becoming illusory, and finally merging with the painting. At this moment, a storm suddenly appeared in the painting, and the Storm of Lord infused his power into this painting. The people and Beander creatures in the painting showed fear at the sudden natural disaster, and all fled back to their habitats and nests. The raindrops of the storm became illusory and powerful, piercing through the painting like sharp thorns, and began to smash towards the God of Steam. The God of Steam released a brilliant light, a light that differed from all colors in the world. Anyone who saw this light would exclaim, "This is the light of civilization." The light with abstract meaning caused the thorn-like storm raindrops to revert back to mere raindrops, falling into the sea beneath their feet. This was also why the creator decided to seize the Knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic at this time. He had no chance of winning against the God of Steam alone. Only by leveraging the Storm of Lord's attack could he force the God of Steam to give up that Knowledge Emperor characteristic. The creator, while the God of Steam was resisting the Storm of Lord's attack, once again utilized the negative effect associated with the Knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic, causing the God of Steam to have a momentary daze, lost in his own meritorious deeds of bringing civilization to humanity. This daze might have lasted less than half a second, but when he came to his senses, he was already surrounded by enormous waves from all directions. Paintings reappeared in front of the waves, some recording epic scenes of humans experimenting on themselves, attempting to fuse Beander materials to gain power, others carrying various inventions, books, and ideas. But those layers of waves crashed down and broke through these paintings. They were not mere waves, they were tsunamis, with the abstract meaning of being able to break through all obstacles. Taking advantage of the slight obstruction from those paintings, the God of Steam managed to transform the tsunamis from two directions into rapid currents. He immediately hid between the currents, avoiding being encircled by the tsunamis. At this point, the God of Steam was already in a sorry state under the combined assault of the Storm of Lord and the Creator, and he was now well aware that the Creator intended to seize the Knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic he carried. After a slight hesitation, the God of Steam threw that characteristic to the Creator, because he realized that if he didn't, he might be injured in today's battle. He had only recently recovered his good condition in the past 100 years or so, and if he were to be injured at this critical time, with the apocalypse approaching, it would lead to disastrous consequences. The Creator twisted the Knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic into his hand, bowed slightly to the God of Steam to express gratitude, and then disappeared from the battlefield of the gods. The lofty storm of Lord, still holding lightning, and the god of steam, in the illusory space, were both somewhat puzzled as to why the creator would seize the knowledge emperor Beander characteristic, which was not an adjacent pathway, at such a crucial moment. In the Archangel battlefield of the Minsk Mountains, Beverly, distorted, her brother Raymond's position, making him appear in front of the brass book. The brass book is the uniqueness of a pathway. The Archangels present found it difficult to directly obtain it with their Beander abilities. They could only acquire this Grade 0 sealed artifact by grasping it with their hands. Archbishop Larian of the War God Church endured an attack from the 100-eyed demon monarch, used the greatsword in his hand to force Raymond away, and bent down to pick up the brass book. However, as he bent down, his body suddenly lost balance and he stumbled forward, stepping over the brass book. As an archangel who had undergone a qualitative change, he actually made such a low-level error at such a critical moment. This was because he was too unlucky, encountering such a low-probability event. At this moment, Raymond threw a fireball next to the brass book. Bang! An explosion blasted the brass book, which was enveloped in a twilight glow, away from Larian's side. As soon as the brass book landed, Beverly already appeared beside it. Just as she was about to bend down to pick it up, her eyes suddenly narrowed, and she sharply dodged. The next moment, an order-slaying sword appeared on the ground, piercing upwards, almost hitting Beverly. Tamara emerged from underground, holding a sword in one hand. She reached out with her other hand to pick up the Trenencist brass book. But in front of her, two hazy phantom gates suddenly appeared, and Tamara's hand passed through the phantom gates, reaching into the spirit world. The Trenencist brass book was clearly before her eyes, yet it seemed as if it was a very, very long distance away. Under a hazy crimson moonlight, Lilith, beautiful and dressed in a long court gown, appeared before the Trenencist brass book. It's not Truncest who came. In Hobert's estimation, Truncest would definitely be the first to appear, so Lilith was invited specifically to deal with Truncest. In the central plateau, Philip I transformed into a white illusory giant. Inside the illusory giant were glowing divine scriptures, abstract regulations, and all the evidence and conclusions from cases judged using these regulations and scriptures. He spoke in a solemn voice, "This is the real world, the power of non-real worlds is greatly weakening." The underworld gate summoned by the Pale Empress immediately became much more illusory, and Sua, hiding in the spirit world, was also affected, projecting limited power into the real world. Truncest then said, "This is the real world." Philip, having incarnated as a complete mythical creature, does not conform to the relevant rules of the real world. Philip I's figure suddenly became very weak. Truncest is already dead, his resurrection violates natural laws. Truncest immediately felt the rules of the entire world rejecting him. Philip once pledged allegiance to Truncest and should be punished for his betrayal. A noose suddenly appeared from the illusion, encircling the tall Philip I, subjecting him to a hanging. His escape was again blocked. At this moment, Sua completely emerged from the spirit world, opening his mouth to utter a silent curse, and the tall Philip I immediately turned into a giant rooster. The Pale Empress reached out towards Philip I, and the power of the underworld tore at his spiritual body, rendering him immobile for a short time. Truncest seized the opportunity to stab the slender order sword into Philip I's chest. When he pulled out the rapier, he used the power of order and his affinity for the hand of order Beander characteristic to pull out Philip I's Beander characteristic. This former Knight Emperor reached out and grabbed, and the hand of order Beander characteristic came into his hand. The giant rooster that Philip I had become quickly collapsed into illusory chunks of flesh, causing obvious mutations in the surrounding plants and animals. Truncest took a step, quickly leaving the area. Sua left the spirit world, and the Pale Empress entered the underworld gate to depart. This battlefield was left with only Philip I, who was transforming into a malevolent spirit. In the Minsk Mountains, Archbishop Larian of the War God Church cleaved open the crimson moonlight before him with a sword. Then, he plunged the dawn sword into the ground, and the great sword immediately burst into clusters of orange-red light spots. Both Lilith, who was about to pick up the Trenencist brass book, and Tamara, who had retrieved her arm from the spirit world using her association ability, were within the attack range of the light spots. Lilith had no choice but to forego picking up the Trenencist brass book for now and instead summoned 2 hazy gates to block the clusters of light spots. Tamara's legs were still in the ground, so she had to first make the space in front of her chaos, crushing the light spots flying towards her. The storm of light not only blasted the 2 enemies but also knocked down Larian himself. He was too unlucky, he had actually forgotten to control the direction of the storm of light. At this moment, Hobert arrived from the spirit world. Since the uniqueness had been used for over 20 seconds and could not be used again today, he simply used a small account to participate in the battle here. Hobert briefly observed the Archangel battlefield here, then the order-slaying sword in his hand transformed into a javelin, which he raised and threw towards Tamara, who had just emerged from the ground. Tamara immediately used the order-slaying sword in her hand to deflect the javelin, but the javelin suddenly exploded after embedding itself in the ground, forming a chaotic area around it. This affected Tamara's ability. She had intended to distortion her position, but instead, the surrounding weeds bloomed. Hobert seized this opportunity to arrive before the Trenencist brass book. Larian, already heavily wounded by his own trouble, gasped for breath, his entire body emanating a twilight glow. He beckoned to the Trenencist brass book, and the twilight light covering the Trenencist brass book grew brighter. This sealed artifact flew towards Larian. But Larian was a step too late. Hobert extended his foot and stepped on the Trenencist brass book. Larian was truly unlucky, nothing had gone smoothly since the battle began. Tamara, having broken free from the chaotic space, distortion, Hobert's 2 legs into one, and the leg he used to step on the Trenencist brass book became ethereal. Lilith, seizing the opportunity, bent down to pick up the Trenencist brass book, but above the Trenencist brass book, a transparent copper wall suddenly seemed to appear. Lilith looked up and saw Sua, who had only revealed his upper body from the spirit world. She sneered, opening a small summoning gate on Sua's forehead, from which she summoned an illusory shadow. The shadow was about 30 years old, dressed in South Continent-style clothing, and looked at the surrounding battlefield with a cold expression. Sua trembled all over, grabbed the figure, and quickly retreated back into the spirit world. The shadow Lilith had just summoned was rational Sua. Without the rational part, Sua, in his poor state, immediately faced the danger of losing control. Tamara, taking advantage of the disappearance of the spiritual wall, reached out to grab the Trenencist brass book. Hobert retaliated, alter Tamara's 2 arms into one, and the arm Tamara used to grab the Trenencist brass book immediately disappeared. At this moment, 2 bronze gates suddenly appeared on the ground beneath the Trenencist brass book. It was a small underworld gate, and it could even open inwards. But a silver-white light suddenly struck the underworld gate. This gate, summoned by Beander power, was destroyed, immediately existing between reality and illusion, and the Trenencist brass book did not fall in. The silver-white light was Larian's ability, capable of destroying all things Beander and rendering the target's Beander abilities ineffective. Lilith reached out a 3rd time to pick it up, but a whip suddenly appeared in the void, lashing the Trenencist brass book aside. In the direction the Trenencist brass book rolled, 2 slender hands appeared. Truncest appeared there, about to catch the Trenencist brass book with his hands. The whip just now was summoned by him, it was a punishment for the Trenencist brass book. At this moment, a very Lord of the Mysteries scene appeared. Hobert, Lilith, the Pale Empress, Truncest, and Tamara, 5 archangels, along with Honored One, Larian, were very close to each other, so close that a few steps forward would allow them to touch each other. But they all focused their attention on the Trenencist brass book, constantly using their Beander abilities to prevent others from obtaining this sealed artifact. Beverly and Raymond, who were slightly further away, couldn't get a hand in. Just as Truncest was about to touch the Trenencist brass book, his outstretched hand suddenly swerved, perfectly missing the Trenencist brass book. This was a very comical scene. Truncest actually failed to get the Trentost bronze book. It turned out that Hobert had distortion, Truncest's sense of direction, making his forward gesture turn left. Just then, the archangels noticed that the twilight glow enveloping the Trenencist brass book suddenly faded. Everyone was slightly stunned, and after 1 or 2 seconds, that layer of light suddenly disappeared. Larian looked towards Backlund with some disbelief. The twilight sky there rapidly receded, and the starry night sky covered the entire sky. On a hill in northern Backland, Audrey and Furs saw that in that dark country, full of moonflowers and night-scented stock, the twilight giant's longsword struck the heavy, pitch-black great scythe and froze in midair. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Whether it was the giant in decaying armor, bathed in twilight, or the humanoid demon wolf in a starry long gown with 6 arms, both seemed to have become part of an oil painting, standing still, maintaining their previous postures. However, a dark brown wooden staff was stuck in the twilight giant's back, madly drawing the god's life, dragging the opponent back to the earth, back to the embrace of the Earth Mother. This dark brown wooden staff was held in the hand of the giant-like, curvaceous lady, and together with the constantly wilting and decaying flowers, green grass, and mushrooms on her body, it formed a late autumn scene. The twilight giant slowly turned his head, looking at the lady holding an illusory infant in one hand. At this moment, the infant in her arms looked much more solid, and his appearance seemed discernible. Audrey and Furs, observing from a distance, were stunned. The infant actually bore some resemblance to Hobert. At this time, the twilight giant let out a painful sound, th. Then, the Evernight goddess, dressed in a starry long gown with a female human head, chuckled softly, letting the bird-shaped golden ornament in her hand fly out on its own, accurately embedding itself into the gap of the twilight giant's faceplate. Then, she threw the crimson moon she held in her other 2 hands to the curvaceous lady. The next second, parts of the twilight giant's body collapsed, and clusters of orange-red twilight broke through the quiet darkness, falling back into the real world. Some landed on the battlefield, directly killing countless soldiers. Some crushed mountains, creating a lake that could age all living beings. Some merged with certain lucky creatures, turning them into mad and powerful monsters. Some enveloped the twilight giant hall outside St. Millen City, extinguishing the solidified orange-red there instantly. In a small, unnoticed chapel on the outskirts of Backland, a devout priest in a simple white robe with a light golden beard opened his eyes, revealing the clear and innocent gaze of a child. He calmly took out a bottle of golden potion from his pregnant, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. The Archangel battlefield in the Minsk Mountains. As the twilight color sealing the Trenencist brass book faded, this Grade 0 sealed artifact suddenly opened on its own, and a line of text appeared on a blank page. The Trenencist brass book belongs to the master of the country of disorder, no one else may possess it. Hobert's face revealed a chilling smile. Looking at the Trenencist brass book before him, Trenencist himself was a bit speechless. He somewhat didn't understand when Hobert had caused such severe pollution to the brass book. But there was no time to think about these things now. Trenencist and Tamara turned and left. Hobert waved at the brass book, and this Sequence 0 sealed artifact flew into his hand, obediently flipping open, seemingly waiting for Hobert to write. At this moment, he really wanted to laugh out loud. With the brass book, becoming an old one was just around the corner. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and ignored Trenencist, instead holding the brass book and turning towards Tamara, who had already escaped a distance with half her body. Tamara was the first to run after seeing the first line of text appear on the brass book. However, when she opened the boundary between the real world and the spirit world, she just happened to encounter the monster summoned by Lilith. Among everyone present, Lilith was also very happy. The end of the divine war meant that she would soon be able to advance to Sequence 1 and become an King of Angels. Tamara no longer intended to leave through the spirit world but instead planned to utilize the method of distortion space to escape a certain distance first. Raymond seized the opportunity to rush over, summoning a ball of flame to block Tamara's path, and Beverly also took the chance to try to distort Tamara's thoughts. Although it didn't succeed, it bought Hobert enough time. Hobert's gaze turned to the brass book, where a new line of quicksilver-colored text appeared. People with perfectly symmetrical facial features do not conform to the aesthetic characteristics of the human body and should be severely punished. Illusory black chains suddenly appeared behind Tamara, locking her in place, and at the same time, illusory whips with barbs appeared behind her, lashing fiercely at Tamara's spine. But it only lashed twice, because Tamara had distorted her appearance, making it no longer so symmetrical, so she was no longer punished by the brass book. However, at this moment, Hobert and the others had completely surrounded Tamara. At this point, 2 underworld gates appeared under Tamara's feet, and a pair of pale hands grabbed Tamara's feet, instantly submerging her into the underworld. Hobert distorted the positions of the 2 people, bringing them from the underworld to the real world. At this time, new text appeared on the brass book. Females with extremely pale complexions should not appear in sunlight, otherwise their power will be greatly weakened. The pale empress's figure instantly became illusory, and she immediately drew energy from the underworld to avoid becoming weak. The wisdom of the sealed artifact here is weakened, and the Beyander's abilities are amplified. Truncest, who had returned, said in a solemn voice. Seeing Tamara in distress, he immediately rushed back to support her, not because he was kind-hearted, but because he was unwilling to see the characteristic within Tamara being taken by Hobert. The wisdom of the brass book indeed weakened, seemingly unable to receive Hobert's demands, and instead wrote by itself, "Those over 1.9 meters tall will be severely punished." The 3 honored ones, who were stunned by the impact of the war god's fall, were immediately bound by illusory iron chains and whipped with barbed leather whips. Hobert brought over the 100-eyed demon monarch and the other 2 tool men to jointly attack Truncest. Let the Beverly siblings deal with the Pale Empress, and Hobert and his mother Lilith strive to keep Tamara. Tamara knew this was a critical moment, so she immediately took out her trump card sealed artifact, a crystal ball shaped like an apple. It exploded between Hobert, Lilith, and Tamara, forming an illusory light cluster. The 3 angels and the surrounding space simultaneously became illusory, enveloped by the light cluster, as if they had transformed into an oil painting with a rendering effect, and the 3 angels were the figures in the oil painting. Tamara, who was well prepared, reached out and opened a door in the illusion. She immediately returned to the real world and promptly left. Hobert and Lilith also wanted to leave through that door, but they found that they were temporarily unable to utilize their Beyander abilities. Truncest and the Pale Empress also took the opportunity to escape. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that the light cluster contracted, and everything around them returned to its original state. The illusory light cluster transformed back into a crystal-textured apple shape, suspended in midair. Hobert took a deep breath. His enemies had finally come together. Since he couldn't keep Tamara, Hobert turned his gaze to Larian. Hobert didn't feel much about Tamara's escape. He planned to assimilate the uniqueness in advance, and when he successfully assimilated the uniqueness, he could completely utilize the country of disorder to find Tamara. At that time, an king of angels fighting an archangel could kill the opponent more easily. At this moment, this honored one was already covered in wounds due to extremely bad luck. Although he was a warrior, he couldn't withstand so many fatal injuries. Hobert immediately amplified his injuries, and this angel died on the spot. Although Hobert was sequence 1, his amplify only had a very small chance of causing a sequence 2 angel to death. This result was primarily due to Larian already being severely injured, and secondly, he was simply too unlucky, encountering something that would only occur with an extremely small probability. Hobert reached out and grabbed the 0 to 73 death domain from the country of disorder, using the power of the underworld to send Larian's spiritual body to the underworld, preventing him from becoming a malevolent spirit. Who knew that as soon as the entrance to the underworld opened, Hunt von Jacob, who had a contractual relationship with Hobert, was already waiting there. Ever since Hobert became an angel, he had basically no longer needed the help of this Hunt knight, and had not summoned him for a long time. The last time he summoned him, Hunt had requested Hobert to help him retrieve his Beyander characteristic, which was reportedly taken by Larian, his sequence 3 Beyander characteristic. Because Hunt was a Beyander of the death pathway before sequence 3, his spiritual body did not completely perish in the underworld. This battle was very sudden, and Hobert didn't have time to summon Hunt to witness all of this, but he had intended to give Larian's characteristic to Hunt. He didn't care whether Hunt's Beyander characteristic was taken by Larian, he only cared whether Hunt was willing to pledge loyalty to him. At this moment, seeing Hunt, Hobert believed that Hunt truly had a deep hatred for Larian, otherwise, he wouldn't have been constantly watching Larian and waiting in the underworld. Larian's spiritual body was very surprised to see Hunt. You found your bones." Hunt laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to throw my bones into the mirror world, ha ha ha." That was a long time ago, when Hobert was fighting the demons on the Full Moon Lake West Bank. he used a sealed artifact to summon a skeleton monster from the mirror world, and coincidentally, that was Hunt's bones. By this time, Larian had already been controlled by Hobert using the death domain, and entered the underworld. Hunt grinned menacingly. Come on, I'll let you experience the warmth of the underworld. As he spoke, strange-shaped underworld creatures appeared behind Hunt, their mouths watering at the prospect of an angel's spiritual body delivered right to them. No. Amidst Larian's desperate screams, Hobert closed the connection between the underworld and the real world. The other two, honored ones, had already escaped during that time, and currently, only Hobert and his own people remained on the battlefield. Hobert took a deep breath, first dividing the spoils of war, and handed the sealed artifact Tamara had used to escape to Lilith, Mother. Lilith, however, did not reach out to take it, but smiled. When has a mother ever needed payment for helping her son? With that, her figure became blurry and disappeared from the real world. Hobert only realized that Lilith had helped him twice, and he should at least show some appreciation, but he didn't expect her attitude to be so firm. Then Hobert said to Beverly and Raymond, "You two also played a significant role in today's battle. I will accumulate corresponding merits for you. Currently, your merits have two utilizes. First, they are the standard for becoming the actual leaders of our faction, for example, becoming the actual officers of the official Beyonders in Highland County and Corran County. The second is to gain temporary utilize rights of a Sequence 0 sealed artifact, or to completely obtain that sealed artifact. I will announce the specific merit exchange standards to both of you after I am done with my current tasks." Beverly was very interested in becoming the actual officer of Beyonders, while Raymond was clearly more interested in sealed artifacts. These two utilizes were basically designed by Hobert specifically for the siblings. After the two angels left, Hobert retrieved the 3 tool men and put all of today's gains into the country of disorder. The war ended just like that. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and felt it themselves, Audrey and Furs would never have believed it ended so abruptly. When the deep darkness swallowed the orange-red twilight and then receded on its own, she saw from afar that the Beyonders within Fursak and Intis fled one after another, and the armies, with Beyonders as their backbone, collapsed uncontrollably. However, the demigods, low-sequence Beyonders, and ordinary soldiers on Lowen's side did not attempt to pursue, as they were also very confused, bewildered, and perplexed. Only the South Balam army, with their banners held high, began a clear pursuit, some heading west, some heading north. Audrey asked Furs to go back first. She wanted to return to Backland to take a look. So Audrey walked directly back into the city and saw the surviving Backland citizens emerging from shelters and other places where they could hide, staring blankly at the scene resembling a primeval forest. They had no cheers, no shouts, nor did they vent their anger with curses. Instead, their expressions were numb, their eyes blank, not knowing why the disaster had suddenly ended. Audrey silently surveyed the scene, all the way back to Empress Burrow, back to her own villa. She saw her father, mother, elder brother, butler, manservant, and maid all staring blankly out the window, their expressions exactly the same as the citizens on the street. For some reason, a sentence suddenly flashed through Audrey's mind: death without knowing the cause, life without knowing the purpose. In the South Balam Army headquarters in the western suburbs of Backland, Medici loudly relayed orders, systematically dividing the 100,000-strong army and hundreds of Beyonders into 3 parts. The first part, 60,000 soldiers, with 40,000 of them led by Angus and the Gale army, would bypass the Balchus Mountains and trap the Intis army, which was running rampant throughout the western suburbs within the Balchus Mountains. The other 20,000 soldiers, commanded by Helen and the Poison Thorn army, would pursue the Intis army into the Balchus Mountains, using the terrain to encircle the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Using 60,000 soldiers to surround 700,000 was something only Medici dared to do. The second part, 40,000 soldiers, would quickly move north, cross the Balkis Pass, set up a defense line in Ahawa County, and prepare to strike the Fursak army retreating by a detour from the southeast. This army was commanded by Malva's Flame Army and Eliot's Morning Dawn Army. After these Fursak people retreated, the War God Church would most likely merge with the Night Goddess Church, which might be the last chance to hunt Beyonders of the warrior pathway. Even the Einhorn personality, the Fursak imperial ancestor within Medici, did not object to such a beating of a dog while it was down. The third part was Sharon's unit, along with a portion of officially conscripted Beyonders, responsible for collecting the spoils of war after the divine battle. At the moment the war god fell and his body landed in the real world, tens of thousands of soldiers died directly, including a large number of Beyonders. Before the Loan army could react, they quickly went to collect these Beyonder characteristics and sealed artifacts that had formed by chance. However, this task carried great risks, as the blood and flesh of a deity might give rise to many monsters, so the Temperance faction, with the highest spirituality, was assigned this task. Sharon's unit had 3 demigods and 2 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, and Sharon herself could apply for a Sequence 0 sealed artifact from the Creator at any time, which was enough to deal with any monsters they might encounter. There was also a portion of Beyonder power, official Beyonders transferred from the South Continent, all demigods and Sequence 5, led by Archibald and Lawrence, ready to support the front lines at any time. After arranging all of this, Medici asked himself internally, did the Creator know that the Evernight goddess would win? Or did Hobert know? This was a prejudgment of the outcome of the divine battle. A few days ago, when Hobert found him and instructed him in a confined space to be ready to pursue the enemy at any time, Medici once thought that Hobert's state might be so bad that he was experiencing hallucinations. But under Hobert's repeated urging, and knowing that Hobert could not make such a joke, Medici then made the war plan with a skeptical attitude and carried out war mobilization. With such preparatory work, the South Balam army and the Beyonder forces were able to swiftly launch attacks and reap the fruits of victory while the armies of other major powers were in a state of confusion. Thinking of this, Medici took a deep breath. He rarely admired others in his life, the last person he admired was the Lord. Now, Medici felt a bit of admiration for the Creator. Hobert first returned to Backland, and seeing the rapid defeat of the Intis and Fursak armies, and the South Balam army beginning an orderly pursuit, he returned to his study on Longtail Island, set up the barrier composed of order crystals, and entered the country of disorder again. Seeing the Beyonder characteristics and sealed artifacts in front of the Iron Throne, Hobert took a deep breath. The biggest gain today was undoubtedly the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway. As Hobert was counting the spoils, a star suddenly emerged from the pool in front of him. Hobert was stunned. That was the star representing Princess Ethel of the Fernando Port royal family. Why did she suddenly pray to the Creator? Covering the star with his spirituality, Hobert saw an astonishing scene. In front of Ethel was a pool of dark red blood, surrounded by large, writhing bones and muscles, as well as Philip I, whose face was distorted with pain, losing his sanity, and transforming into a malevolent spirit. All living creatures around had undergone some mutation, some turning into strange and grotesque monsters. Some had bloomed into flowers with perfectly symmetrical or perfectly regular 3-dimensional patterns. Others had leaves that turned into blank sheets of paper, recording laws or texts. Another angel of the Fernando Port royal family, Chester Castile, was using his imprisonment ability to control Philip I's spirit body, but it was clear that he was almost losing control. Combining Ethel's simple report, Hobert understood that Truncest had first eliminated Philip I before seizing the uniqueness. This made him sigh with emotion. Fortunately, he had polluted the Truncest brass book before, otherwise, it would have been an unknown whether he could have obtained this sealed artifact today. That Tamara could cooperate with Truncest was not surprising, as they both had common enemies. That Sua could also come to help was also expected. After all, Truncest had helped this divine abomination before. But that the Pale Empress would make a move was somewhat beyond Hobert's expectation. Some time ago, the South Balam Duchy had just established diplomatic relations with the Balam Empire, and they were now discussing the mutual exchange of ambassadors. As a result, the Pale Empress made such a move. Thinking a bit in this direction, Hobert listened carefully to Ethel's request. She hoped to receive help from the Creator to preserve Philip I's sanity. Hobert roughly understood that Philip I should have prepared some resurrection arrangements for himself, but the problem was that his spirit body was currently transforming into a malevolent spirit, which made it difficult for him to utilize his previous arrangements. He pondered for a moment. Of course, he had to help with this. If handled properly, the Fernando Port royal family, with only one angel left, would very likely lean towards the South Balam Duchy. As for why she prayed to the Creator and not to the Earth Mother, it was not difficult to understand. The Earth Mother was quite busy at the moment. So Hobert, holding 0 to 73, Death Domain, descended his power through Ethel's star. He first used Chester's imprisonment to release the sealed of Philip I's spirit body, then deepened Philip I's connection with the real world, and the distorted expression on his face immediately softened considerably. Then the Creator altered the state of Philip I's spirit body, allowing his spirit body to exist independently in the real world for a period without being affected. The painful expression on Philip I's face disappeared, and he returned to his usual demeanor, only he did not look as benevolent as before. Seeing that Philip I had regained his sanity, the Creator withdrew his power and put back the unused Death Domain in his hand. He carried this sealed artifact originally to utilize its ability in case his manipulation of the spirit body did not meet expectations. Hobert did not bother with how Philip I would be resurrected, but continued to look at the spoils he had gained from this battle. The uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway certainly could no longer be called Truncest Brass Book. Hobert first assigned it the number 0 to 80, and named the Brass Book the Rule Brass Book. Immediately after, Hobert went to examine the other sealed artifacts. The Beander characteristic of the Knowledge Emperor was more like a sealed artifact. Its negative effect was that one easily fell into self-admiration and easily became interested in noble women. Hobert was torn between laughter and tears. This Beander characteristic must have come from Old Huang, and there were even some of his mental remnants. The only thing missing might be easily becoming interested in witches. Then, Hobert named it 0 to 81, Knowledge Crown. The third sealed artifact was the one Tamara threw out to escape. This sealed artifact corresponded to the sequence 2 inches Knowledge Magister, level of the Savon pathway. Hobert named it 0 to 82, Crystal Light Screen. This sealed artifact's ability was relatively singular. It could pull a target from reality into an illusory light screen, temporarily depriving them of their Beander abilities. Even the holder would be pulled in, and when there were other people in the illusory light screen, the holder could not retrieve this sealed artifact. This was a bit of a trap, because the holder also could not attack the target pulled in. They could only wait for the opponent to come out and continue fighting, so it was only useful when escaping. The last spoil of war was the Beander characteristic of the Honored One. Hobert planned to summon Hunt later, have a good talk with him, and then decide the fate of this Beander characteristic. After examining the spoils, Hobert habitually began to review the situation. First, he was still surprised by the Pale Empress's alignment. If he had known she would help Truncest, then when participating in the battle in the Minsk Mountains, he would definitely have appeared as the Creator. Although the Creator was not as flexible and adaptable as Hobert, at least his Beander status was there. It must be said that the Pale Empress's unexpected alignment with his enemy forced Hobert to adjust his future plans. Before, it was enough to just be wary of the Balam Empire. Now, this South Continent nation had to be treated as an enemy. The second thing Hobert did not expect was that Truncest would prioritize seizing a Hand of Order characteristic. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not that surprising. After all, from an outsider's perspective, the Creator's strength was also very strong. Even if 4 archangels joined forces, they were not confident that they could definitely seize 0 to 80, Rule Brass Book. But unexpectedly eliminating Philip I posed no problem at all. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath and felt the pressure again, because Truncest should soon become an King of Angels with Dual Sequence 1. Hobart planned to find an opportunity to accommodate the uniqueness in advance after the War of Gods ended, then take the opportunity to eliminate Tamara, stabilize his state first, and then consider becoming a god. This consideration was based on Fool Klein's process of becoming a god. Fool Klein's transition from Sequence 1 to a god, and then to becoming half an Old One, was too fast, which largely led to his unstable state. Hobart believed that if he could achieve a certain degree of reconciliation with the uniqueness in advance, it would be of great help in maintaining his state after becoming a god. But now, Truncest might become an King of Angels before him. Thinking of this, Hobart smiled helplessly, sighing that the competition in the Beander world was too fierce. Just as he was about to leave the country of disorder, Princess Ethel prayed to express her gratitude. Hobart saw that Philip I indeed had a new body and had reached the sequence 3 level. At this moment, he was converging his spirituality to maintain his state. Hobart currently had no intention of getting involved in this matter. As an angel who had lived for 1 or 2,000 years, especially with the support of secular power, Philip I certainly had some means of resurrection. He returned to the real world, to his office on Longtail Island. First, he removed the barrier formed by the Order Crystal. Hobart pondered for a moment before chanting the incantation in ancient Hermes language. Knight Hunt, whose eyes looked a bit strange, appeared before Hobart from the underworld. Thank you for allowing me to avenge myself. It's nothing, Hobart said with a smile. I invited you here to ask if you could immediately become a Sequence 3 if I gave you a Silver Knight Beander characteristic. Yes, Hunt replied. I performed the relevant ritual a long time ago. If I can have a Silver Knight characteristic, I will be able to fully recover my state and return to the real world. Hobart nodded. As you know, Beander characteristics of this level are not given away lightly. I need you to pledge allegiance to me and become a part of those who will always support me. Then he leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, have you heard of the Creator? Expressionless Hunt said, before I came, I had already done some research and understood how powerful the Creator's strength is. Then he said earnestly, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you and be eternally loyal to your commands. So Hobart got up and came before Hunt. The tall knight knelt on one knee and swore his allegiance. After the oath of allegiance was completed, Hobart first said, the deity I follow currently has his own kingdom, and many angels have already pledged allegiance to him. If you are excellent enough, you will also become one of the angels who pledge allegiance to him in the future. Overall, Hobart had fought alongside Hunt several times and had a basic level of trust in him. However, the promised benefits still needed to be promised in advance. Compared to trust, he believed more in the entanglement of interests. Then Hobart began to interrogate Hunt about his situation. It turned out that Hunt's family had used the War of the Fourth Epoch to obtain the demigod-level potion formulas of the Death and Twilight Giant pathways, and they were nobles who had existed since the early days of the Loan Kingdom. Hunt's death was due to him obtaining a sealed artifact comparable to the Honored One by chance in the early Fifth Epoch. This fellow was too arrogant at the time and did not ask for help from the Loan royal family, intending to secretly become an angel and then utilize his territory to establish an independent country. As a result, when he was promoting to an angel, the War God Church noticed it. Larian led a team and secretly eliminated Hunt's entire family. Hunt was once an undead, and coupled with the fact that his spiritual body had undergone a certain qualitative change during the promotion process, he was able to survive until now. When Larian discovered that Hunt's spiritual body had escaped, he stuffed Hunt's bones into the mirror world to prevent him from returning to the real world using the power of the death pathway. Hobart thought to himself, this is an ambitious man. Then he thought again, Hunt's situation is relatively special, so he can only temporarily recover to the Sequence 3 level. If he wants to continue to advance, he will have to prepare for the angel promotion ritual again. Of course, Hobart currently had no plans to let this guy become an angel, he would observe him for a period first. But currently, due to the demand for high-end combat power, he could let the other party become a Sequence 3 first. As for whether the other party was an ambitious person, it didn't matter to Hobart, the key was controllability. He believed that with Hunt's previous experience, he would understand that sometimes the opportunity to become an angel was a complete disaster. If there was a strong backing, that would truly be an opportunity. Hobart finally said, go back and prepare. Tomorrow I will give you the Silver Knight Beander characteristic, and then you will go to Intis to protect the factory there with the angel I sent. What Hobart had been considering after returning to the real world was where to arrange Hunt first. Hobart planned to arrange Beverly and Raymond in Intis after the war to protect the interests of Earl's Light there and deter the Intis Republic. It would be a good opportunity for Beverly to observe Hunt. After Hunt left, Hobart went to find Furs, who had returned earlier. At this moment, Furs was lying in an armchair in her bedroom, lost in thought. Upon seeing Hobart, she immediately got up. Even now, I still find it incredible that a war of gods could change the course of the war like this. It didn't just change the course of the war, Hobart said with a smile. It also changed the world's pattern. He sat next to Furs, crossed his legs, and said, South Balam has risen. The day after the War of Gods ended, in the northern mountains of Backland. Sharon's unit had basically collected the Beander characteristics scattered in this area. Although some battles occurred and there were casualties. However, in terms of the spoils obtained, those casualties were nothing. Sharon's spirituality sensed that there was a huge spoil in the mountains. She had observed in that direction in the spirit world, but couldn't even see the specific situation there clearly. But her spiritual perception clearly sensed a powerful force there. She even suspected that there might be a grade 0 sealed artifact there. So she only brought another demigod, each holding a grade 1 sealed artifact, and headed into the mountains early that morning to search for the spoil. Because that spoil caused severe distortion in the spirit world, they dared not approach it through the spirit world or the mirror world, but instead used mirror jump to cautiously approach. Still far from there, Sharon felt that the rate of her spirituality loss was somewhat abnormal. She and her companion returned to the real world from a dewdrop, carefully observed again, and then continued forward. Advancing and observing in this manner, it took them more than 2 hours to finally approach their destination. They climbed a mountain peak and saw the scene beyond the mountain. It was actually a huge lake with a twilight glow. This was precisely the lake formed by the blood sprayed by the fallen war god and the essence of the twilight giant authority, which could make all living beings age. Although it was morning, there was a twilight around the lake, as if it was a unique twilight in the middle of the mountains. The surrounding trees had long since withered and rotted. Sharon and her companion clearly felt themselves rapidly aging, so they entered the wraith state. Although they could still feel themselves gradually entering the twilight of their lives, they no longer felt the aging distinctly. Looking at the lake in front of them again, the two discussed what to do now. If it were a sealed artifact, they could try to seal it, but how should a lake be dealt with? Sharon was about to pray to the Creator for divine revelation when she saw the space on the hillside suddenly become illusory, and Hobart emerged from the void. He first looked at the lake for 1 or 2 seconds, then waved to Sharon and her companions, signaling that he would handle the problem here. But Sharon and her companion did not leave. They really wanted to see how Hobart would deal with this lake. Hobart stretched out his hand and scooped into the void, and a golden scepter appeared in his hand. He raised the scepter high, and the scepter's head emitted a dazzling light, as if a small sun had fallen into the valley. Hobart walked forward step by step, and the scepter's light parted the twilight in the valley, which prevented him from being disturbed by the lake. Sharon and her companion saw a strange sight. The blazing sunlight moved forward little by little, like a stone moving forward bit by bit in a current, causing the twilight-colored current to split to the left and right. The blazing sun and twilight intertwined, forming beautiful rays of light, making Hobart's advancing back figure appear sacred, grand, and resolute. It seemed to form a painting full of epic grandeur. Soon, Hobart arrived at the edge of the lake. Whoosh! Under the condensation of a surging force, the lake water formed a twilight-colored giant figure. The giant's face was unclear, only its huge vertical pupils could be seen. Ah! The giant opened its mouth wide, letting out an unwilling roar. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind blew from the lake's surface outwards. The decaying trees were all broken and swept up, flying away. Sharon and her companions' first thought was to quickly leave, but their bodies, minds, spiritual bodies, and spirits were all deterred by the surging power, so they stood there, unable to utilize their Beander abilities. Just as the strong wind and trees approached, and they were preparing to withstand the impact of this surging force, their spirituality sensed that the area in front of them suddenly became chaos. Both the astonishing power and those trees scattered in front of them. Sharon breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Hobart had saved them. Otherwise, if they were hit by this surging force, even as demigods, and even if their spiritual bodies in this pathway were exceptionally solid, they would still suffer severe injuries. Just as they were about to leave, not wanting to cause Hobart any more trouble, they happened to see the giant formed by the lake water holding a twilight-colored greatsword, which it swung towards Hobart. Hobart held the scepter in one hand, and a black longsword appeared in his other hand, which he used to lightly block the greatsword. Compared to the twilight-colored greatsword, the black longsword was like a small toy compared to a large saber. But the longsword was still able to block the greatsword. Sharon and her companion were so engrossed that they forgot to leave for a moment. At this moment, an arm suddenly grew from Hobart's armpit, as if a tree branch had suddenly sprouted. He actually transformed into 3 arms in an instant. The third arm grabbed into the void, pulling out a crown with black gemstones, which Hobart placed on his head. In the next instant, Hobart's entire body also emanated a surging power. He continued to block the giant's attack with the longsword in his hand, and the scepter in his other hand suddenly lengthened. Hobart thrust the scepter, which resembled a javelin, into the giant's calf, immediately forming a huge vortex of power there. The lake visibly shrank at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. Amidst the unwilling roar of the giant formed by the lake water, the giant and the lake water were completely absorbed into the scepter, not a single drop remaining. The scepter showed no signs of expanding, instead, its original pure golden color transformed into an appearance interwoven with orange and golden hues. Everything around them returned to normal. There was no twilight-colored lake, no twilight in the mountains, and no giants made of twilight-colored lake water. The scene of decay, as far as the eye could see, also looked like a normal winter, with withered yellow everywhere. Only the decayed tree stumps marked the previous abnormality. The scepter in Hobart's hand no longer emitted scorching sunlight. He gently shook the scepter, and it immediately transformed into an exaggeratedly large, twilight-colored greatsword. Then he shook it again, and the greatsword returned to its normal size and became silver-white. Hobart had gained the power of the Twilight Giant's essence. Just now, he had used the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness to alter the Sun Scepter's ability to gain power from one pathway into 2 pathways. Thus, the Sun Scepter became the Twilight Scepter. Sharon saw Hobart wave at her and her companion with a brilliant smile, then enter the spirit world and leave. Only then did they come back to their senses. Hobart had obtained a portion of the war god's power. Even if it was a very, very small amount, it was still power from a god. Immediately after, they realized that since the lake had been taken away by Hobart, the marshal's mission to them was complete. In the following days, Loan, Intis, and Fursak suddenly became bewildered due to the drastic changes, and even their command systems experienced temporary failures. The Fenaport Kingdom, on the other hand, became extremely cautious because Philip I had lost his archangel status. Currently, on the North Continent, only the South Balam army was fighting with a clear plan. On the West Line, after Medici's repeated adjustments to his deployment, 60,000 men truly surrounded over 700,000 people. Indeed, it was over 700,000 people, not over 700,000 troops, because their morale instantly collapsed, and there was no command whatsoever. Many immediately surrendered their weapons when faced with the South Balam army blocking them. Many had even lost their weapons, and many others broke down crying upon seeing the South Balam army. The South Balam army began a frantic phase of capturing prisoners. In 5 days, 60,000 men actually captured over 300,000 prisoners. Sometimes, one soldier would even be watching over 100 prisoners. 8 emergency teleportation arrays were built, but they couldn't even send prisoners to the South Continent in time. However, the Balchus Mountains were too vast. The Intis people, who were now only fleeing in panic, bypassed the west side and escaped from the north and south sides of the Balchus Mountains. Many of their soldiers died in the mouths of wild beasts, many collapsed from hunger and cold, and many more got lost. Even more than a year later, a few Intis soldiers, dressed in rags, with long, messy hair and beards like wildmen, would occasionally emerge from the Balchus Mountains. Only after exiting the Balchus Mountains could the Intis soldiers relatively easily seize food on the vast Takval plain. They were like a group of bandits, plundering their way back to Intis. It is said that fewer than 200,000 deserters returned to the Intis Republic. Almost none of these 200,000 people were Beyonders. All the Beyonders in the Balchus Mountains were systematically hunted down by the South Balam's Beyonder forces, and not many escaped the net. The fighting on the North Line was very fierce. The over 400,000 Fursak troops retreating were met with a head-on blow by the South Balam army, who had already set up their positions. But after all, they were a fighting nation. The defeated Fursak army still maintained a certain level of command, though their cannons had all been abandoned in eastern Backland. Without heavy weapons, their charges were more like an illustration that heavy machine guns are the king of the battlefield. No one could break through the firepower network formed by heavy machine guns. Not even Beyonders. The South Balam army also had Beyonders, and they were clearly divided in their duties and well commanded, repeatedly defeating the attacks of the Fursak army's Beyonders. The Fursak army also had to abandon their plan of retreating from the Janai southern bank and instead avoided Ahawa County, retreating from the east line. Thus, a great pursuit began. In this blocking and pursuit battle, the South Balam army killed over 30,000 enemy troops and captured over 30,000 prisoners. But because the Fursak army still had a certain level of command, their over 300,000 main forces, with basic formations, entered the Minsk Mountains. At this time, a cold snap and a heavy snowfall saved these over 300,000 main forces of the Fursak Empire. Marching and fighting in the ice and snow was a strong point for the Fursak army, while some of the South Balam army even came from the tropical Longtail Island. In such weather, they simply couldn't catch up to the Fursak army and eventually had to give up the pursuit. But the South Balam army only retreated to Backland and did not immediately return to their country. At this point, this year-long world war finally ended. The high-ranking officials of the other 4 countries gradually learned the outcome of the God War. The 6 gods had become 7 gods. Immediately after, Loan began to reclaim lost territories, and Fursak and Intis began to receive their own routed troops. At the same time, in Trier, the capital of Intis, the parliament issued an order to confiscate all assets of Earl's Light, the company name of Earl of Light in the Intis Republic. Soon after this order was issued, Beverly and her brother, wearing identical circular jade pendants, appeared in the seats of the parliament building. Beverly asked the parliament members, who had not yet dispersed, "I heard you are going to illegally confiscate our property." For a time, the angels of the Intis military and the angels of the churches rushed over, but the angels of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery successively received oracles, and they withdrew just like that. The God War had ended. From their pre-war advantage of 4 against 3, Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Steam, War God, and Earth Mother against Evernight Goddess, Storm of Lord, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It turned into the current disadvantage of 2 against 4, Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Steam against Evernight Goddess, Storm of Lord, God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and Earth Mother. In such circumstances, they were unwilling to start any more battles. The parliament members of the Intis Republic finally realized the consequences of the God War and reluctantly withdrew the issued order. The interests of Earl of Light in Intis were preserved. It was Monday in the blink of an eye. In the ancient palace on the gray fog above, the Tarot Club members simultaneously appeared, greeting Mr. Fool in unison. Klein looked around and suddenly felt a sense of emotion. The Hanged Man used this war to become the cardinal of the Storm Church, responsible for the Rorstad Archipelago diocese. Although Justice temporarily lost contact with the psychology alchemists, she also gained the qualification to become a counselor. Her other identity, the Lady of the South Balam Principality, also brought her considerable power. The sun is an elder of the City of Silvers, 7-member council, the moon is a blood ancestor, star is a senior deacon of the Nighthawks of the Church of the Night, Hermit is a hidden king of the sea, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Currently, the highest sequence in the Tarot Club is Emperor Hobert, who has already reached sequence 1 and has even established his own country and a massive Beander force. After the exploration of the giant court ended, Klein increasingly felt that this guy's situation should be similar to his own. Hobert is the creator. However, Klein did not intend to expose him now, because by exposing Hobert, it would easily make Hobert realize that Fool's situation might be similar to the creator's. Klein took a deep breath. All the Tarot Club members in front of him, except Magician, were already demigods and angels, high-ranking figures in different forces of the mysterious world. The reason Magician had not become a demigod was that the previous war had prevented her from advancing. According to what Klein learned from the Abraham family, she already possessed all the conditions necessary to become a demigod. Hobert had long prepared the Beander characteristic for her, and the Abraham family provided the ritual and auxiliary materials. In other words, as long as Magician digested the Traveler's potion, she could complete her advancement. While Justice Audrey was greeting the other members, Fool Klein, shrouded in gray-white mist, quickly withdrew his gaze and chuckled to himself. Finally, it looks like a high-class secret organization, but it always gives me the feeling that it's a negotiation meeting for various major forces. At this moment, Audrey's greeting ended, and Fool then gently nodded to the Tarot Club members, saying, "Let's begin." The Hanged Man, Alger, heard Mr. Fool's voice and inexplicably trembled, suddenly feeling a sense of praying to Storm of Lord on Passu Island. This was an experience on a spiritual level that Alger could not accurately describe in words. He only felt that the body enveloped by the white mist contained thousands of times more terror than before, and a seemingly plain sentence or a simple action could give an absolute suppression of status. At this moment, Alger was very certain, Mr. Fool had further revived. After the world went to the forsaken land of the gods and brought out the city of silver, Mr. Fool had further revived. Alger had felt this way during the previous few gatherings, but he had never dared to confirm it. Just now, his spirituality gave him an accurate feeling. Star Leonard looked around and saw that the other members remained silent, so he tentatively spoke. According to the intelligence currently gathered, a god war indeed occurred previously. Among them, it is certain that Evernight Goddess, War God, and Earth Mother appeared high above Backland. As for the result, I think everyone is very clear. What are your thoughts on this? Hermit Catlia did not hide her confusion. I cannot understand why such a result occurred. Earth Mother and War God, this mother and son alliance, were actually defeated by Evernight Goddess. Magician Furs, who had seen the God War from afar, said, "As far as I know, during the God War, Earth Mother launched a sneak attack on War God, which led to War God's fall." The other members were very surprised, and Leonard couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your source of information is?" "I witnessed that God War with my own eyes," Furs said, "under the protection of a god." In her opinion, the barrier formed by the Order Crystal was the Creator's protection for them. This once again shocked the other members. That was a God War. Magician actually witnessed that God War. After the surprise, Alger deliberated and said, "I received intelligence that immediately after the God War ended, Feniport defected." Klein, behind the gray fog, was slightly stunned. This operation feels so familiar. Then he realized, it shows that Earth Mother's betrayal of War God was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. But why did such a betrayal happen? At this moment, Klein noticed that from the beginning of this topic until now, Hobert's expression had been very serious. Klein thought to himself, he must know something. Just then, the son Derek raised his arm and said, "I probably know why." As an elder of the council, Derek had learned the secret of the City of Silver's divine sealed artifact. The Moon Emlyn questioned. After all, the son had just left the forsaken land of the gods. How could he possibly know more about the details of the God War than everyone present? The Hanged Man, Alger, knowing that the son was always honest, suppressed his curiosity and a slight inner excitement, and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Derek first glanced at the Emperor, then looked around, and said in a deep voice, "You must promise before Mr. Fool that you will not reveal what I am about to tell you." Mr. Emperor had asked City of Silver not to spread secrets about God-level sealed artifacts. At that time, Derek didn't quite understand why. Now he probably understood Mr. Emperor's concerns. He had just glanced at Mr. Emperor and confirmed that he had no intention of stopping him, so Derek decided to reveal this secret at the Tarot Club. "No problem," Catlia said, taking the lead. After everyone made their promises under the witness of Fool, Derek nodded and said, "We previously confirmed in a certain gathering that Earth Mother was Omibella, the Queen of Giant King. This information is incorrect." That was when Derek and his group first explored Giant Court, and they had announced the true name of the Earth Mother to everyone. During a later gathering, Hermit found a very reliable piece of information from ancient texts. Giant King's queen was indeed named Omibella. Everyone was very excited at the time, having found the origin of another deity. From that moment on, everyone knew that Giant King's queen was the later Earth Mother. Hobert, who also attended that gathering, breathed a sigh of relief. During a Tarot Club meeting, not long after Emlyn joined the Tarot Club, information about Lilith's fall was traded. At that time, to avoid uncontrollable butterfly effects, Hobert only told everyone that it was the Harvest Goddess, a subordinate god of Giant King, who betrayed blood ancestor, Lilith. At that time, neither the true name of this harvest goddess, nor that she was Giant King's queen was mentioned. The sigh of relief Hobert let out was a feeling of gratitude that he had kept that information hidden at the time. If Emlyn had known that blood ancestor was killed by Earth Mother, this blood ancestor who was already a blood earl and a divine servant of the Earth Mother Church, would surely have done something unexpected. Thinking of this, Hobert retracted his thoughts and continued to listen to the sun say, Earth Mother is not Giant King's Queen Omibella. The real Omibella has died, and her remains are in City of Silver. This news was like a bomb, dropping into the Tarot Club, making all members except Hobert, Klein, and Derek feel as if they had experienced a spiritual storm. After a long while, Leonard asked in an incredulous tone, "Are you sure?" As soon as he finished speaking, he began to regret asking such a question. Since City of Silver had the remains of Giant King's Queen Omibella, it meant that the credibility of this matter was very high. Audrey, Alger, and others subconsciously turned their gazes to Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table. Mr. Fool, who had already received the chief's report from City of Silver, smiled, maintained his sitting posture, and showed no change. This indirectly indicated that he approved of the information the sun had just provided. Before the sun answered Star's question, Audrey said, "This explains many things, but if Earth Mother is not Giant King's queen, then why did Angel of Fate think it was Omibella when he painted the mural of Rose Redemption being established? The key is why did War God seek her cooperation? Who exactly is she?" Catlia thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps that Earth Mother has always been impersonating Omibella, and managed to deceive Angel of Fate, and also War God." Alger retorted, "How is that possible? Earth Mother, no, I mean Giant King's Queen and War God, are mother and son." Furs, meanwhile, took a sharp breath and said, "What a terrifying story." At this moment, the world, who had been silent, spoke, "Nothing is impossible." What if this concealment was aided by Evernight Goddess and other deities? Everyone suddenly recalled some information they had previously traded with the Emperor. At this point, Hobert smiled and said, "Regarding this matter, I do know some definite information." Everyone immediately looked at the Emperor with eager eyes. Only Klein felt a bit strange as he looked at Hobert. If Hobert was the creator, where did he get so much secret information? Could it be that country of disorder was filled with information about ancient times? In that case, Hobert would be more suitable to be an scholar of yore. Hobert continued, "Everyone should remember that I once said that it was the harvest goddess, a subordinate god of Giant King, who betrayed the ancient god Lilith, causing Lilith's fall, right?" Everyone certainly remembered this, especially Emlyn, who, after getting this news, went around collecting clues about the harvest goddess. But in the blood ancestor's ancient records, he couldn't find any information about the harvest goddess. The name of the harvest goddess is Omibella. Hobert announced another astonishing piece of news. Ancient god Lilith, with the help of Evernight Goddess and ancient sun god, replaced Omibella. After a brief shock, the sun was the first to react. The god-level sealed artifact in City of Silver is the remains of Giant King's queen, and Earth Mother has always been the ancient god Lilith. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly stood up with a surprised expression, pointing at the Emperor. "Hobert, then you are the god-child." This was the third surprising piece of news at this gathering. After a brief silence, Alger asked, "What do you mean?" Audrey and Furs exchanged glances. They recalled the illusory infant in Earth Mother's arms they saw at the end of the Divine War, which had become somewhat like Hobert. At that time, they even thought it was an illusion. At this point, Emlyn seemed to suddenly realize he had misspoken. He said a little awkwardly, Your Excellency, can I say it?" Everyone could feel Emlyn's respect for Hobert. Audrey recalled that the moon's gaze towards Hobert had seemed a bit strange for some time now. Moreover, this blood earl had rarely spoken to Hobert recently, giving people the feeling that he knew some great secret. Hobert smiled and said, "The Divine War is over, there's no need to hide it anymore." Emlyn calmed down a bit before saying to everyone, "The news I'm about to reveal, everyone must keep it a secret, but now there's really no need to keep it a secret, no, 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 it still needs to be kept a secret. His Excellency Ulmer once warned us to keep it absolutely secret. Mr. the Moon was somewhat incoherent. He took a few more deep breaths before saying, "Ho, that secret is, Mr. Emperor is the child of the ancestor. If our ancestor is the Earth Mother, then isn't Mr. Emperor the godchild of the Earth Mother?" The vast hall fell silent once more. This time, everyone's shock was unprecedented. Even, Fool, almost blurted out to Hobert, "Is that true or false?" Immediately after, Fool, Klein quickly understood. No wonder this guy knows so many ancient secrets. So by the way, what era is Hobert from? Klein refrained from asking, but Audrey did ask, "Mr. Emperor, is this true?" This time, Audrey didn't blame Hobert. If she had such a background, she would certainly keep it a secret when it wasn't appropriate to reveal it. "Yes," Hobert said, "there's no need to hide it from the outside world now. My birth mother is indeed the blood ancestor. This matter is very complex, and I also need to keep it confidential for her, so there is very little information that can be made public. You just need to know that currently, Earth Mother and blood ancestor are similar to the state of ancient sun god and dark angel." Klein manipulated the world to ask, "Are you a modern person or an ancient person?" Hobert replied, "A modern person." Klein nodded and did not continue the question. Alger suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could the Emperor's father be the creator? It's not impossible. The creator and the blood ancestor are both ancient deities. Hobert gave everyone a few more seconds to be surprised, then said, "Information about the Divine War in the Second Epic can be made public at the Tarot Club. Now let's sort this matter out together. After the blood ancestor was betrayed by Omibella, she fell in the Divine War. Fortunately, she had made some arrangements in advance, and her consciousness and spiritual body did not perish. Everyone should remember that in a previous transaction, I mentioned that the goddess of darkness, who later became the Evernight goddess, took away the uniqueness and sequence one characteristic of her own pathway. At that time, she also took away the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Hobert believed that before that divine war, Evernight goddess and blood ancestor should have known each other and had a plan. The specific content of the plan is unknown, but the blood ancestor at that time intended to utilize the opportunity of her own death to become a true god with only the uniqueness and sequence one characteristic of the mother pathway in her body, in order to try to approach the mother nest. Demon monarch Farbati once said that deities cannot commit suicide, so the blood ancestor could only utilize other ancient gods to help her. At that time, the destruction magic wolf, who had two non-adjacent pathways in its body and was relatively more insane, was a good choice. Upon realizing the blood ancestor's intention, Evernight goddess would naturally seize this opportunity to obtain the characteristics and uniqueness she needed. So the two hit it off. But in the Beander world, accidents are always unpredictable. The blood ancestor was not yet ready when Omibella's betrayal caused her fall. After Evernight goddess picked up the characteristics and uniqueness she needed, she also helped blood ancestor pick up the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Otherwise, Evernight goddess should have found it easier to pick up the uniqueness of the fool pathway at that time, but she ignored it, allowing this uniqueness to be absorbed by Antigonus, choosing to go further to pick up the uniqueness of the moon pathway. If they had had contact before, and Evernight goddess had some understanding of the blood ancestor's plan, then this would be reasonable. Hobert continued, before Evernight goddess became a god, she should have helped blood ancestor hide her tracks, and finally, when the time was right, she asked, ancient sun god, to steal Omibella's fate. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.